And good evening, everybody. I am Nathan Kirkton. This is Gary Clark of CMW, Constitution Movement Worldwide. Pretty much an informal one tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Sorry for being late. It's my fault. I forgot I was Belarusian time and I only just got back, so it's my fault. Sorry about that, Nate.
Actually, don't say sorry. For once, it wasn't me, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
I can't be blamed for this one.
Yeah.
But to be fair, there were some technical issues that took most of the time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we won't sort of beat each other up over that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's sort of an informal one, but I mean, I don't know about you. We was talking about this earlier a little bit. There seems to be a lot of questions and a lot of misunderstanding about consent and liability.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of people
Well,
don't seem to
basically,
understand it.
yeah. Basically, people think that I haven't give consent. I didn't consent to this. I didn't consent to that. Maybe you didn't in person, but you did when you went to the polling booth, because when you go and put that little X in the polling booth, you are actually saying to whoever wins the election, no matter who you voted for, I stand by the whoever wins this election, and that can do whatever they want to do in my name for the next 4 years, because I'm illiterate, basically. I can't run my own affairs. This is what we've been telling you since 2014, by the way, not just the last 2-3 years. We've been
I want to
telling you
talk
this
about that
information.
actually. I want to
Yeah,
talk about like the difference between the two movements and the latter movement to the early movement a bit later.
yeah,
But I want to hit up on something you sort of said there, because it's like a lot of people don't get this. It's people seem to think that the government have to come to you or write you a letter and ask for permission for everything because they don't understand
no,
consent. It's exactly true what you say. You're given a choice to be governed or not. What you do is you make that choice with free will to be governed. You then sign up to the electoral roll, or allow yourself to be signed up to the electoral roll. You then vote. And this is one thing about voting most people don't seem to get. If you vote, you're voting for, like Gary says, whatever party, not a prime minister, not anything like that, because the party's like that, but you're deciding whatever party gets into power, you're going to back, and whatever they do in the next 4 years, you've pre-consented to.
yeah,
That's why there's an election every 4 years, because if you don't like what they've done in your name, you have the choice to not be governed or to carry on being governed. And a lot of people don't understand this. They seem to think it's like with like the banks and all the stuff like this. It's like, but they don't have to have your consent. They got it. They got blanket consent when you decided to vote.
yeah.
And people don't take that
You,
upon themselves. They really don't. I don't understand. It's a very basic fact. They don't hide this.
no, that's part of being the democracy we're in. Me and you both said, Nathan, about the government and that. If you want to get rid of the government and you're serious, then everybody get off the electoral roll, remove yourself, don't vote, then you're not consenting next time the election comes around. That's what me and Nathan's done. We've come off the electoral roll. We haven't voted for, well, I voted once, and that was to prove a point, and that was in Brexit, just to prove that even if everybody voted, we still wouldn't get what we got. That's the only time I've ever voted in my life.
I
And
didn't even
I
vote in
removed
Brexit.
myself.
I've
Yeah,
never voted.
I'm just saying, but I did for that reason, just to prove a point to myself. And then after Brexit, I removed myself from the electoral roll, and I've never voted since, and I never would, because once they can't say anymore that I've ever given my consent to anything anymore, because I ain't, and I never will again. And if you want to get rid of the tyranny and the corruption, I suggest you all do the same. And then I know we ain't talking about it tonight, but then get in 61 and sort the problem
Well,
out and start
we
doing
can
the
mention
lawful
61.
route.
No, we can mention 61 because Article 61, and if you want to argue about it, me and Gary are happy for you to come on. Might even open the panel up. If you want to come on and try to disprove what me and Gary are saying, you won't be able to. But we can briefly talk about 61 because 61, Clause 61, is technically the only lawful remedy we have in due process of law. And this is the bit that gets me. We have a lot of people who want MPs and all these people, they've committed crimes. The law, they need to follow the full force of law. So answer me a question: if you are their employers, okay, These are public servants. You are the public, so that they serve you. So you are technically their employer, because you are. Because you're people moan about people on benefits, but benefits actually come out of the Crown Trust. They don't come out of taxpayers' money. What does come out of taxpayers' money is the £50 per MP breakfast allowance and the rest, and the meal allowance that they have of about £150 and the rest of it. That comes out of taxpayers' money, but I don't see you going and moaning at them. But you'll moan at people on benefits who actually benefit from a Crown Trust that was set up for their benefit.
Yeah.
But we can talk about, like I said, but these people, they want these people prosecuted in law. But this is the thing, we are their employees. So unless we actually uphold the due process of law, and that is to go into 61, remove consent from all Crown authorities and all Crown contracts in one go, that is our lawful duty to do so. Unfortunately, we have people that don't want to do that. People just want to go, well, I don't want to obey the law, but I want them to. It does not work, people. It does not work. Start grasping that, okay? If your boss is blatantly doing, I mean, if you're employed by somebody, if you break the rules, you have a punishment. Do you not? Yeah, you do. If the boss breaks the rules, can the boss? I mean, I've had it with some of my bosses. They'll break the rules. They can't have a go at me and penalise me if I break the rules with them, because I'm the same as them. And that's what's happening. We are breaking the rules ourselves, and our employees are taking form from that, and they are breaking the rules themselves because we are not leading by example. We are not holding these people to account in the proper due process of law.
No, you're not upholding your constitution, and that's the reason why we're in this shit we're in. And we've been telling you this for 10 years as well. But we knew each other in 2012, but then we started up 2014, me and Nathan met, and then we started pushing this. Then we went into a chat room, and there was a lot of other people in there, and we decided to form. People say there was never any groups set up before. Well, we set up the White Pen Dragons.
That is exactly correct. A lot of people don't know this. The group, the White Pen Dragons, like for instance, the Waven or the Rim was actually first really put forward by, it was Kim Bonger, our sister Dragons. She was the one to put the flag. Most of us decided the movement what it was going to be. Davy Russell, Stephen Lang and Graham Moore was actually asked by the people who formed the movement to be the heads of the movement. They never actually founded it themselves. We founded it. We asked them to actually be the head of it. And this is a very bit of thing of information that people don't seem to be getting.
Yeah. And then the next thing that come along, was that the next thing that come along, or was the MEP vote after the Khan event? I think it was just before Warning Knife.
Yeah, I think it was just before. Just after. It was just after.
Just after.
So the rest, and then it was.
Yeah, so then basically myself and Nathan and about 8 other members of the Dragons went into the Fabian Society's conference in London, and citizens arrested Sadiq Khan. The police was called. We told the video's there for everybody to watch if you want to go and watch it. We told them that don't panic. We're not here for anything nefarious. We're here lawfully and peaceful to arrest these people. And on the stage was Keir Starmer, Sadiq Khan, Kate Green, Andrew Allop, and I can't remember the other one, but the 5 top Fabians at the time. And when the police come, you could see all on the video, Nathan will tell you now as well, they looked at the paperwork and they said, yep, this is all bang on. And then obviously we got the charges put forward, but then there's a dispute in the Dragons, etc., over wanting to go political, etc. And me and Nathan said, we don't want to go down the political route. We're not political. You can't be, 2 seconds now, you can't be a constitutional movement and a political party, so we're out. And we formed CMW.
Well, it come off that. It started with Graham because he tried to turn it political. It was for me, it was a culmination, accumulation, I should say, of many different things. But it was that. The last thing that really sort of, for me, the straw that broke the camel's back is when it come to the MEP elections. And
that was the one,
And I dove in. How long did I spend on that? On reading up all the small print? I spent quite a
Yeah.
few weeks, didn't I? Spent quite a few weeks. And then I put it to you. Did I not put the argument to you and go, read this, look at that. What's that saying to you? And you went, no,
Yeah.
that's exactly it. So we went, right.
Yeah.
Our job is to the people. We need to tell the people the truth. So we
Yeah.
done what we usually do, and we went and told people the truth. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
there were some people who didn't like that because it means that guests wouldn't come on their shows and stuff like that. So we was end up
Yeah.
calling, we got called names and stuff like that, and generally just attacked. So then we left and formed CMW and haven't looked back since, really.
Yeah. But we have basically told everybody that this MEP election was you people voting yourselves back in to the EU, basically, for
Well,
another
yeah,
5 years.
it was
Yeah.
basically we was out of the EU, but we voted to be part of the European treaties. And this is what's killing
Yeah.
us, the European treaties. And this
Yeah.
is a good thing about our constitution. We can annul them. We can null and void them if we actually stand up and use our laws.
Yeah. And then
And
basically we got slated. Then 3 or 4 weeks later, we had top QCs, Godfrey Bloom, come out and agreed and more or less blanketed what we'd said and said more or less the same thing that we said. We was all idiots for doing it. We shouldn't have done it because now you've landed yourselves back in. And all them who slated us ended up with egg on the face because we got it right again.
coincidentally, Godfrey Bloom, who was part of the Queen's Privy Council,
Yeah.
I believe, has actually been, and he's due to come on with us again, has actually been on with me
Yeah.
and Gary, and actually agreed 100% that everything that me and Gary state about the Constitution, etc., is 100% true and correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually on this page if you want to go back and look at it. There's 2 interviews with Godfrey Bloom.
What?
So back
You know?
to consent. And this
Yeah.
is the thing, back to consent and liability, because they both come in hand. Because if you consent to something and something happens, you're liable for your actions. And this is where we've
Yeah.
got to start to get grips with it, especially when you're talking things like common law and stuff like that. Because it's like Gary says, and Gary hit upon a very, very big thing that most people do not understand, okay? Our government and the powers that be treat us as though we have the minds of children and we are incapable of dealing with our own affairs. That's why they say to be governed, and you can consent to be governed. You can either choose to be a master of your own affairs, or you can basically be governed. And this is what a lot of people don't realise.
It's a mockery, basically. It's going back to the days when people was illiterate, they don't understand, and they'd say sign this, and they couldn't read all right, so they should say just put an X.
Yeah.
And that's where it comes from. So now when you vote, they're treating you like you was back in the day, where you go in there, you put a little X in the box to say you can't manage your own affairs, and for the next 4 years you're gonna go along with everything they do. They can do anything that they want if they think it's in your interests. It's too late to moan and whinge after the fact because you've been and voted.
Well, this is the thing, right? Talking about voting and the X. Now, as far as I know, it was outlawed. It was actually become unlawful to allow people to sign with an X. That's why it goes back to pricking the thumb and putting your thumbprint down, because then it can only be you. So I'd ask this: why isn't it you sign your name on your I haven't voted, so I don't really know. But it's like, why don't you sign your name? Why do you put an X? Why is there nothing other than an X? Because as far as I know, from the bits I've seen, it's a piece of paper with a few names on it, a few boxes, and you just tick an X and then put it in a box. So nobody actually knows it's you, as far as I know.
Yeah.
There's no personal relationship to when you actually vote to that. You just put an X in a box. That could be anyone, be anything. I just don't understand why people don't answer these questions. I mean, it's like voting.
And why do they always give you the pencil, not a pen?
Well, this is the thing, right? Do you remember we tried doing something this in the MEP, or I think it was one of the elections, and we tried getting people to take a pen down. Do you remember that? Do you remember the backlash we got for that? And the majority of people wasn't allowed to use a pen, and apparently a lot of ballots got discarded because you use pen and not pencil. And the excuse that they use, people, the computer could not read the pen.
Yeah.
Now I thought it was humans that done the count, but apparently not.
Yeah, because that's how they rig them. Because then once you've left, they can rub your pencil mark and put it in the box underneath or above, whatever. and that's why you can only use a pencil. You've got to wake up to these frauds, what they're doing to you.
Well, it's one of the things that goes back to a very old saying, is it? That is not. Let me try and remember it properly. Oh, it's a very ancient one. Thing. Was it? It goes on about it's like that is cemented. So it basically, for instance, it's like stone and wood. Stone is forever. Wood is temporary. So it's one. It goes along them sort of lines and that lot. It's like it can be dismissed.
Yeah. And it's like the old saying we've said many times as well, Nathan. Let those who will be deceived, because if you don't do the research and you don't wake up and educate yourself, you're going to fall for these traps every time. And only you can do it. Only you can do it. Only you can change.
We'll just think 2 seconds. Because June Gow has put, spoil the ballot, do not consent. Spoiling the ballot is not consenting, June. The consent happens when you consent to be governed by allowing yourself on the electoral roll, because that action in itself is consent. You consent to be governed. It's just the actual election is who you want to govern you. But you still, by allowing to be put on that electoral roll, you've still consented to be governed. So it doesn't matter who wins, because you consented to be governed, you are still going to be attached to them rules and regulations.
Yeah. There's a lot
about consent.
People
got to learn about consent.
Yeah.
But thank you, Jim, because that is a good point, because a lot of people come up with that. It's all like spoil the ballot. It is not removing consent. You've consented to be governed. And as Gary says, there is a link. I haven't dove too much into it, but there is a link to the pencil and all things like that, because it's about numbers. It's about the amount of people who voted. And then it goes down to votes per area and stuff. I'm not too sure thing, but I know for a damn fact that it's consent as soon as you allow yourself to be on an electoral roll, because you consent to be governed.
And if you don't turn up, all they'll do is just tick you as you've been in there, because you ain't going to know. And then they just use that ballot paper anyway. Look what they did in America with the fraud. It's unbelievable. And you should never be allowed to have postal ballots either, because there can be, but people allow it.
It's like you say. It's like, look at what happened in America. Postal votes now. Like there was, I can't remember exactly where it was, but one state, I think it was like a third of the postal votes were people that died in the Civil War. Yeah,
that's what I said. It's easy, people. How can a dead man vote? But there was voting in America. It's basically, the more we let them get away with, and the more we let them oppress us and bring tyranny. Compliance and consent only brings more tyranny, more oppression. You're never going to vote your way out or comply or consent your way out of tyranny and oppression. Never in a million years. It's not going to happen.
Well, put it this way, right?
Because you keep giving them the green light.
Let me use an analogy to try and sort of sum this up a little bit. You're with 3 other people, and for some reason you've all got together and you're going to rob a bank. I don't know, shop, bank, whatever you want. And all of you agree to not go armed, and then one person turns up with a gun. You can convince that person, say, do not shoot anybody, do not shoot anybody, we're not here to kill anybody. You consented to be on that job. The minute that man had the gun and you went in that bank with him, you consented to the fact if he shoots someone, so be it. That's how you got to think of voting and what they do. If you spoil your ballot, there's still that person on the electoral roll. So your vote, even though it's spoiled, will just go to the winner. It'll go to the one that has the majority. It was I can't remember his name. I was speaking to someone who was involved with the whole ballot thing many years ago. And he told me himself, sort of thing, the way they do it is, you'll be surprised. If you spoil your ballot, it just gets put on a pile and it goes with the majority. It goes with feed. There's a lot of things. I'm trying to remember everything he said because it was a while ago. But some of the things he was telling me, it's like, that is not lawful. And he was like, no, it's highly illegal. And it's, like I was saying to him, he goes, that's why I left. He said, when you actually get involved in the process, you understand how corrupt it actually is.
how rigged it all is, you know. But
Anything like that?
once you get your once you get your to grips with it and you get yourself off the electoral register, if everybody did it, I mean, everybody says we don't want a government, we don't want a government. Well, let's get rid of them then.
Well, this is the thing. This is what
Everybody
this is
get up.
This is the thing about removing. I mean, people go, "Oh, but if we remove ourselves, all of it, not be funny." If put it this way, take the Brexit vote, okay? If more than half the people refuse to vote, then the country are not bound by it. Only the people that are, and this is the part you've got to get to grasp with law. Only those that consent to be governed are bound by their acts and statutes. So if you don't consent to be governed, just because you're part of the society doesn't mean you're your thing. I know they like to say that, and I know they like to push that, but it's in fact not true.
Yeah.
And if we had, if the 17.5 million people just decided to remove their consent, there would be no legitimate parliament. Therefore, parliament would have to be resolved by a fact. The same as with our clause 61. If we all enact clause 61, we remove our consent from parliament. Therefore, and that's what's part of it. Any Crown authority we remove our consent from becomes null and void. We remove their power because we take away our sovereignty. That's the very power that they use against us, our sovereignty. People don't understand this.
Yeah. And
the UN, the WF are pretty much running the global show now. Yeah.
Let's put this to bed, Knife, as well about these 4 clauses. The only 4 clauses left. That comes from the 1297 one, and that's in Halsby's, where they repealed the rest of 1297 because it was constitutionally repugnant. And there's only the 4 that was left. They say are left now that was, constitutional viable. The rest was all repugnant because it didn't go along with the Constitution.
You're exactly correct. This is a common argument because a lot of people say 1250 doesn't stand. It was annulled a year later and all stuff like that by the Pope. The Pope did not have the authority to annul it because the people spoke and said we're not going to be governed, and we're not going to have the Crown or the Church above us no more. That's what 61 did. It put the people on an even level with everybody. That's what I mean. Clause 61 is where we get the saying, no one is above the law, including the king. So the Pope didn't have the power because he wasn't above us. The people have the power because there's more of us. But you're exactly correct. Halsby's Laws-Ringen, which is the Encyclopedia of Laws that we go by, it references Magna Carta, i.e. 1215, heavily. But it does actually deal with, like you say, 1297. It doesn't deal with the other 1225 and stuff like that because, as it states, and as the law states, and it states in Magna Carta, any attempt to subvert it is void. Any attempt to do anything or change it is void. It's literally immutable. So for the king to reissue was illegal. That's why we don't have in Halsby's Laws-Ringen the 1225 or anything, because that was illegal. And then we get onto the 1297, the last attempt. And you're exactly correct. People go, oh, there's only 4 statutes. I mean, I've heard a person the other day say there's 3.5. This is the problem. Yes, there is 4 and they're called constitutional statutes, which is within our statute books. Yes, that is correct. And yes, it's correct there from the 1297 Magna Carta, the reissue. However, Gary is exactly correct in what he says. The reason why there's only 4 constitutional clauses from 1297 on our statute books is because they are basically the exact same statutes that are in 1215. The rest of 1297 was illegal because it was constitutionally repugnant. That's why we only have 4 clauses of 1297 Magna Carta, but all clauses of 1215 Magna Carta are still full in force.
Yeah. And put something else to bed as well. People, you keep hearing people say, ladies and gentlemen, it was signed under duress. It was signed under duress. Listen, tyrants and oppressors like we've got now, do you think these people are going to go happily? Or do you think these are going to go under duress if we all rise up? Do you think they're going to go happily? Or they're going to say, well, the people took the country back, but the government give in under duress? That's how it is in a war. Because it was a peace treaty, and there's consequences when you sign a peace treaty.
That's the thing people don't realise. The people won the war, and then the king was given a chance. We can either kill you, as that would have been custom in a law. I mean, it's like the head or the king would have been killed, hung, whatever, or in prison for life and things like that. The king was actually given a choice. You can either bugger off over France to your lands, or you can stay here, carry on the way you're going, and we will win another war and we will kill you. He decided to save his life. I think you can't remember. He was committing crimes against the people. Literally genocide. You name it, that man caused. And people will defend that because they're defending a very lax and subverted version of history. I do want to say, because June Gow said I have been speaking to a counsellor, and she said to me, we have an unwritten constitution. June, I can conclusively state that I have spoken to MPs, councillors, and even judges about this. And I did actually even have a judge say to me we had an unwritten constitution. My words to the judge and every council and everyone I've spoken to is like, so if I go online now and I pull up a constitutional document, can you read it? I said, i.e. Bill of Rights. The judge says, yes, of course. I went, so we do have a written constitution because it's written down and you can read it. So what you're referring to is we do not have a codified constitution, and we do not have a codified constitution because the manner to which our constitution is built. Hello to everyone's coming.
Exactly.
As I said, we may open up the panel. It depends on how spry we're feeling tonight. But
but yeah, it's the arguments don't stand up, and all it is basically usually government agents who don't do any research, and they just come in and say, you're wrong, this, that, and the other. Well, sorry, come with some solid evidence, because we don't use Google, we use actual documents and law books from the time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
So these are the very books that the court are meant to go by, the very books that bind our parliament and everything. We don't just make things up. We haven't had it. Well, I'm not being funny. I wish I had a YouTube education like a lot of other people, because I wouldn't have been reading for the many years I have.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible. But it is, you know, you've got to understand this, ladies and gentlemen. Why are they so adamant that 61 don't exist anymore? 61 down, because they're frightened to death of you uniting and using it. That's why. And that's the only reason why. Because they know it still stands. And you know the Constitution stands because Gina Miller used it.
Well, this is the thing. It's proved in court, and this is why I have in court a court order written by a judge who gave the Bill of Rights and the Magna Carta its own section. And he would not rebut it, because what I stated and what I proved was true. And I proved over literally about, I think it was literally, I didn't do it all. I think I'd done about 300 years of proof that Magna Carta was about, up to present day. And the judge didn't want to rebut it. So it's one of them.
And going back,
America doesn't have the same as us. Technically, the American Constitution, they did take habeas corpus, the Bill of Rights, and the Magna Carta, and they are their founding principle documents. Yes, but their Constitution is with a lot of common law jurisdictions, and most of the world is a common law jurisdiction. You have what you call cultural differences in common law. So the American Constitution and American common law is slightly different to ours in ways, but the basis is the same. Yes.
Yeah. But going back to the Fabian Society arrest, ladies and gentlemen, we went in there in front of the TV cameras. He went worldwide live, BBC, ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, a lot of Russian, German. He went worldwide live when we
even
did it.
In the Tokyo Gazette. And you literally have to be a world leader to get in that.
Yeah. But anyway, he went everywhere. That's how big it was what we did. And we got that recognised by the police, got a crime number when we was with the Dragons. Then when we formed CMW, we actually got the crime to come back to us. With the crime number saying yes. Yeah. I might be a bit confused about what it was. But
well, this is the thing, because it's like there was only 3 of us involved. This is the thing, is it's like we kept it small, sort of things like that. But basically, what happened is in the Dragons, we did the Fabian arrest. We then put our charges to the police, which they investigated. But what happened is the person that was in charge in the Dragons didn't follow anything up. They just left it. So when we formed CMW, we looked back over it and we understood that it was left in limbo. So then we went onto it again. I believe we did add a few more charges and a bit more evidence. But the police then, after I think it was 6 months of chewing away, we did actually get a crime reference number, not just an investigation number or postal number. We actually got a crime reference number because the police actually submitted our charges, which included Magna Carta 1215, Bill of Rights, quite a few things. And the police backed. Not one bit of our evidence was thrown out or taken away or questioned. The police backed the whole evidence in the whole case to CPS. They actually put it to CPS to be prosecuted. And I quote, with evidence of crimes proven. So the police are saying, look, they've proved crimes here. Yeah. This needs to be held in front of a court. CPS turned around and went, not in the public's interest. There's only a few people that want these people prosecuted. And it was literally, and this is why we keep saying about voting, because the reason why CPS have shelved it, and by the way, there's no statute of limitations on sedition, treason and that lot, so we can still open that up. But what the CPS was saying is basically more people voted for these people than want them prosecuted and put them in jail.
Yeah. Which proves here the tyranny and corruption, because it shouldn't matter if there's only 2 people want them done. If a crime's been committed, that crime should be investigated, and if proven, that should be dealt with. Shouldn't mean, well, only 20,000 wanted him done, but 300,000 voted him to be mayor. That shouldn't be the case. If a crime's been committed, it should have been investigated and brought before a court. It shouldn't be a popularity contest when there's a crime.
But this is the thing. What they use, I don't believe they use it as a popularity contest. It's steeped in law. Let those who will be deceived, and that law, and whoever joins in. Because you've got to remember, if you're still voting, you're doing all this, you're consenting to this. So if you're consenting to these crimes, you're not going to be against them. And this is what we come up against. It's like, do you obey the law and get these people prosecuted, or do you carry on, basically, like I said earlier, going into the bank with that man with a gun, and then cry when you get a longer sentence because he's killed someone? This is the thing. At what point do we stop this? Because that's what it all boils down to: consent. And this is why we need to. A lot of people need to understand this and come to terms with consent, because there's many different avenues and many different ways you consent. You're just not taught how to consent.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. And this is what people have got to grasp with. If you don't obey the law, and the law is quite clear, it says when even the Human Rights Act backs this up. When you're faced with tyranny, and tyranny is a byproduct of treason. So when you're faced with tyranny, you've got treason. And even in the Human Rights Declaration, which I hate because it's null and void, and it's set up and it was created by the UN, the very people that say the rights they've created should only be taken in consideration. So when they sexualize your children at 4 and you try and use your human rights, they can just ignore them. But we will forget all that. But it's ridiculous. Start obeying the law. Start obeying the law, and the law you want to prosecute these people under are not their laws. Their laws allow them to do this.
Yeah. And stop using Human Rights Act. Use your unalienable rights. I've used them many times during the lockdown, as you know, Nath, and I've proved that they work. Because for them to stop you doing what you want to do under your unalienable rights, they've got to prove without a shadow of a doubt that they are your creator. They haven't got to prove that you're creator with the Human Rights Act, because they created that act. They are the owners of that act. So stop using it and use your God-given natural born rights, your unalienable rights.
Well, this leads me on to the thing, and because this is what I was sort of mentioning earlier. It's like, when I sort of touched upon it when we was conversating earlier, and I did mention this. It's one of them things. If what you've got to understand is basically, especially in common law, the hierarchy. Okay, the ultimate power in common law is your creator. It is the creator or your creator. So in law, it's either God or your mum and dad, the people that created you and gave birth to you. Okay, they're the only people above you in your position until you get to a certain age, and then you have master of your own destiny. This is what people don't realise. If you are given over to, for instance, in law, if you are given over to the human rights, you are given over to the creator of them documents. You are consenting to that being the creator.
Yeah.
the creator of your rights.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, but the UN did not decide, and they did not create my naturally born rights.
No, and they should never contravene them either. Once you start letting them contravene your inalienable rights, you're finished. You got the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if you look under liberty, that comes a hell of a lot of things under liberty.
Yep.
And so the pursuit of happiness, you're entitled to a family, a home. Under liberty, it's freedom of choice, freedom to travel, unhindered. Basically, anything you can think of comes under. Basically, as long as you don't cause any loss, harm, or injury to anybody, you should be able to do anything you want.
Tom probably said, Tom probably said, thank you for trying, right or wrong, win or lose, doing what you know is right and correct and just is enough to earn trust. Well, we haven't been wrong, technically haven't been wrong so far, Tom, because we're actually, all we do is reference the actual law. We don't reference the subversion of law, no, because that's the crime. But we reference thing and everything. I've got multiple many witnesses that have come into court and watched what I do in court, watched what I say about, like, for instance, artificial natural persons, the legal name and stuff like that, and I still to be rebutted.
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's like, and this is the hard thing. We have been indoctrinated to believe that we cannot stand up for ourselves. We are not of the correct mind to be in control of our own destiny and our own affairs. And we are literally, I mean, like I said, ignorance is no defense in law. It's a maxima law. So, but the thing is, if it's like and I will get to mortgages in a bit, but it's things like anything you do. If you want to do something, say, I don't know, you want to buy a car, most people will get a mechanic or someone that knows what they're doing to look over the car to make sure what you're buying is what you're buying. But the majority of people who sign these contracts to consent to be governed, to get a mortgage, to do all this, never do any research into it. Why? This is my question. It's like because, like I say, to get onto consent, for instance, things like we was talking earlier with like mortgages. I haven't dove a massively amount into it. I know a fair bit, but it's not really on my list of to-do things right now because I know there's something that can actually do that in one. But it's like a lot of it's popping up quite a lot now. People like with mortgages saying that the contract was unlawful. Problem is with that is if you prove that a contract is unlawful in a correct court, you
lose your house as well because you're part of it.
Well, this is the thing. What you're proving is that all the contracts that are exactly the same are unlawful, therefore they're void. So you won't get your house back because you didn't own it in the first place because it was criminal enterprise. It's like it was never yours. I can explain this in many ways, and you're not entitled to the money either. Because if that contract was unlawful, you signed it. So you're party to an unlawful action. So therefore, I mean, ask me this. If you buy stolen goods and then goods get taken off you by the police, do you get your money or the goods back? No, you don't. And not only that, not only are you likely, if you do this correctly, not only are you likely to not lose just use your house and the money you paid for it, but if you do this wrong, you will lose many people their houses. I mean, me personally, I'd be going after the man who did it. I would not be going after the contract. I mean, don't get me wrong, the contract is unlawful. We can deal with that a better way where we don't have to have people lose their houses because you can't obtain something by deception.
But the problem is with that, Nathan, you never know who the man is because the bank manager at the time and they change them usually. Well, I know the bank that I use has had about 6 bank managers in the last 10 years, so they change them pretty regular. And they'll just say, put an X and they say, sign there. And that's their signature. So when you sign, you don't even know who that man is half the time.
Well, technically speaking, other than because people are getting that.
Other than he's the bank manager.
People are getting that right. In contract law, you do need 2 signatures. But again, this is down to consent and liability. Because you consented to a contract where the other party didn't accept liability. Who's to blame for that? Is that the person that
yeah,
that tried to deceive you, or is that your fault for allowing yourself to be deceived? And I'll tell you why. You allowed yourself to be deceived because you thought you would benefit or profit from it, i.e., you thought you'd get a house out of it. So everything was okay until that contract. I mean, it's like people are asking me to help them now, and I do feel for people. I've never dove into it enough. Um, I speak to Godfrey Bloom about the banking system and certain things sometimes, but I have a lot to learn before I'd even think about advising anybody.
yeah,
But it's one of them. It's one of them awkward situations. I'd say this. It's like it is people. I know people have been fighting mortgage and that lot for decades, and it's just now. And I think June Gower has just hit the nail on the head. They are after our properties now. So understand this: if they would
yeah,
not allow this fraud to be highlighted or brought to a court, why is it recently that someone's just got quite far in court with an argument about them? I believe with the argument about the mortgages and the contracts. Why all of a sudden would they allow that contract and that thing to be highlighted and to be decided upon in law? Like I said, could it be because if the contracts are unlawful, then all of them are void, so then people lose their houses?
yeah,
Would the government likely make the argument? Well, you're a co-signer, so you are a co-conspirator to fraud. Therefore, you don't get your
yeah.
money back and you don't get the house. You cannot profit from crime. Do you reckon the government would probably turn
Yeah.
around and say that and remove you from your house?
And the only argument like I could think of you could say is that you wasn't given full disclosure but then like you said, them who'll be deceived will be deceived. You should do your own due diligence. But the only glimmer of hope I could see, well, I'm the same as you. I ain't really looked into all of this. But the only glimmer of hope I could see is you could probably claim they didn't give you full disclosure, and actually they have stolen from Crown Trust money, because that's where they steal it from to give it you. That's the
But here,
only
but
thing I could.
yeah, I thought that as well. But here lies, I believe, the problem in law, because when you sign that contract, you signed it as the legal name. So you sign that under the Crown Copyrighted Trust in the legal name that is the same as yours. That's fraud in itself, because you are not a legal person. Sorry, a artificial
No,
person,
leave it on.
and that legal name does not belong to you. That is a Crown Trust. So you are literally committing fraud by acting as that person. This is pretty much that's why it says on your birth certificate and a lot of things cannot be used as identification, because it is not you. It's fraud. You are pretending to be something to which you are not. So what happens then? If the government and the banks want to be asked to say, well, you committed fraud first. You came to us pretending to be somebody else.
Yeah.
See what I mean? And it's not that as well. You bought the house in your legal name, so therefore it's property of and that the Crown Trust. It's paid out as a Crown Trust because the legal name is used. So then then they come to you and you pay that money. So it's like, I would argue this if I could. I don't know if it's been, like I said, I haven't looked into it, but I'd argue this. But then you've got to get rid of the fraud before you can argue it. They double dip. It's taken from your Crown Trust, and then you pay it back yourself. So that is double dipping. That's a fact. That's been pretty much proven. How would you stand in law with that though? Because that's the question a lot of people keep asking me, and it's like it's a tricky one, because if you committed fraud,
We'll have to look.
then it's
We'll
not
have
important.
we'll have to see how this fella gets on. If not, we'll have to have a dive into it ourselves.
I've had a little look things over, so I don't want to get hung up too much on it. But it's things like things that because this is the thing. It's like I understand people think something's a good thing, and not, and this is what people got to understand. You can't do something that you'll benefit from or you'll profit from, and because it wasn't quite right, then complain after. You complain before, because it's like I had a discussion with Albert. I was even on a post with Albert, and Albert's pretty much saying the same as me. And it's like you say, due diligence. You have to do your due diligence. If you don't do your due diligence, then what argument do you have? Ignorance is no defence in law, because, like you said, they should have done their research. What people do is you consent to something really, really quick, because because I have been looking into certain bits, right? It's like the only argument really um, I've even remotely come up with for a lot of things, and this is not the mortgage thing, by the way. Um, but it's things like this, right? Now, for instance, take, I mean, it's fee compulsive, basically. Take, for instance, when you sign on benefits. And this is why I do get a bit annoyed when people attack people on benefits, because it actually comes out of the Crown Trust, not your taxpayers' money. Learn the system you're in before you attack people. But when people have no job and no means of fee, I'd say then you've got via COSBS come in, because that means that is forced duress, right? That is forced action. I.e., if you do not sign here as the legal name, then there is going to be harm to yourself because you cannot feed yourself. You will not get any money. I would say that is forced duress. It's like I had to do that because that's the only way that I could survive. Unless I was to go and commit a crime, and then I'd argue mens rea, which is the least crime. Because it's the people dealing with Crown Trust that has got me to lie from things. But this is the problem with it all. We've got to start sorting out this consent. So
but they, like we said, 61 would remove it all.
But this is the thing, because this is the thing about Clause 61. Clause 61 removes consent from the Crown and by proxy all Crown authorities. So therefore no Crown contract can be in force because you remove your consent. And this is the problem. We can spend the next 20 to 50 years going through mortgages and all the other contracts and dealing with it contract by contract by contract by contract. By that time, we're under the WF and we're in the 15-minute cities, and it was something we wish we'd have done differently. Or we can do it now. We can stand up and just basically remove consent. And it states quite clearly, that is in law, that is how you remove your consent. You either have to go around to every single contract, and trust me, I've done it. I stopped after a while because it is a very laborious and time-consuming thing. But you can actually go back to things like banks and other institutions and that lot, and you can actually basically discuss and reevaluate the contract. Because a lot of people don't realise any contract you're allowed to input. So when you're doing that mortgage contract, you're actually allowed an input to that. Any contract, two sides have to agree on terms. Otherwise, if both parties don't benefit, it's an unlawful contract unless consent is given and knowingly. But this is what we've got to get to. Consent, I think, is saying that we are seriously lacking knowledge of. I'm sorry, but it is.
Yeah. Well, I think the birth certificate's slightly different because you didn't actually sign your birth certificate, did you? Or I didn't sign mine. It was your mum and dad. So therefore, you could argue that your mum and dad wasn't given full disclosure. You're not been given full disclosure of what your birth certificate means.
But this is the thing, because you know yourself, I've tried the full disclosure one, and again, it's an argument that you can't really get any for because they don't want to deal with that. Because to deal with full disclosure means they'd have to uncover the fraud before the fact. The fact that your mum and dad did it, as I said, this is why I keep trying to explain to people: common law has never gone away, because the hierarchy is the creator, then your creator. So the only people higher than you is your mum and dad, and then God, or the creator. So your mum and dad did have lawful jurisdiction to abandon you and give you to the Attorney General. So that action was lawful because your creator did it. Whether they did it knowingly or thingy is a different story. But again, I think the better argument there would be forced duress rather than, forced disclosure would be a second fact. But I'd say forced duress. I mean, people want to go on about duress from 61. That was a king that killed many people in his country, sent a lot more of his people to a war that he knew he couldn't win, just to die because of his vanity. Taxed everybody, stopped. This is why Carter Day Fresta happened. He stopped the paupers' rights of being able to go and gather wood and fuel for their fires to cook and eat and stuff like that. And then people will argue that man was the contract is not thinking, because that man pretty much is doing what they're doing today. He committed treason and he was tyrannous to the people. The people stood up against him, and the people was nice because he wouldn't have got that. If you went against the king back then, you'd be beheaded. You'd be hung, drawn, and quartered, or something. He would not give you the same courtesy. If you'd have gone against the king for treason, you'd be a dead man. So the fact that the people turned around to the king and said, "We're not going to kill you. You've got two choices: bugger off, or stay and basically govern properly. That man he signed it, but he chose to bugger off.
Yeah. But the duress argument for the birth certificate's a good one, really, because what happens if you don't register your child on your back, aren't they? Badgering you. So you are actually doing it under duress. You ain't doing it because you want to do it.
No, if it wasn't forced to, and this is because I am working with a couple of people that are doing it. They haven't done the birth certificate. They've done the process I said about there is a notification of live birth. That's all you need. And so some are actually being very successful. Some not. But I've just started to bring this argument up with some of them about consent and about forced consent. And most people know if you do not register your child, you'll be threatened with imprisonment, everything. Now, I'm not being funny. Those of you that are going to argue for a king that killed millions of people, sent millions of people to their deaths, and then tried killing a lot more people by starving them to death and freezing them to death, if that man is meant to have your be forgiven, or he didn't do so much, then what about the situation now? Very true, June. This king he isn't even a king. I'm sorry, but in my eyes, he's not a king. He did not go through the process. He was not. It was not done properly. This is no king of mine. I do not recognise him as a king.
No.
And I'm not being funny. And here we go again, because I'm not being funny. This is what I'm on about: consent and liability. And now I'm not being funny. That the Prince of Wales, who now claims to be the King of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, and the whole Commonwealth, that man has pledged allegiance first and foremost to the WF. So
you can't have it's a conflict of interest. You can't have both.
Yeah, exactly. So what if his interest is the WF before his people? Can he legitimately be a king? Yeah, can he legitimately be a king? I would say this. I would say. I mean, you could argue certain things about French kings, English kings, certain things like that. But by our constitution, we cannot be governed, and the king should know this. We cannot be governed by any foreign body, whether prince, prelate, potentate, or thing. Yeah. We can't be governed. We can only be governed by ourselves, and that's another reason why I argue for an English Parliament and not a British Parliament, because I do not like being governed by a corporation. That's why I will not consent to be governed by them. But I ask this: so if he's pledging allegiance to certain things like that, how can he be king? Prove to me he can lawfully be king.
Well, like I said, he can't, because straight away he's got a conflict of interest. How can he be for us if he's trying to enslave us through the WEF? He can't be both. You know, he needs to be done. He should be the first one on the gallows.
Exactly. This is my argument. How can you pledge allegiance to the WF and then pledge allegiance to uphold the rights of the people first and foremost? It's like you say, conflict of interest. That man is trying to do two different roads. He needs to pick one. He's either the king and he's a king to the people, or he's a member of the global, I'd say, movement to control the world.
Which then becomes treason, and he should be hung for it. Because that is still on the statute books. It is not repealed it at all. When you look deeper.
Well, this is the thing. No government can actually repeal any constitutional law or technically any law. They don't have the power. This is what actually bugs me, because it shows people don't read the Bill of Rights properly. June Gale's just mentioned it, so I hope she has. But if you actually read the Bill of Rights, and I've argued this, and you know this, Gale, I've argued this with a judge in the High Court of Appeal, because they tried using the Bill of Rights that the government gets to legislate however they want. And I pointed out to him and said, no, it doesn't. I said my rights to protest actually comes before any government's right to create legislation within a document, which with any document would state that my right to protest against anything, especially treason, would be higher than their right to legislate against it. But as I put that, I said it doesn't actually say that. It sets out the parameters to which they're allowed to legislate, which is the truth. And he agreed, because it doesn't just say that the government can carte blanche do that it want. No. Because the government is bound by the coronation oath and the Crown's basically duty to the people to uphold their constitutional duties, their common law rights, ancient customs and stuff like that. Yeah. It's just all sworn. This is all thing. This is what people have actually got to get to grips with. we're being like, this is why when they say Parliament is sovereign, it can't. How can Parliament be sovereign? How can a corporation be sovereign?
Yeah.
And a lot of people are arguing over things like that, but how can it be sovereign? Because a lot of people go, but the city of London was given its own sovereignty. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But there's many different reasons for that, and I still argue, and that's still my argument. How can the city of London have sovereignty unless somehow there's some wording missing, and the sovereignty is actually on, say, for instance, the London mayor? I mean,
yeah.
And not on the actual.
It's like the building the magistrate saying it. There's letters missing on the end. So
no, June, you're actually 100% correct. Phantom, if we're going to do anything, like Clause 61 actually clearly states, the people must gather. So until people are willing to get off their backsides, get a tent, sit in a field with each other, call the barons down and form the barons' army, which is what happens. I mean, you're talking about a volunteer army without the 77th Brigade noticing. We can do it with the 77th Brigade sitting on the path beside the field, because they can't do anything about it, because we have a lawful duty to amass and form the barons' army. So that's your answer, Tom. We have a lawful right to form this army. It's just at the moment the people are not.
Yeah. Unfortunately, people.
No, Tom, you're right. They would try, but that's if you try and form a secret army. We are not trying to form a secret army. We are openly obeying the law. That is the difference in understanding, and this is what I keep trying to say about understanding. We're not creating a secret army. We don't have to. Stop trying to do things secretly when the law blatantly says we can do this openly. And in fact, it's the trying to hide it which makes it a crime. If you do not hide it, and I'm talking about terrorism, I'm talking about if we're not trying to hide anything we're doing as far as getting rid of the treason and tyranny, we are acting lawfully, because we are not being deceptive in our undertakings, which is a part of common law. This is a forward part.
And like I said, you've got it's not just your moral right, you've got the lawful right to do it as well. It's in the Constitution. You're allowed to do it, and it's lawful. So I don't know what people find so hard, but they'll carry on doing it. But we've never pushed for people. We've asked them, push for people to go into 61 to protect themselves, but we say it, but then we always say, but it's your choice. But you're compelled. What you've got to realise is the longer you go on like this and you carry on and you keep saying, oh, we don't want to do that, we'll go and form a little group here, or we'll go and do this, we'll try this. Every day that goes by, you're complicit in that treason, because you're not in 61.
Well, this is the thing. This is where people are actually going to have to really start to get to grips with things like the law, for instance, and actually understand it, really. Because this is the thing. It's like June Gower says that you have the right to protest the Crown. Yeah, it's actually cemented in our Constitution. It's actually higher than the government's right to. This is why the case, literally, one of the last cases I've just done was actually the court actually upheld. And it's funny how this whole thing about trying to stop us protesting kind of just done a nosedive and it's kind of disappeared, because it's like it was about 2 weeks after I went to court on that, because the court had to uphold our constitutional right under the Bill of Rights, which is recognised by the Supreme Court and is recognised by Parliament and the courts, to the right to protest. Because we have a constitutional right to protest, not a legal right to protest, because most people was actually getting prosecuted under the legal right to protest. I use my constitutional right to protest, and that's another thing.
Right, while we're on knife, I want to just tell the people again. I said it's on a live the other week, but I just want to tell the people again the legal definition of reset, not what a normal dictionary tells you, because it'll just tell you, oh, reset means you're resetting your alarm clock or something. This is and anybody can go and type this in. What is the legal definition of reset? And it'll tell you this: the dishonest possession of goods obtained by another by way of theft, robbery, fraud, embezzlement in the knowledge that they were obtained that way. Reset is also being privy to the retention of dishonestly obtained property. So they're telling you quite out in the open what they're doing. They're going to have a great reset. They're coming to get everything you've got.
I keep telling you.
The art of knowingly receiving stolen goods and practice of harbouring or sheltering a criminal or an outlaw. So these people, and that's what you're doing, you're sheltering criminals.
Well, do you see what
and harbouring them?
Hopefully people listen to that and I understand what I was referring to, like with the mortgages. This is what I'm trying to understand. You was okay with that contract until you felt that you was in a disposition. So you harboured that contract, you harboured that crime, you took part in that crime until you didn't profit from it no more.
Yeah.
What people got to get, and this is why I say it, and I keep saying this to people, and I know it's my fault because I was one of the first people to start all this off. And yes, I used Black's Law Dictionary because I was dealing with a lot of America, Philippines, as well as our own. But in England and the Commonwealth, we use the Oxford Dictionary of Law for our definitions. Stop using Black's Law because some of the definitions are different, and it's not recognised. So it doesn't matter how much they can be ignored. But get yourself an Oxford English Dictionary and an Oxford Dictionary of Law, and actually have a look at the meanings of the words. For instance, like Gary says, most people, if you say reset, will give the English Oxford Dictionary definition. They won't give the legal definition.
Because the legal definition is much more sinister. Basically, they're telling you what they're going to do. They're saying, we're coming for everything you got. We're going to rob you of all your property, all your goods, your cars, everything, your money out the bank. We're coming for the lot. And it's called the Great Reset. And everybody's just sitting back and harbouring them and letting them do what they want, letting them do it. So, saying in the Bible again, you reap what you sow. If you're going to stand by and let that happen, you deserve everything you get. You know? But the next call we put out for a gathering, you need to be there. If you're going to keep ignoring the problem, there ain't no point in people keep trying to give the solution, because we've said it many times, you can try whatever solutions you like, but our ancestors give us the perfect solution for times like this. It was done by our ancestors. Many people died, blood spilt for what? So you can just go, oh, that won't work, and just keep poo-pooing you. How do you know? Unless have we massed in numbers and tried it? No. Yeah, we massed in numbers in London, but it wasn't under 61.
And did you stay?
It wasn't.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
If you read Clause 61, the people must en masse. Yeah. That doesn't mean it's like you go there, you go to a pub for a few hours and you go home. It means you go somewhere and you stay there and go, right, we're not moving till this is done.
We want the balance here.
Yeah.
And if the balance, this is the thing, if the balance don't come, then they are complicit in the treason. But it doesn't stop the process, because you've followed the due process. You've offered the balance a chance to do it with you the correct way. If they say no, then they become part of the treason. But once this starts and you're up properly and everybody's ready, this cannot be stopped.
This is the thing, but unfortunately, and this is the thing with crime. It's like most people of a certain age will understand this. If you walk past a crime in the street, say for instance, I don't know, someone trying to commit suicide or there's a murder, if you do nothing to intervene, you're actually, by law, you are party to that crime because you made no attempt to stop that crime. So therefore, you're allowed the crime to happen. This is what people have got to understand. It's like, if you stop with the legalese crap, I'm fed up with it. It's like, done it enough years and things out. I know it's all crap. Start actually getting to grips with law, your actual rights, your unalienable rights.
Yes. It's the same as what we mentioned earlier, Nathan. Equity and common law. People keep thinking equity is going to win all the time. No, it doesn't. Common law trumps equity every time.
Yeah, it's exactly right because, like I said, like I told you earlier, I had this discussion. It's like it actually says where the common law fails, equity law will prevail. So most people seem to think that means that equity law overthrows common law. No, if you actually know your English, that sentence says it all. Common law is supreme until you can prove that common law is unfair and unjust. Problem is, the only time you're going to say that common law is unfair and unjust is if you're trying to profit from something. And like I put it to this person I was talking to. You've got equity law, which is about commerce, it's about money. To understand that, anything to do with equity is money, possessions, stuff like that. Common law is about your rights in your life. So I'll ask anybody this, and especially a certain person who's been pushing equity law lately. Apparently, when you was on an interview with someone, try going on about gatekeepers and that lot and say about equity law. I'll ask you this: people who are listening, what means more and what is more valuable, money or a life? Answer that question and you'll know which has supremacy, common law or equity, because equity is about money, common law is about the preservation of life.
Yeah. 100%. Everything's there, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of your eyes. You've just got to learn it. It's been given to you. It's been put there for you to learn, but you've got to want to learn. You can't just keep leaving it to everybody else. The more people we have who've got the knowledge and the wherefore to do these things, the better chance we've got. You can't just say, well, I'll just leave it to you and them and these and them, and we'll just follow. You need to educate yourself as well.
And this is the thing about the education, because it's like, take clause 61. You don't need to understand common law or anything in its entirety. You just need to understand the words that are in clause 61. If you can understand the words in clause 61, then you understand how we take back control. If you want to then live by a system that is lawful and just, then yes, you can spend your time after learning common law and the other bits. But at the moment, we haven't got that amount of time. I'm sorry, we haven't.
At the moment, we're heading for enslavement camps. And trust me, they're building them.
Well, I'm not being funny. Saying that, I was reminded of something the other day. Do you remember years ago, quite a few years ago, I brought up to you about Walmart's and that lot starting to put barbed wire and boarding up all the windows and stuff like that and making it look literally like a prison camp. Do you remember?
Yeah.
I think it was probably 2017, 2018, something like that. Well, somebody sort of said it, and they was like, "Do you remember years ago?" You said, and I totally forgot about it. But they showed me a little video. Guess what? Them very Walmarts are now being used to hold refugee children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Truth over lies. We are going to be releasing the next meetup as soon as we can arrange it and do certain bits. It's how it can be done. Thing we're trying to do it so it's best for everybody rather than just sort of thing. So please bear with us. There will be another meetup, and like I said, I'm serious. Me and myself and Gary, we walked across the south of England from Kent all the way over to the Surrey Hills, just to prove that we were serious and to basically use the land and travel in our own capacity. And we woke up a lot of people. There was then a good couple of weeks where we was in Moneymead and not quite a few people come down, but the masses didn't come down.
Yeah,
and that's what we need. But there will be another one because a lot more people are starting to understand now and things like that. But you have to read 61. And we are going to do a show, and I'm actually going to read 61 out, and we're going to explain it because a lot of people don't seem to understand basic English.
Yeah. This was written, 61 was written where people was riding through villages where the people was all illiterate, couldn't read and write. They'd jump off a horse and they'd pull the scroll and they read 61. And it was written in layman's terms, so even if you couldn't read or write, you understood what your duties was and what you had to do.
Exactly. It's actually where the town crier, technically, I think, originates from. Because basically, as you said, there'd be messengers sent from town to town. And as you said, they would gather the townspeople, they'd read out 61, and everybody, whether they could read or write, would understand the words that are being said to them and what they had to do.
Yeah.
This is kind of what we've been
Yeah.
done on the march as well, as we went through the villages. We was letting people know that 61 is in force and what they had to do. But this is the thing. We actually, I would say, and this is the funny thing: the amount of small villages we went through, the amount of support and people that completely agreed, and even in most of these small villages in like Kent and Surrey, there's still a lot of people that actually do know there's a constitution.
Yeah, and you know the amount of people that was like passing us and beeping their horns because they recognised us off our lives on Facebook. I'm on about the lives when we was walking. We used to do a couple of days as we was walking, and people started to recognise us. The route was taken, and the support was phenomenal. It kept us going. To be fair, you know, it was worth all the blisters for people we woke up.
Well, this is the thing.
You know?
Like I said, it's like it's like I told you and everybody else ring. I said I've done this many times. It's not as easy as people think. And the first week's always the hardest because your feet have to get used to walking. If you can get past the first week, you're fine. But it's always the way. No, Tom, that is very true. Myself and Gary, if information is produced to prove that our understanding or something that we say is incorrect, yes, we will change it because we are about the truth and fact. My ego doesn't come into it, not when the truth's concerned. Don't get me wrong. No one likes being told they're wrong. It's half the problem with waking people up. But some of us like to be told we're wrong when we're wrong because it helps us. It means I don't spend a long time basically going down a garden path that leads me to a dead end.
Exactly. And
Tom, a lot of Pendragons are still about, mate. They're not as they were. Myself, Gary, Stephen, and a few, we all still talk. There's only a few people that don't really talk to people. But it was a bit of a pity. But like I said, it's like when you've got people that are asked to lead you or head up your movement who want to take you in a completely different direction. For instance, take like the MEP thing. Myself and Gary went with the truth. The law is quite clear. If we consent to that, we consent to that. We got attacked for telling the truth by one of our own.
Yeah, and not just that. You cannot be a political party in a constitutional movement. It's an oxymoron. It's conflict of interest because everything you'd be voting for, you'd be saying, well, we can't do that because it's unconstitutional.
Well, it's not just that. The Constitution binds politics. So it's
you
like
just can't do it.
One is higher than the other. You can be a political party that on your mandate is to uphold the Constitution, yes.
Yeah.
By all means, but you can't be a constitutional political party. Neither the twain shall meet, as they say.
Yeah. And that's what people don't understand. It's one of them. But we will get there. I mean, it's just education and knowledge. It's you know, it's a very complex world we're living in because there's that many nooks and crannies are trying to get you to go down and what have you. And we've from day one, like I said, long before a majority of people was awake, we was pushing 61. It's not like we've just jumped on the bandwagon. We've been pushing this and telling people about the corruption and the tyranny long before COVID ever came about.
This is the thing I think is the problem, because it's like, you know, Gary, you was there when I was there when the truth movement really first started. We was some of the founding people of it, for God's sake. This started many years ago, and this is why it bugs us today. Do you honestly think, as me and Gary go along the law side, you don't think that we didn't try petitions and we didn't try all that before we turned to 61? We tried it all. It doesn't work. I spent years trying to do things like that, just to literally be my faith. It's only when I've actually been using proper law that I've got anywhere. Yeah,
and that's why we went in the Fabian Society under 61. And that's why none of us was arrested. We never had one arrest. And don't forget that went out. We embarrassed the fuck out of them because that went out live around the world. And you got Starmer, who's a barrister, Khan, who's a top class solicitor. If we got one thing wrong on that paperwork, we'd have all been doing time. but we didn't. We've called the police ourselves, we've done the due process ourselves, and not one arrest because we did it under 61, which we was entitled to do when there's treason and corruption, and that's what we was pointing out.
And our common law right, which is again referred to, you can refer to because it's proof that we do have this common law right, is Section 3 of the Criminal Law Act of 1967, which clearly states we have a duty and a right to a citizen's arrest, and it actually states that anybody from the constabulary or the armed forces cannot use Section 3 because they took the oath of a letter office. So Clause 3 of the Criminal Law Act of 1967 tells you that you have more lawful authority than anyone in the army and anyone in the police force. But yet you're going to ignore that and use 24A under basically the Police and Evidence Act. Why?
Unbelievable.
I mean, we might open it up. I mean, would anybody?
We've asked that question many times.
Would anybody be interested in coming on if we open up the panel?
If not, we'll get off now because it's 11:30. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be about half an hour now. But yeah, but the thing is, I'm hoping we sort of got people think it's like this is going to take a bit more. But I'm hoping people are starting to grasp the fact of consent. Because it's like you say, a lot of people seem to think that someone has to come up to them or write to them and go, do you consent to this? It doesn't work like that. And this is why majority of people, it's like, we've got friends that are trying to be counsellors that we keep saying to them, it's like, you're being part of treason. What the hell are you doing? Yeah. You can't take part. And this is another thing about if you want to get into politics now, this is how it's seen in law. Okay. I'll use the other analogy. A few of your mates are committing a bank robbery. You then want to go be part of that. You then can't turn around and say, well, I was outside sitting in the car. I didn't rob the bank. Yeah, no, you was part of it. And this is what you've got to understand. If you want to be in politics, you're actually asking and willingly and knowingly wanting to be part of treason. Yeah. And that is the law. It's very finite in that fact.
Because I'm sure everybody knows now who's awake that the government's not your government. They're just puppets for Schwab and everybody else and other elites before them. They ain't the first ones. It's been controlled for 40, 50 years. So, but they're just the latest ones. But as they become more and more up to date, they're hiding less and less and less. See, you wouldn't have even seen any of these people 40, 50 years ago. It was all done behind the curtain. But now, that curtain's wide open and they're flooding through that curtain because they want you to know what they're going to be doing. It's like they're mocking you. We're coming to do this, like with that reset. We're coming to do this, we're coming to do that. What are you going to do? That's basically what they're saying. And we all seem to be sitting there and going, well, nothing really. We ain't got no ideas. When the answer and the solution's there, always has been for the last 800 years before anything like this has come along. And we've been pushing it for at least 10.
I mean, a lot of people don't seem to understand. It's like, I think, for instance, I can go through many aspects where I can prove Magna Carta 1215 is still in force, but a lot of people don't know. As recently as 1998, the Magna Carta 1215 was actually used for the basis of a ruling in a court. And that was against a government official, if I remember correctly. Right, Tom saying, why the reluctance to accepting money, guys? I get the bit about where money is involved, people doubt it, but surely you know if you had money to spend on advertising, you could get your message out there further.
No, if somebody said to me, I've got to take money, I'd piss off. I wouldn't do it. I ain't in it for the money. I ain't in it for anything else other than the people, the country. I'll get my reward and everything else when we get the country back. That's reward enough for me. I ain't in it for the money. I don't want any money.
Well, this is the thing, right? Now, not being funny, I would say this: money is the root to all evil, and I truly believe that. I would rather actually go back to the barter system. It's actually what helped a lot of countries out of debt. I would say this: where money's involved, things there, this is a problem. You've got an accounting problem. You've got people will always attack it and stuff like that. As far as advertising goes, you'd be surprised how hard it is, because people have tried for us in the past. You'd be surprised how hard it is to actually get your stuff out there and advertise. You would literally need a mass army of people to print out leaflets on their own, because, believe it or not, there's even companies that do printing that will not print anything to do with common law on other bits, or anything that goes against, if it looks like it goes against the government, they will not print it. So then you've got to find a printer, unless you're going to do it at home, which costs more. You've got to find a printer that will then print off all these leaflets. You then need an army of people to put one through every single door in the countries. That is the only way you're going to do it. It's basically going back to the levelers movement and taking back the printing press. That is something that we have to do. We do have to do, but we have to get a certain amount of unity. I mean, Dennis is on. Dennis just said, what about Houseway's laws? Do they apply to common law? It's not that they apply to common law. Houseway's laws of England, mate, it's the encyclopedia of law. So you will find common law within Houseway's. Often it's disguised within statute or legislation. But all statute and legislation often does is it basically just alerts to the fact that the common law is there, and that is the basis. For instance, Criminal Courts and Justice Act of 2015, that is common law compliant. That's how comes you can prosecute social workers and police, because nobody is above the law, and that act is what actually proves that the common law still stands, that nobody is above the law.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to the money business, we've never had money right from the Dragons. And when Graham Moore started doing them GoFundMes, that was for this, that, and the other, for judicial reviewers. Again, I was gone because I don't like anything like that. Nothing to do with anything to do with having money.
No, don't get me wrong, Tom. You do make some good points. It's like Tom today said, guys, stop being so strict with yourself. Laugh out. There are people out there taking over £2,000 per day for just talking waffle on live streams. You're talking about meaningful topics. Yeah, that's true. But give the people the option. Give the people freedom of choice. But this is the thing. We could do that, but then again, it comes into accountability, doing the books, stuff like that. You're always going to get them people attack you whenever money's involved. And the problem with money, there's not enough of it in the world because people don't know. And
well, it ain't that. The minute you start accepting money, they say you're in it for the wrong reasons. We've never been in it for the wrong reasons, and that's why we don't take money, because I ain't in it to get money off people. I'm in it to help people for free. Knowledge is free, especially the Constitution and your common law rights, etc. It should be taught for free, because basically it always was taught for free till they took it out of the school curriculum. And it's anybody's duty who knows. Don't get me wrong, if you've come up with a new concept or an idea and people want to buy into it, and it's your original idea, by all means say, well, I've had to put all this effort into this. But when you've just read up, even though we put the effort in, it's not, we haven't come up with the concept. It's our Constitution. It's our laws. We've just learned them, and now we're passing on that knowledge for free, which they should have learned in school, really.
Yeah. How can we charge you for something that's yours? How can we charge you for saying, by the way,
exactly?
Can't. This is the thing. It's like, the problem is money, and this is another thing I don't like about money, because it's doing. I mean, we've had this before. We've had people that are quite rich who want to bankroll us, and they said that they'll bankroll us on whatever we want to do. The problem is we've seen this with so many other movements, so many other groups. You get someone like that come in, and then because they're giving you money, they want to change things. They want to dictate how that money's spent and how it goes. And I'm sorry, but
and then dictate what you talk about, what you say, what you don't say. No, that ain't happening ever.
We are. Myself and Gary and CMW and the whole of CMW, we are not bound by any man or any woman or anything. We are completely autonomous, and that's how we'll stay.
Yeah. And like when we have meets, we won't do meetings in secret like a certain person did when he got all the patriots together. We don't want to really get involved in that argument, but when we do a meeting, we'll say we're going to be meeting here, and it'll be out in the open, and everybody's invited. There'll be no secret. Only these patriots, only those patriots. We're all patriots. Everybody's welcome when we get the call out, not just select few.
It's the thing we've always.
That's how we work. We don't do nothing behind closed doors or anything else like that. It's always done out in the open.
Well, look at what we done at Runnymede. We actually seized the land at Runnymede for the people's use.
Yeah.
And before anyone goes, no, you didn't. I've actually got a letter from the National Trust saying that they want control of the land back. So yeah, we did. It's just unfortunately a couple of people can't hold that amount of land against a massive system. So we had to concede to them. But I actually have the letter where they want control.
But if we'd have had 200,000 people camping out with us, they couldn't have had the land back because we'd have dominated it.
Well, exactly. These people would have spoke with the land. The people would have been taking the land back. And this is the thing: we took the land back for the use as though it was intended. Runnymede is literally the X marks a spot. That is where, technically speaking, the foundation of law started. The rule of law started.
And that's why we picked Runnymede. Everybody's picking London. London's finished. You got to get your quarters somewhere else. So from Runnymede, you can go in all different directions all around the country and sort things out and get people to do things for you. Or send people here, send people there. You can't do it in London. It's central.
Exactly, and it's not just that. As soon as you enter into London, I know most people go, "Oh, but that's anywhere." But I can assure you, the police monitor like social media and that anyway. So if it's all thing, we wouldn't get there. I'm telling you now, if the country woke up tomorrow and everyone come onto their social media and said, "Right, we're all going to London, meet there in 24 hours," I can assure you, trains would be stopped, buses would be stopped, any form of public transport would be stopped. So that's why myself and Gary done it, because if eventually you lot are going to have to realise you're going to have to walk to the places you have to do. And if you're going to go into London, we've seen it many times. There was a group who went to London and there was the police just took it down. You're going into somewhere, into a city that is literally, I think it's the third most camered up city in the world, if not the second. I mean, every time you're getting drawn into London, you mean they use facial recognition whether you like it or not. You're on camera. They will go through that. They will know who you are, where you live, and everything. This is what annoys me when people go, I don't like giving up information, so I won't sign my name. It's like, well, hang on a minute. You go to London on protest, so they're going to look into you. They're going to look into whether you're a domestic terrorist and all stuff like that. They're going to know more about you by going to London than if you sign a piece of paper.
This is the other thing. People will say, "Oh, I ain't signing me 61. There's too much." Look, once you make one derogatory comment, just one, against this government, you're marked. You're on that list because you've made one comment. Even if you don't ever make another one, so you might as well sing like a canary, and you might as well do everything you can to get your country back. Because once you've made one comment, you're just as on the list, just as much as somebody like me and Nathan, who are on here all the time, because she's classed in the same.
That's exactly it. That's why we keep telling people, undergo diffidatio before you start doing this thing, because if you haven't removed your fealty, i.e. your consent to the crown, and you're still known as a citizen and a property of the crown or the state, anything you say will be looked at sedition and treason itself.
That's why we're in That's why we're in 61. We've stepped out of that. We're now in diffidatio, so we don't abide by their rules as such. Can't touch us. We've got the lawful right to do it. We're disdaining and distressing the government, which is our duty to do.
Yep. And people think 61 think government means anyone that governs. So that be whether it be your king or a body of people called parliament. Anybody that governs you, you have the right to go against, and you have the right to protest, and actually you have the right to overthrow. Many people in America seem to think they're the only ones, but they nicked it from us, and they've actually got a lesser version of it than us. We can overthrow a king. All they can overthrow is senators. This is the thing, and this is what people have got to realise about it. You've got to start getting to grips with this, because, like I said, if you haven't took your steps to be on the lawful side of the law, you are then going to put yourself as a domestic terrorist, because you are part of the very system you're trying to destroy. I am not part of that system. Like Gary says, I underwent diffidatio. I removed myself from that system in every way possible. I'm no longer part of that system. So yes, I can say stuff about that system because I'm not in it. And this is a problem with domestic terrorism. And the Lisbon Treaty, Article 222, things like that. People have got to know you've got to do it correctly. If you want the law to stop these people, you have to uphold the law. And if you ain't upholding the law, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Dennis said, why ain't the police arresting Border Force for people smuggling if no one's above the law? Well, I can give you a quick and brief explanation of that. Back when me and Gary tried stopping everyone from voting in the EU elections, everyone voted to be back under the rule of the EU treaties. So what happened? We come back under the Marrakesh Agreement, the Barcelona Declaration. So therefore, legally, the police can't arrest them because we are bound by a European treaty to do so. It is only when our laws are established again or re-established that the police would have to, by duty, arrest them.
Yeah.
You've got to remember, the police constabulary or the police force is a crown authority.
Yeah. That's what people don't ain't understanding about it all. It's, and again, 61 gets rid of all that. 61, if we did it and sorted it out, that'd be stopped tomorrow. Because people have spoke. The will of the people have spoke. The will of the people at the moment is let them keep coming. Let them keep coming. We don't mind. We've voted our consent for the next 4 years. You carry on doing whatever you're doing. We don't mind. And until you're going to 61 and change that, the boats will keep coming. And that's as simple as it is. And you know that, Nathan, as well as I do.
Exactly. It's not just that as well. Now, most people know is that I think we was the third people to actually bring out the amendments to the international health regulations. I think it was about the second or third. I can't remember. If people actually bother to listen to us or to read it, and I know many people haven't because it's a very long-winded document and it's hard to understand unless you know the word. But when they call the next pandemic treaty, so once the amendments they're pretty much already signed, and we get the pandemic treaty, which is due this year, 2024. Once they're signed, once the next pandemic is called, there is no elections, and we've actually already seen this in Ireland. So all these people saying politics is our way out. What happens if they call a pandemic next year and there is no elections? What's your way out then, people? What happens when you've consented to give over all that and you've got no excuse? Because ignorance is no excuse. What are you going to say then? You're going to just stand. Are you going to stand in line as you're being taken to get jabbed forcefully and say, "But I didn't consent to this. You never asked me." Or you're going to be sitting there to yourself thinking, "I could have stopped this."
Yeah. It's the same as Sunak. Was you asked to vote to see whether you want him as Prime Minister now? They just stuck him in because you'd already give consent when you voted in the election. So they just did what they wanted to do because that's the way it is now. And now that's only because we've let them go from being our civil servants working for us to being their slaves. And we've let that happen. We've let that happen ourselves. We've let them become too powerful because we didn't nip things in the bud. Now we've got a chance to nip it in the bud with one fell swoop. And if people want to do it, that's great. And we can sort it out. If you don't want to do it, then, like I keep saying, you will reap what you sow and you'll wish you had done. Because very, very soon, you know, and it's not just this country, though, it's worldwide. Worldwide, it needs an uprising because...
Well, saying that, I'm not going to say it here, but there is talks between different nations at the moment. I'm not going to say any more than that. Another one from Dennis. Dennis has done another comment. He's put, then why ain't the police doing their job by arresting illegal? After all, it's their duty to uphold the laws of this land. Yes, but unfortunately, Dennis, it's the same as I basically told you before. The police, yes, they actually attest an oath of common law, but they do actually have what you call legislative abilities. And when the people voted for these European treaties, these people voted for them to override the common law and the constitutional law. We voted and we consented to, and this is why we're doing this about tonight about consenting. We consented to put the European treaty before our own laws. So that's why the police won't arrest them, because the police are abiding by their legislative duties. And Phantom saying, mark my words, open book accounting is the key to restoring trust in any organisation. But no organisation wants to use open book accounting because then they have no room to fiddle the books. Lead the way with open book accounting and be the change you want to be, and watch the money flooded. I'm not, to be honest, mate. I used to care about money, but I've actually become happier without loads of money than when I did actually have any money. Money really doesn't matter to me.
So did you move the
Rather than
again?
money, why can't people pull together as a community and do it as a community? Why does it have to be given to us and us do it? Why can't you, Tom, and other people all come together with us and we do it as a community?
Do you 61 and come and camp with us?
Well, I'm talking about like with the money side of it. If people want to donate or do things, it's like, because this is the thing, and we said this before. For instance, Tom, if you wanted to pay for something like 5,000 leaflets, and you asked us for a design, yes, we would allow that because you basically you're doing it off your own back. You're not giving us money. We're not spending it. You're going, right, all I want is some. If you say you guys wanted a leaflet, how would it look? We sent it to you, and then you went, right, I'm getting you 5,000 leaflets. That's kind of fine because we're not dealing with the money. We're not dealing with anything. You're just giving us the leaflet. So any part of that, because you've got to understand, to do a money side of it, we need bookkeepers. Now, I'm no bookkeeper, and I'm pretty sure Gary isn't. So then we have to trust somebody. But then what happens, and you see this in many, you've seen this with the vets, you've seen this with many groups. If the person doing the books is not completely trustworthy, then that brings down the whole thing.
No. It's just something we never do anyway. And plus the fact, there's no point in having money this day and age because I've already told you. By 2030, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. So they're coming for it all anyway. The banks are going to crash very soon with what's just happened in Israel. People ain't looking at the bigger picture there. The bigger picture there, what's just happened, Israel knew exactly what was going. They've got the best surveillance in the world. You've only got to see what they do on Facebook and everything, the IDF and all that. They've got the best surveillance in the world. They knew that was happening. They let it happen so they can now. Hamas is, as you know, Nathan, it's Israeli owned and American funded. And basically what's happening now is they're putting the next part of the plan into action. Now you've got fractions of Jewish people and Muslims, like who will be on the side of Palestine in every country. So the next phase will be, then they're going to kick off with each other in every country. And then the next thing, you need martial law on the streets for your own protection because these people are dangerous. They're killing each other. Then that's your martial law.
We can't actually have martial law.
I know, I'll put that in me post. It's unlawful. But I'm saying, but that's the next.
What they can do is enact, because we are bound by the European treaties, they can enact Article 222 of the Lisbon Treaty, and that means we can have foreign forces put on our shores to, and I quote, to quell an uprising. So don't think of the UN troops, think of the WF Global Army, because that's what they're building.
Yeah, but anyway, right, then that's happening. The next thing that's coming along is, I'll say, now everything's unstable. The economies and the stock market's crashed worldwide, and that's where your money's gone. It's just a straightforward, simple way of getting rid of everything. And then what'll happen then? You're going to get Iran, Sudan, Iraq, other Saudi Arabia, Egypt. Egypt's just told America to fuck off if you look. They ain't sending troops no more. They ain't going to be at the whim. So them are all going to side with probably Palestine. Then you're going to have us and America are going to be asked to go and back Israel up. Then you're going to get China.
We've already got troops over there. This is something people don't know. They've already sent British troops.
But what I'm saying is, but then you're going to have China and Russia. And to me, they had a plan B. If they don't get the World War III with Russia, what they wanted through Ukraine, this is plan B. Well, but at the same time, they're going to crash everything, put fucking boots on the ground in every country that they can, and steal everything at the same time. It's a great reset in operation in its simplest form because they didn't get it through Ukraine. That's my opinion, anyway.
Well, Tom, keep the ideas coming, mate. They are all well received, I can assure you. But this is the thing. There is many conflicts going around the world, many things that can kick off a world war. Uh, I remember when we put out, I mean, people are starting to put it back out now, but remember when we first put out that Deagle stuff about the military site stating that we're going to have a certain amount of population by this sort of time? That was because there's meant to be a global war. Now, think about it. We're on the precipice of a nuclear war because um, by no means am I backing Putin or agree with what he says, but I understand what he's saying when he says the words, there will not be a world without Russia. That should be enough. I'm not being funny. We are literally poking the bear. I mean, I don't think even China could go up against Russia. I mean, Russia's got more nuclear weapons than anybody and more nuclear deterrence. That they've got more defense against nuclear weapons than we have nuclear weapons. Seriously, I mean, what other ways? For me, if you do your history, wars have always been one thing. In fact, actually, with wars, there's a pattern. A war starts, then you get famine, then you get disease, then you get depopulation. Literally, it all just goes in a nice, neat line and does what you want. And then you're left with a decreased population that will do anything that you say just to be able to eat, sleep, and stay safe. This is a situation we're seeing now. Hello for the new people coming in. Hello, Popsy. Hopefully, Gabby will pop back in again in a minute. He's a bit late over there. Otherwise, I might wrap it up. We may do an open panel soon. But seriously, people, you've got to get to grips with consent because you consent in so many different ways. I.e., one of the biggest ones is silence is consent. Now, I know some people will say, it's like, but I'm not silent. Standing in the park saying I do not consent is being silent because unless you are willing to put that to paper, you are silent. So understand, your silence is consent. If you stand by, for instance, if you stand by and watch a minority be prosecuted, you're silent, so you consent to that through silence. Yeah, actually, Dennis, they have. And that kind of made me laugh with Nigeria because Nigeria were going to be absolutely annihilated. Thank you, Alice. And yes, yeah, well, yeah, we do it because if we say we're going to do something, we do it. It's the whole point. Hopefully, Gary will pop on again in a minute. I think he just got kicked out. I wouldn't say that, Tom. I would say everybody's on an even kill. It takes thinkers and doers. Without the thinkers, the doers can't do. Without the doers, there's no point in the people thinking. Nobody is above anyone as far as I'm concerned. That's why I like Clause 61 and the Baron's Army, because everybody's equal. I don't care if you is a general in the army. You are no higher than me under the Baron's Army. You have a duty because you got that high in the army to actually use your abilities and your knowledge to further the movement, but it doesn't mean you overrank me at all.
No, nobody overranks anybody. Everybody's equal under 61. That's a good thing. Sorry about that. I know I got kicked out, but probably wrap it up now anyway. It's 12 o'clock here. I will be back home soon anyway, so.
Yep. See, it's another thing as well. It's like people didn't think that. People thought that you disappeared. It's like, no, he's not disappeared. He's going over for he'll be back. It's like one of them things. If you love your people and love your country and hate what's going on, then there must be something inside you that drives you. If there isn't something in you that drives you, then take a look in the mirror and evaluate what you are actually about.
Yeah. But it's like now, and you know what I mean. If you look at now, even though I'm still active. I don't just shut up because I've come over here. I don't do it as much, but I still post and stuff every day, or most days. I still do lives, but I ain't been doing as many lives in England anyway. Just the same as here.
But this is the thing. People don't understand how much actually goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's there's things that happen behind the scenes that we can't talk about and we can't sort of thing because until it's finished, it can't be spoke about. I mean, for instance, like the Attorney General disclosure rules, people still don't know this today, and people deny common law. But thanks to, and I'm not going to say who, not going to mean, but thanks to a small group of people, the Attorney General actually in 2021 reissued the disclosure rules for court and that lot, and it mentions common law throughout it, which the recent one did not. The same as thanks to a small group of people, you actually now have constables wearing their actual constabulary helmet. And I can't say for definite now, but I have it on good authority. Well, we've been told that this is going to happen. Apparently, we are going to get at least 2 bobbies in each area now on the beat again. Whether we actually see that or not, but that's what we've been told. But the law is slowly coming back.
Yeah, and everybody's making a change, and like I said, we'll have to see how this guy does in the one who's just took this to court for the mortgages. Let's see how he gets on. I hope he smashes it. I do.
I haven't actually looked into the case yet. I heard about it, but I haven't looked into the case. But it's like,
I'm saying I ain't.
That's for me. That's a big achievement because you are getting something in court to be questioned, which they have been hiding for hundreds of years. So that is a good thing. But my question is always this: why now?
Why they allowed it now?
This is the thing. I keep trying to explain this to people. Our police force has been defunded and destroyed for a few decades. Why? Because we was meant to be in the European Union, and there was meant to be a European police force. Why has our army been signed over to the EU and our army been defunded and decimated? Because it was meant to make our army obsolete. So therefore, when they produce something that's new and better and that can do the job that our army did anyway, they just wasn't given the stuff to do it, we would then pick that. So why not the same for our banks and everything else? If they want a great reset, what better way to get the consent of the people than to make the people believe that they are going to benefit from a better system? And this is the problem. The system was never broken, people. As it stands and as it is and as it's meant to be, the spirit of law is the correct way of living. What has actually happened is we have allowed, for our own ignorance and our own despondence, we've allowed corruption. So look in the mirror when you want to see who to blame. We've allowed this corruption because we turned away from politics, we turned away and we left the governance of our daily life up to a bunch of despots. What did you expect to happen? I mean, I'm not being funny.
Yeah.
I'm of a certain age, so I grew up when I was younger. Quite a lot of people used to talk about politics. I remember really when everyone talking about politics kind of went silent. Why did people stop talking about politics? What, because it was boring, because it was singing? At what point did we stop caring about what happens in our daily life and what rules we live by? Because this is what you've got to have to start asking yourself.
Yeah. That's the problem you got. I think. Well, it's like a lot of it, like you said, we've hit the nail on the head with a lot of it early on. When it used to be taught constitution, civics, which our government used to works used to be taught in the schools, but they removed it all, and
we'll wait for Gary to come back. Tom, this is the thing. If I could do the thing that lot on Arbitrage, an open accounting book system would, and we would, every single penny would be basically accounted for. It would be because we did discuss this, and a monthly book would be put up on a page like that. But this is the problem. I'm no good at counting, neither is Gary, and the other people we have within the movement don't feel that they're capable either. So who do we entrust with that? It's the thing. To me, it's got us where we are. It's greed, money. Everyone's after money. Everybody wants more money, and we need money to do it. We don't. I'll tell you a little interesting fact, right? And a lot of people don't know this about history, but how Germany got out of their national debt crisis. Do you know what they did? They defied the bankers, and they used the barter system because that was actually banned. The world banks, i.e. the Rothschilds, actually had it so Germany couldn't trade it with any other countries because of the money. So what did Germany do? They used the barter system. They exchanged goods for services and services for goods. And Germany was literally on the brink of it. It was what it took itself to, I think, the richest. It was the richest economy in Europe, if not the world at one point, and that was using the barter, i.e., goods for services. No money was exchanged. In fact, the only thing Germany used was it? I can't remember what it's called now. You might remember, Gary. Was it a certificate of something? Basically, what it was is the German government basically said, right, for every Deutschmark we give out, we want a Deutschmark of work or goods or services. Got them out. Got them out of poverty. Got them out of thing. Took the economy skyrocketed. So tell me, why do we need money if a country can use the barter system and bring it outside of the global banking system and the debt and make their country one of the richest countries in the world? Why do we need it? Why can't we trade like for like?
Yeah, within 5 years, Germany was at the gutter. Everybody was rewarded. I mean, the Volkswagen was the people's car, and basically it produced them really cheap, so everybody could get about. Everybody could have their own house. He encouraged the building of families and having children, and that because this and that. Then every German was allowed a holiday abroad every year, or to resort in Germany every year, and they paid for it, and it like sort of give them a boost.
I mean, it was. You think Gary broke up there, but what Gary's saying is, right, what Germany had was a lot of things that actually helped give the country a boost. As Gary says, the Volkswagen Beetle was actually designed as the people's car, so every single man, woman, and family would have an automobile to be able to travel to destinations and make their life better. And as Gary said as well, a lot of people don't know this. There is an island just off Germany, and Hitler actually started building a massive holiday camp. Now, if that was just to be finished, that would probably hold every single refugee. But it was just off Germany, and every single German family had the right, and I mean a right, to a holiday once a year. And they would go there, and it'd be free. Even enough free. All they'd have to do is pay for their food and stuff.
You do a lot of good things you want to know about. But you get painted that way because that's the way history wants you to see it.
But there's the thing, Tom, you say we need a marketing budget and a marketing funding. I'm not being funny. That can be done through the people. If we've done this with CMW before. If we need 5,000 leaflets, one person can print off 100, another person can print off 50, another person can print off 200. And eventually you'll get your 5,000 leaflets. And that's the people pooling their resources. So it's kind of like giving money, but in a better way, because instead of just giving us the money, and this is the problem, and that's another reason why I don't want it, because I want to get rid of this thing in society that's been indoctrinated us, where it's better to pay someone to do something for us rather than do it ourselves. So what would be better for you, Tom? You want to see the people come. If you want to see the people come together and act together, what would be better? Everybody just give us money and then we just advertise, and then later on the people who give us money have still got to do the very things that we're saying now? Or would it be better for everybody to come together as a community and all chip in and do their bit?
Exactly.
Because you can have someone who can't donate money, but they may have a printer at their brother's or sister's house, and they've all said, yes, you can use it to print 100 leaflets. There's many different ways. This is why I don't like money, because it does actually cut out a lot of society. It does.
Yeah.
That is exactly it. And this is what I'm trying to alert to. And you make a good point. And I'm going to read that out. And actually, I'm going to put your thing up there, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you call a plumber or a tradesman and they're good, you're likely to tell your mates about it. Word of mouth will go around it. And I'll not be funny, I've worked in the industry, so have you, Gary. Word of mouth is one of the best ways to get a job in the construction industry, is it not?
Yeah.
It's word of mouth. It's like, no, he does a good job. They tidy up. the money was the price was good, everything was good. I'm happy. So what we need is we need people word of mouth. So we don't need to pay for advertising or an advertising company when we have the advertising company, i.e., every single person on Facebook, Telegram, Instagram, you name it. That is the publicity. That's free publicity when anybody wants to get off their backside and actually help and do it. Yeah, actually, yes, Dennis. I was actually meant to phone you. I've been really busy. Sorry, Dennis. I have explained. I've been really busy, but I was actually meant to phone you earlier, and I forgot. So that's my fault. So if I can, yes, I'll just bring you on quickly. Bear with me. Stay where you are. You there, go.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Right.
I keep getting kicked out though.
I know. Right. If you don't mind, Gary, I'm going to open up the panel because Tom wants to just come on and explain his stance on the money thing. And I do think this needs to be discussed because, like I said, it's better to have people on, discuss this, and we can have a discussion rather than just go.
He can discuss it as much as he likes, but I've already told you, if I ain't going to accept money off anybody, if I've got to start having money, I'll leave. I won't do it no more because I ain't in it for the money.
Yeah, because
like you said, if they want to do the leaflets and do it that way, so we don't touch any money, that's all well and good. But I ain't been set up for the fall, and that's what happens. And I ain't saying it deliberate, but the minute you start having money, people start saying, "Huh, you've said you've only had 100 quid. You've said you've only had 1,000. Whatever. I don't want all that shit. I ain't in it for that.
Well,
I don't want any part of it."
Links there, Tom. But like I said, this is what we can discuss in a minute because we've already discussed this in length over the years. And this is the problem. It's like, I mean, the open accounting, that's how we said, because I think we were some of the first ones that said it has to be open accounting. We hate the PayPal Patriots. I mean, this is what people don't get. Me and Gary were the first people to say no to PayPal Patriots. So we're not going to go and follow in their footsteps. And open accounting, you can do open accounting. But then what happens when you say then someone says, well, hang on a minute, I donated £50 and they're not showing that I donated £50. There's so many things. Like I said, money is the root of all evil.
No.
There it is. Hello, Tom. Can you hear us okay, mate? You're muted at the moment. Oh, Dennis, you could have told me. I've been messaging you on Facebook, mate. You could have told me. Oh, don't worry about it.
Hello, hold on.
Hello. You all right, Tom?
How you doing, Tom?
You're all right, guys. How you doing? I hope you're not taking my comments in the side chat as like what you call it, not aggressive, confrontational or anything.
Tom, when have we ever done that with anybody?
No idea how much respect I've got for you guys. When you did that, was it Sadiq Khan? When
yes,
yeah, mate. I mean, I pang for them days, right? You're trying. I don't know. You don't know. No one knew. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? It would have worked.
I'll be honest. We all went in there.
Hold on. All it would have took, if I was a copper then, and I witnessed that, I'd be saying to my other copper, hold on. We've got to wear them through. The law tells us we've got to hear their case, and boom, you've got that crack in the wall.
I know the
police did. I mean,
the police did.
Oh my God, you got to try in it. It's like when I look at medieval history. Hold on, when I look at medieval history, how much shit did we throw at castles back in the day? They'd start off throwing
dead animals, dead
bodies. They start off throwing cutlery, pots and pans, and
it started with hard language and moved on to throwing dead bodies.
Hold on, knife. But then we learnt about the trebuchet and the catapult. And we were like, oh fuck me! If we fire a dead cow over the fucking fence, it's gonna fucking poison their well and shit. You know, I love you.
Tom first.
I do feel like when I'm in the side chat, you guys are automatically defensive because what went on back in the fuck me, it's 3-4 years ago now with the Wake Up UK shit. And honestly,
so Tom, when has Gary or myself ever been horrible to anybody back there. Things like we still
No,
we had
no,
Eric
no,
Osborne, we
never,
had your things like
never. That's
we've
why I've
always
never
been
had a
impartial.
problem with you. Yeah, that's why I've never had a problem with you.
I mean, even when I've been in chats with other people and I've adjudicated the chat, when have I ever been biased or anything like that? When have I ever
Never,
picked
never.
anything? Exactly.
I've got to
as
be
you
honest, right? I trust. Don't take this the wrong way, Nathan.
said.
But I trust Gary's judgment, but I trust Nathan's intellect. Nathan knows
I would
shit.
agree with that. I would agree with that.
Nathan
Gary's
knows
got
his
more
shit.
experience than
Gary
me.
knows people. Gary knows people. Gary's a people person.
Yeah, Gary's got more life experience than me.
Yeah,
So,
I trust Gary's
me and Gary
instinct.
say this ourselves. It works because I rely on Gary for things, he relies on me for things.
Yeah,
But no, I don't take offence to that at all. I think that's quite a good observation, really.
I'm just an honest. I am who I'm not a game player, mate. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Yeah. What has done my head in, I'm not going to even mention his name, but you know who he is. It's where I've been in side chats and then someone else has been in side chats telling you what I think. And I'm like,
Yes.
no.
As you know, Tom, I make up my own mind.
Well, yeah, I've noticed you have stood up against that opinion many times. Yeah, yeah.
Well, it is, because as I always say, it's like whenever we've had any interactions, I don't really remember a time when you've been really disrespectful things. So I'm going to take you as I see it and how you think. I can't say fairer than that, really, is it? It's like, well, you come on here, you speak respectfully, you don't do certain things. I'm not going to go against
you. Haven't blocked me in the side chat. You've let me on the panel. I'm talking to you now. I think you get the vibe. I'm not hostile or anything. I fucking love you. Got what the shit? I long for the days of the Pendragons again. I miss the Pendragons.
Well, the thing is, though, Tom, we have actually done things. We have actually done 2 seconds. We have actually done things with CMW since. But this is what me and Gary were sort of saying earlier. There's a lot of people that don't seem to realise, because there's a lot of people that seem to think that the Truther movement only started with COVID. We done that Fabian Society. We done that Fabian Society arrest a year or so before even COVID was even started to come out. This is what people don't get. We've got
not being funny, mate. I was around on the political movement in 2012, heavy with Occupy and Anon, right? And before that, mate, I've been around since 2004. And you want to go back to 2004? What a lonely marsh that was!
Oh yes, it was. That's, I mean,
compared
myself
to
and
today,
Gary started around about
everyone's fucking awake today.
Oh yeah.
And yet in 2004, everyone was zombie. It was like the zombie zone.
Thank you. Like I said, Gary started with like common law and the Constitution in 2014. So imagine how many years we've been bashing our heads up against.
Oh, I can believe it. Yeah.
And we just go back quite. I mean, we've been doing this a lot longer than most.
Yeah.
Are
these newcomers that like? Oh, I've been around the truth movement for 3 years. So I'm like, 3 years? Is that all? Like, you ain't even out your training nappy yet.
But this is the thing, though, because this is another reason why I don't mind when people come to me and say, well, I think you're wrong, because that's how we actually progress. In fact, actually, I grow better as a person, and a lot of people don't like this, but I grow better as a person by interacting with other people. Because
this is why I
stand there with my own opinion, and I can be completely wrong. But if I discuss my opinion with 10 people, 7 of them people may come up with reasons why I'm wrong. So the majority will show me that I'm wrong. So therefore, I can grow as a person because I can adapt my thinking and my actions to become
the information that's given. Yeah, this is why I've always respected you, Nathan, Gary, Davey. Never even heard Daddy Dragon. The Langfords, God rest his soul, to one of them. The Revolution Radio guys. David, I've got to be honest. Yeah, let me tell you how I got into it. Right, 2004, I went on apocalyptic fucking end of the world. You know when you feel it in your bones.
Yeah.
You know, Afghanistan and Iraq had kicked off, and it's all bullshit. You know it's bullshit. You've learned it's bullshit. And you're like, oh fucking I can't trust the news. I can't trust the TV. All this shit. Then the banking collapse 2008 happened, And then I'm like, I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew.
That's when I really. That's when I really sort of. That's
yeah.
about the 2000.
I saw the build up to it. Build up to it. You could tell they were leading up to. We're going to collapse the banking system.
Well, it did collapse into this.
Yeah.
I watched that, and I was like, so everything that everyone's called me a nutter.
Well, that's why I like. Go on, sorry.
I used to say even back then, I was like, they're going to crash the system.
Yeah.
And everyone thought I was a nutter.
Everything's
everyone keeps saying, why would they crash their own system? It won't benefit them. And I'm like, it will. I just don't know yet, but it will benefit.
Yeah. I couldn't put my finger on it. Yeah. But you knew this is by design. This isn't a fucking accident. This isn't a random event.
No.
It's by design. Yeah, mate, right. I mean, I'm from a military.
It's the buy out
history into myself. You'll understand where I got this. The ability to see that systems, it's not coincident. Nothing's by accident. I don't believe in coincidences. Everything happens for a reason. And 99.8% of the shit that happens in our lives is by design. It's not by accident.
Because you'll be labelled as a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, mate, I've been done that since 2004, right?
My
great granddad was the bandmaster of the Leicestershire Regiment. You know, in the time of the Raj when we ruled India. Yeah. My granddad. Great granddad was the bandmaster. He had like 4 houses, he had a chest at the end of the bed full of gold sovereigns and silver and stuff. You know what I mean? He lived the life of the Raj. You know what I mean? Back when we ruled India. My granddad tried joining the army at 15, which was too young, and he fell out with them. And my granddad was saying, no, don't join the army now because there's a world war coming, right? There's a world war coming. This was like 1928, 29. So that tells you my great granddad knew that the Second World War was coming a good 5-6 years before it actually came round.
Could you know why as well? And I think
he knew because of the military. He saw all the ammo being brought in. He saw the tanks being made. He saw all the ammunition.
It's not just that. If you go back in the wars, it's like, for instance, if you take World War I or World War II, there's always a banking crash before there's a war. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's another signifier.
The economy dies, and all of a sudden there's a war.
Yeah. Bankers and that will see that side of it. But as military guys, you start to see, hold on, we're being moved to certain bases. We're having certain equipment shipped in. And it's like, hold on, we've been here for 5 years, or we've had rope and fucking pellet gun bullets. And now you're bringing in all the big ammo. It's like you're up to something. You know what I mean? I'm oversimplifying it. You know what I mean?
But this is most things in life don't have to be difficult. They don't have to be complicated. To simplify something is the most rudimentary and perfect way of stating something.
Yeah. I kind of like to joke about it because it takes a serious edge off it. So I've got to be honest, mate. When I get too serious, I get scared to fuck, mate. I'm like, we're fucked. You know,
I would say this. I don't think anybody who's awake and understands what's going on, I don't think anyone can sit and say they're not scared.
Yeah, not if you're not scared, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, or you're a fucking psychopath.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But then that makes me think, well, hold on, I've become acclimatized.
Yeah,
so
but
does that make me a psychopath?
No, because you still know it's wrong. You still worry about it. A psychopath will be like, "Who cares? Do it." I mean, this is why anarchy and psychopath.
Most of my laughter is nervous laughter. It's like fucking. This is scary shit, man.
Well, it is.
I'm kind of happy though. I'm laughing because I remember back in 2004 when it was only people like me that thought this, and now I mean, 2008, there was an uprising, and I thought, oh, occupy these Occupy people, they know the score, and Anon people, they know the score, and then that came to pass that Soros was funding them. And you're like, oh, maybe not. I have still got a few friends from them eras. I mean, that's where Rick got his phrase from me. Even a fake church attracts true believers.
Well, that's a very old saying.
Probably no, it's not. It's I coined that fucker years ago.
You didn't. That was
in 2002. Rick stole it off me.
Yeah, I know, but that quote was said a few hundred years ago. Can't remember who said it now, but that quote was a few hundred years ago.
Serious?
Yeah.
I've never heard that. I made that up myself, man.
That is a very old
when I found out that Soros was funding Occupy, I had a panic moment, and I was like, "Oh my god, everything we've believed in has just crumbled to fucking shit. We're all part of the problem." And then I thought, "Well, hold on, no, because there's good people that are true believers that have been attracted to this movement." And that's when I coined the phrase, even a fake church can attract true believers. Yeah. And that's where I was trying to say to the people, look, you've been attracted to Occupy. You found out Occupy is a fake movement. Don't be put off. You're a true believer. I'm a true believer. We're true believers. We've all been duped. So look for the true believer. Forget the church. I guess the point is the congregation is more important than the church. Do you know what I mean?
It is.
The congregation's what matters.
Yeah, exactly. The sovereign people.
The people that are part of the church is more important than the actual church itself. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that me with the echo, or who's got the echo?
Don't know. Might be Gary.
But anyway, right. Anyway,
no, I can't remember who said it. I know it's mentioned in the Gospels about false preachers and all stuff like that, and that's where it originates. But that thing, even a fake church will command followers. That's a very old saying.
Well, I didn't know. I thought I just said it because I thought it. But anyway, the point about you guys and the money, right? I do get it. Right, the minute you involve money, you're going to get people saying, "Oh, they're grifting, they're doing this, that, and the other," and that's why. Trust me, I hand on my heart. Your answer to that is open book accounting. Let people have a website they can look at where every donation is listed and every expense is listed, and no one can complain about anything. But that will then. This is where you're going to don't get me wrong. You're going to hit a fucking serious problem because you're going to set a precedent. And people won't like that precedent because you're going to set a precedent of what's this fucking bunch of idiots doing? They're taking donations and they're letting everyone see the donations. And then they've got their expenses on the same fucking webpage. It's like the Labour Party's going to have to follow suit. Google's going to have to follow suit. Sony's going to have to follow suit. You're going to set a precedent that's going to get you assassinated. That's what's going to happen.
Maybe, but again, in what you say, therein lies the problem. Because it's not so much.
No, but it's uncorruptible.
Yeah, but then when you start to bring in things like expenses, that's the easiest way to get attacked. It's like, for instance, I don't. Gary hasn't got a car at the moment, so say we need to get him. I mean, say we don't.
No, but then you're bringing in real.
Don't pay him a first class ticket on a train.
But then, hold on, Nath, I get what you're saying, but then you're bringing in real democracy because you can open up a live chat poll and say, is it okay? Do the donators agree that we should spend 5, 10, 20 grand or whatever on some transport for Gary? Let them vote. And if they say yeah, who's going to fucking complain? You're doing it all out. It's open book. You're not hiding. Do you think the same problems you're bringing up don't happen in a normal political party?
Oh, they
Of
do.
course they
They
happen.
do, and
Yeah,
it's usually
but
down.
they negotiate. Oh well, he got caught with a child. He got caught fucking a child the other day, but he knows about I fucked a child the other day. So you better give him his courtesy car, otherwise he'll grass on me fucking a child the other day. You know what I mean? This is how politics has been done in the past. Well, let's do away with all that shit. And let's just have open book accounting, follow the money trail. If you follow the money trail, you can see where the corruption is. If there's a hole in a pothole, yeah, they love potholes, don't they? The fucking politicians. Potholes are sinkholes. It's where all the money goes and no one knows where it went. Where's it go? Oh, it went down a pothole, a sinkhole. A sinkhole appeared in the military budget and we don't know where it went.
I mean, Alice has just made a very good point, Thomas. But the problem with that, Phantom, is you also get some people who attack the site to bring it down, so that will bring up problems and allegations. And that is most
trust me.
It won't be the donators. It will be because there'll be less donators. There'll be less donators.
Right, start again, Nathan, because I talked over you. Sorry. Start again.
It's about the people that will attack the site and bring up problems and allegations. Because an allegation, you know yourself, Tom, an allegation is moreover taken as fact before it's proven wrong, because you have to prove an allegation wrong for some reason in this society. It's never innocent till proven guilty. So that is completely correct. The allegation, I mean, the donators will be in the minority. So the majority could be the people that attack the site and make allegations, which then are more likely to do damage for the donations than word of mouth.
I disagree there, because I'd say with an open book accounting policy, you can account for every donation and every expense, and therefore any slanderous claims of where your money's going can be easily dismissed. Because you can say, right, what's the comment? The problem there, Phantom, is you also get some people attacking the site to bring it down. Well, that's more of a dox. That's not to do with accounting. That's more to do with malicious. Oh, we've got your website. We're going to dox you. Well, trust me.
Oh no,
hold on. Trust me. I know. Hold on, Nath. I know enough good people from Occupy Nanon days. Now, I know I'm going back, fucking hell, 15 years now.
Yeah, quite a bit, because I ain't heard from some names.
They're good people, they're professionals, and they're principled. And people like that have been born and bred and died and born and bred. People like that are still coming around and around and around. And trust me, there are hackers. Have you ever heard of the difference between black hat and white hat hackers?
Yes.
Black hat hackers are the bad guys that want your credit card details. They're going to fucking rob all your money.
The white hats are like your Julian Assange.
The white hats are like your Julian. Trust me, there's a lot of white hackers out there.
Oh yeah.
And Alice has got a point, because you will become a target, but there'll be enough white hackers will step. I've had people in the past, right, when I've had problems with people, I've had anonymous accounts just appear from nowhere, DDoS the fuck out of people that are attacking me. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? I'm not bigging it up or exaggerating it, but it's like having some, oh my God, I had a guardian angel watch me that I didn't even know there was there. And then the minute I act, it's like they've stepped in and done some nasty shit to the people that were attacking me. And I'm thinking, oh my fucking God. And part of me was thinking, oh, I'm going to get the fucking blame for that now.
More than likely, because
you know what I mean? But Alice has got a point, but just beware, there's people in the shadows, in the dark, in the sidelines, shall we say, that have got skills fast. But we're just, us on YouTube, I mean, me putting myself on YouTube now, I'm putting myself center stage. You know, you guys, and this is why I love you, David Russell, you guys that can put yourself center stage. I can only do it when I'm drunk. I mean, Jupiter said, like, oh, fucking every time we talk to you, you're drunk. Well, I'm not always drunk, but every time I go live, I'm drunk. Because when I'm not drunk, I've not got the desire to come on lives. Do you know what I mean?
I don't. I'm sober. I don't more sober. I don't like coming sober.
I saw you. That was my favourite Davy Russell fucking rant show.
Yeah, I went round David's.
I love that.
One
and
time,
that
and
Gary,
I've lived it since.
mate, fuck it, Gary. Sorry, mate. Love ya, but Nathan was fucking awesome that night.
I was
Awesome.
legless, and I still could quote common law in its exact clarity.
Oh, mate. I couldn't do the fucking alphabet if I was that pissed.
But that's the one time I've ever got drunk. And by the way, I'll be honest, I'd literally just gone through a breakup, and David convinced me to have a drink. I did not know he was filling my glass up behind me either. I thought it was the same drink for quite
I
a bit.
love the bit where he took you downstairs to bed, and then about 20 minutes later, you appeared in the back door behind him, and he didn't notice for about 15 minutes.
No, he didn't take me to bed. He just showed me where I was going to bed, because it was like if I want to go later.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. And then I seen the live the next day where Gary was like, "Oh, Nathan, you shouldn't have done it." Now I get what saying's Nathan. I get what Gary's saying. On a professional level, Gary, is that you doing the washing up or filling the dish?
No, I've just got some mistake. I've just put the dishes in the sink.
Mate, you're cutting in and out. Your internet's cutting in and
Right.
Yeah,
can I just say this? I've just been cut out. I'll come back.
Go to the other end of the room, Gary, mate, because you're
breaking in and out, mate.
Is that better now?
A little bit, yeah.
A bit better. Yeah. Still cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you got to realise, so I'm at 3,000 miles away at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, I got cut off before I could answer you. I was going to say thank you very much, Scott, because now you've gone from me not wanting to accept money to getting me assassinated.
That's the point. Are you trying to get?
No, I didn't mean. You fucking bugger. You know I didn't mean it like that, Gary.
I'm only joking.
I'm just saying how impactful the work you guys potentially could be. You know what I mean? And I think you both know it. You both know it. I'm not telling you something you don't know. Am I? Or am I?
I think I don't know. I think you give me more credit than I deserve.
No. You're trying some. Look, it's easy.
Yeah, but basically, it's not.
Hold on.
I'm not running into a burning. Listen, 2 seconds. I'm not running into a burning building. I'm doing what by law and my duty is. So, could you really say anything I'm doing is admirable? It's not. I'm just doing what we all should be doing.
No, but it's by comparison, isn't it? Right? Not being funny. I've been around since 2008. I got involved with occupying land. I did some. I'd say I got close to what you guys are doing, because I was feeding ideas to people on the ground and they were acting them out. It's like I'd got a bunch of fucking puppets in Occupy and Anon, where I don't know, I think I just connected with the right people that had the right connections. So I could feed them ideas, and before I knew it, within fucking 4 hours one day, I fed them an idea. Within 4 hours, fuck me, I'm watching it happen on a live stream. And I'm like, you know, when it gives you that feeling of like, oh, fucking hell, we can actually take an idea and there's people that know how to make it happen.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an ideas man. I can sit here dreaming about computer games, designs for fishing, fucking multi-tools. I'm an ideas man. I just think of ideas. Now, it's one thing to think of ideas. Some would say that's the clever bit, but no. The clever bit is knowing how to take that from an idea into reality. That's the
Well,
clever.
actually, the reality of
And
it
that's
is,
what you guys did when
yeah,
you
the
went
reality
and
of what you were saying is
arrested.
that's a whole process. That every part of it is as good as the
Yeah,
other.
and there's
The whole
many
process.
people along that process. Many
Exactly.
people.
Well, like I said, it's like me and Gary said earlier.
But
Okay?
you're the, hold on, but you're the sharp end of the knife. On the handle on the knife. You're the sharp end of the knife. Most people, well, not most people. A lot of people are, oh, the ideas, man. No, fuck the idea. Anyone can have an idea. You can have an idea, fart, wake up the next day, you forgot the idea. Where's your idea going? Nowhere. Into
I've done it
fucking
loads
hot
of
air space. It's people at the sharp end of the knife that make things happen. You guys at the sharp end that do things, the doers are the real heroes. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but going back to the original thing, right? Imagine this scenario for me, if you will. Imagine if it's like Gary says. Imagine if we do another meeting and we get 10,000 people up and we're all camping out in one place and we need to advertise something. 10,000 people all put £1 into a kitty that's all agreed. We can do it that way. That's all the people doing it themselves.
Yeah.
We don't need to
Yeah,
be.
but even
So
then,
Alice has, like I said earlier, Alice, like I said, the best form of advertising is word of mouth, and we have that.
That's the best.
If another people use
not
it,
most efficient.
I know, but if everybody used their profiles on social media, and every time they was talking to someone, if everybody propagated what we need to propagate, it would go quicker than paying for advertising. Because it always does.
This is what I'm saying, right? I don't like the way, and I get it. I honestly,
actually, and I can give you an example of this.
Please, let me make my point. Please.
2 seconds. I'll give you an example of what I'm saying. The Freeman Land movement started in Canada. Do you know they paid for advertising, but word of mouth actually got there before their advertising did?
Yeah, like the Canadian truckers. That was all by viral video. No paid advertisement whatsoever.
Do you think any government's got to allow anybody like us to be able to publicise it?
Hold on, but you're missing the point I'm saying. I'm not saying you should accept payments and put it into YouTube, traditional advertising like YouTube and Google AdSense and all that shit. Fuck that shit. You got to go non-traditional like you're doing. What is that? It's old school paper printed posters that get put on a thing. Do you know the biggest achievement you're going to achieve from that? Right? It'll bankrupt you both. If you needed to pay for all the posters that need printing yourselves, it'll bankrupt you. But that's not the achievement. The posters isn't the achievement. It's the network of people that are going to put up the posters is the achievement.
Oh yeah, but you have to.
It's not about the posters. Hold on, it's not about the. No. It's not about the posters. It's about your ability to send out one email to a network of people that can then put out hundreds of thousands of posters.
There you go.
How many posters can one person do? About 100. Hold on, listen. I'm just running through some numbers. This will put it in context for you, right? How many posters can one person put up a week? Probably 100.
Well, actually, I know a few people who do leaflet and stuff like that, and they can do 500 a day.
Darren, I get you. They don't want to take money from people, but I trust these people, even though they don't get off on with Davey, and I love Davey as well. But I can see all past. I concentrate on what we agree, right? And on what we agree, I trust these people. I would pay these. I'd set up a direct debit, £100 a month for you guys.
That's nice.
If you set up an open book accounting, so I can see where my £100 going, I know, and I'd even give you a salary. I'd give you a 20% bursary, so that for every £100 I give you, you guys can do what the fuck you want with 20%. You can keep it, you can spend it on a caravan, a holiday, your own fucking mortgage, whatever. So 20% of everything I donate, you can do what you want. But I want to know what's happening with the other 80%. That is more. Hold on, that is more than our own government allows us. We pay fucking whatever it is, council tax and VAT. Do we ever get to see where this money's going? No.
Very,
They
very little.
say we do, but when you actually investigate it, all the expenses are put on unambiguous fucking heading or marketing and advertising. It's it's all ambiguous. It's fucking all disguised under a waffle of words. You don't know where the money's gone. It's gone into some cunt's back pocket, some cunt's back pocket.
You hit the nail on the head when you think it's like, between myself and Gary, we know enough people that do Facebook Lives and YouTube things like that. If everybody was to like just give us a month of just putting out solidly our message, that would do better than paying 10 grand for advertising. You mentioned earlier about emailing. I can email for free. If people was willing to give up their email addresses, then we could do a newsletter for free.
Yeah.
And everyone would get it.
Do you know that's how I got banned from Occupy? That's how I got banned from Occupy, because I suggested that we needed a central email mailing list. And I even said to people, look, I'm not asking for your like fucking business or personal email. Just log in and sign in to this email mailing list. Create a brand new email account.
That's exactly what we said when we
just so we can stay in touch. Just because I knew Occupy is going to end at some point. And someone from London Occupy Exchange got wind of it. Well, they seen it because I was posting it in their side chat, and then they blocked me. And I was like, that's when I knew. Hold on, you guys don't want actual change. No, they don't want these protesters to stay in touch. After you killed a protest, you don't want these protesters to have any ability to stay in touch with each other. I knew it then.
Yeah, because it's for profit thing, and like I said, it makes things go that way. But
and
like
it was Jules later found out it was Jules I responded.
You've come up with so many ways. I mean, myself and Gary and others, when we started Dragons, we discussed trying to create. That's why I created all the regional groups and got all them up and running, because that was a form of phone tree. That was a way where everybody in every region.
But you see,
had a group they could go to.
But this is the important thing I'm trying to say to you. Look, we all know the history of things, and we all know our money creates distrust. What I'm trying to say to you guys is, right, you're totally, I love you more for it. You know, the minute money's involved, people are going to distrust it. And that's why the only solution to that is open book accounting. But you are both stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You're never going to affect real change unless you get some money behind you, and you're never going to get money. Hold on, hold on. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Oh. So you're never going to affect real change unless you get money behind you, and you're never going to get real money behind you until you can provide trust. And the only answer to both sides of that coin is open book accounting. And it's very simple, really. All you got to do is pay an accountant, give them 2.5% of whatever money, and their job is to show and demonstrate to everyone, this is the money we've got coming in, this is where it's come from, and this is the money we've going out, and this is where it's going. And as long as people have got a website where they can go to the website and see, right, how much money they got coming in, how much money they got going out, they'll trust you. So you're maintaining the trust, and you're building up a monetary bank type website where you've got money to pay for leaflets, promotional adverts, videos, editing, this, that, the other. And you're going to grow and grow. You don't, mate. I
do understand what you're saying, but myself and Gary, and there's a few like Emma, a few dragons in as well. When we first started, many years ago, you could go into any town. It's like myself, Gary, a number of us actually went into town to try and tell people about the Constitution and stuff like that. When we first started, you would be very hard pressed to find anyone that knew what common law was, or the fact of the Constitution, or if we had one. You now fast forward, and back then, Gary would back me up, and there's Emma. Back then, us dragons, when we first started, it was like, well, we're never going to get this to the people, but if we can just get people just understand or just looking at it, then we've done our job. Well, we're past that. We've now got GB News and everybody else talking about the Constitution. We've got
Yeah.
people like Coffee Blue and things like that. We did that with no money, Tom.
I know, mate. That's why I love you all. I'm thinking what you want to do, right? What you don't want to happen is for you guys to have the idea, and then these wankers steal your idea and then put out a poison, twisted version of it.
Oh yeah, it happens a lot. It keeps
You know
happening.
what I mean? That's what's going to happen, though, isn't it? We all know
it happens all the
it's
time.
happened with many ideas. I mean, fuck me. The Conservatives have pretty much stole every one of Jeremy Corbyn's ideas. You know what I mean? Oh, Jeremy Corbyn says that idea. He's a bad man. Oh, but then they put it out there. It's, oh, that's awesome. That is. Politics is bullshit. That's why we don't need this politics bullshit.
Tom, mate, I have to sit around with a lot of people doing lives claiming to be constitutionists that I taught the Constitution, that they are now claiming that they are self-taught.
No, but this is what I'm saying, right? You guys are at that level. In my head, you guys are at that level. You don't have to convince the people below you. What you've got to do is explain your vision to the people below you. Those that want to follow will follow. Those that don't get it won't. Forget them. Leave them behind. They'll catch up later. Trust me. Right? You're on the trip. You're on the path. I've got my faith in you. Right? But it's going to take money to do it. And you've kind of created your own wall of limitation because you won't accept money, and with good reason. I totally get it, with good reason, because of the doubt and you grifters, you this and all that bullshit. I understand why you won't accept money, but by doing that, you're limiting yourself. And all I'm saying to you, a very simple thing, really, just something to think about. Don't give me an answer now. Just think about it between you and Gary, right? If you open the floodgate for money, but had an open book accounting where every fucking penny is accounted for, who could not trust you? No one.
If you remember, Tom, me and Gary were saying this a few years ago about if it was to be done, it had to be open again. But there is no way, and we have looked into it simply, but there is no way where we could safely keep our mind at peace, because myself or Gary couldn't do it. So it's like you say, that we'd have to either pay an accountant. And any accountant you're going to pay is a thief. Why would I trust a thief?
No, but you get an in-house account. I've got
but that's it. But then we get an in-house accountant, and I don't know accounting, so we've got nobody to check on that accountant. This is the thing.
But the numbers speak for themselves. Hold on, you're I don't think quite getting what an open book accounting system is.
No, I know what an open book accounting system is, but if that accountant is not
let me just explain. Right, for the viewers that might not know what an open book accounting system is, every donation is put on a website with the name of the donate, or not the name of the person, but the channel name or whatever is put on the donation website. So you've got two pages on a website, the donators and the expenses. So it's self-regulatory, right? If I donate 20 quid to you, I can go to a web page and I can scroll down it to the date I donated, and I'll see an entry where I donated my £20. If I go to the date and I don't see my fucking entry there, I know you're fiddling the books. Do you know what I mean? This is where it's self-regulatory. It's open book. The books are open. Everyone can see what money's coming in and what's going out. If you've got £2,000 going out for printing posters, right? Okay, the company that you paid to print the posters, they can go down the page. Everyone can see this page, by the way. It's not just open to those who donated. Anyway, I can see donations from everyone. I can see expenses to everyone, right? If I see a poster thing and I'm like, I've not seen them running around with no posters like that, I can contact that poster company and say to them, you printed any posters up for CMW or anything? And if they go no, you're fucked. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Though, but it's self-regulating. Every
understand.
donator is an auditor. Every supplier is an auditor.
I get what you're
Everyone
saying because
self-audits
myself.
it. There's no fraud. There's no chance for any fraud.
Yeah, just answer me this question, right? Because myself and Gary discussed this before anyone ever brought this up to us, because it was discussed because some people in Pendragon's discussed it. So answer me this question, okay? What you just said. If you go to that page and you don't see your donation, okay, you then know that someone's cooking the books. So basically our accountant's cooking the books. But the damage is already done. But the damage by the time you notice your donation's not there, the damage is already done to the whole movement, isn't it? So is prevention not better than cure? And as Alice has said, if every man and woman was to stand up and do their duty, you wouldn't need money.
Hold on. Alice is saying, Tom, then if you don't agree with what it's spent on, well, hold on. I could, then the layer leaflets and that you should say, hold on. Tom, then if you do not agree what it was spent on, i.e. the layouts to leaflets, then do you say my donation, I didn't want to pay for that? No, it's not that. It's not that kind of minute management of it. It's like, look, if I donate 20 quid to them and then I see, hold on, that 20 quid's disappeared, and then 100 other people's 20 quid donations disappeared, and then we learn Gary's bought a yacht. Do you know what I mean? It's that sort of, we're not on about micromanaging every fucking penny.
I know, but that
it's just
what Alex is on about is,
and I'm not saying look, you could do that though. You could you could have it on a donation specific basis where, look, guys, we're doing a poster campaign. We're trying to raise 10 grand for posters. Now, then it would be specific. If I'm donating to the poster campaign and I find out later my money's gone on petrol for unemployed people to get to a process campaign, you know what I mean? You could run different campaigns. Like, look, we've got a load of people want to attend a protest. They can't afford to get there. Do you want to donate some money? Yeah. Well, donate to code AB1.
But this is the thing, it becomes so intricate because it's like Alice is saying, it's like some people
that is where you'd have to employ
Gary's petrol.
You'd have to employ an accountant to kind of keep up with that sort of stuff, or employ, this is what I'm saying. There's no. Why is there a problem with employing people? You're doing a good job. You're doing value work for the people. Why shouldn't you be paid by the hour for the work you're doing? I don't get this. You seem to have this mental block.
It's not work, it's a duty.
You seem to have, Gary, you seem to have this mental block where you've got to be doing it for free. And if you're not doing it for free, then it's worthless. And that's where you got to cut off, because you're never going to beat these wankers like Tony Blair, Keir Starmer.
I'll give an example.
Whoever. Trust me, they've got billionaires funding them.
I know.
And you're never going to beat them.
I know, Tom. Answer me a question. When Mahatma Gandhi done his protest, did he take donations? His donations what got him the victory, or did
do you know what
the people backing him?
Do you know what got him the victory? This is an Oh, I'm glad you picked this point. Do you know how he got the victory?
I do actually.
My great granddad was one of the like I said to you earlier, my great granddad was one of the Rajas in India. My great granddad got court-martialed for refusing to fire on the Gandhi Sea Salt March. Yep. If it weren't for the British soldiers that stood down, they were given orders to fire on them as they were marching down and protesting by the sea, and they were making their own salts. The British soldiers were given the order to open fire, and it was people like my great granddad who defied the order, direct orders, who then later got fucking court-martialed. They're the ones that won the Gandhi Sea Salt March.
Can't actually. It was Gandhi. He supported.
It was soldiers' refusal to obey orders that won it.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
You proved my point, Tom. No money was needed. It needed the people to do the right thing, didn't it?
Yeah, to do. Yes, people to do the right thing. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah.
Didn't need money.
People, yeah, people
no
do the right thing, but sadly, we're in a state where if you're doing the right thing and you've got money, you're on a guaranteed winner.
Oh yeah. See, the problem with a lot of things with money involved is because people.
You see what I'm saying, though, God? I'm not having a go here. I'm just saying, look, your life could be made. Your life and your mission could be made easier if you took money.
I don't think
my cat's having a bit of a wobble. Maybe you and Gary can debate what I'm saying, but I beg of you, God, I love you both. I wish you got on with Dave Russell because I love him too, but I have no as a supporter of yours.
Tom,
let me finish.
2 seconds.
Hold on, let me finish because I'm going to sort my cat out because he's moaning like a bitch. Right? I just want to say I love you both. You got no. I'm not trying to troll you or anything. I'm just saying, look, your life and your mission could be made easier with a little bit of cash flow. You know, and it's for you to decide the whys and wherefores. I'm just throwing that idea out there, and honestly, I'm promising you,
we will take on board.
I'm promising you, all your true supporters would not look down their nose at you for doing it.
Oh, we know that. Like I said, and everything you're saying, we will take on board. We always do. But it's like, I do want to clear this thing up between us and David. It's like, for instance, me and Gary just walked away from the Dragons sort of thing. We didn't slate Davey. We didn't attack him personally. We didn't do anything. In fact, if you want to know something chronic, me and Gary backed Davey when others in the Dragons wouldn't. We was in the very much minority of the Dragons that actually backed and had Davey's back. Davey went on to screw me and Gary over, calling us cunts, slagging us off, and try getting people to go against us. Davey's not even attempted to apologise for that. I thought I was one of Davey's friends. I backed that man. I supported that man. And all he done is spit in my face. It's not that we don't get on. Me and Gary are just not going to deal with it because we just walked away. And we're not going to argue with him over it. There's no point. Me and Gary happen to be adults. So we just walked away. Like I said, Davey hasn't made any apologies. He's not got, I mean, he slated us on the rant show for, I think it was about 3 weeks at least in a row, calling us cunts and all this, like saying we need shut, we're destroying the movement, we're doing this, we're doing that. Have you ever heard him apologise? I've said this to you before, Tom. Do you not think that Davey, as a man, should be the first one to come forward if he wants to mend bridges and go, do you know what, boys, what I did was appalling. And do you know what, I am sorry. Because that's all that me and Gary asked for in the very beginning, and we've just ignored him since because we said, look, if we can have a decent public apology, as public as how he slated us, then we'll call bygones be bygones. Davey wouldn't do that. In fact, actually, I was on the Restoration Radio show the other night, and Davey was actually, I don't know if he was feeling, but he was messaging Stephen saying that I'm delusional and stuff like this. So don't look at us, look at Davey. Go and speak to Davey about his actions, because all me and Gary have done is just ignore him. We're not the ones slagging him off or anything like that. So you're going to have to go and deal with him on that one. And talk about
I can give you my.
Go on, sorry.
I can give you my answer now about everything that's been said. Me and Nathan have discussed this many times, and the people haven't been taught in school what they should have been taught. We have that knowledge about the Constitution, 61, Magna Carta, etc. So we teach the people and give them what they should have been given for free at school. And there's no way on this earth I will ever charge to put out the knowledge that the people should have had for free. It's our duty, our lawful and moral duty, to put that information out that we have to educate the people. If they don't listen, our reward will be at the end, and that's reward enough for me, when people back us up, if they ever do, and we get the country back. That's more than enough reward for me, because I know my grandkids, kids and future generations are going to be safe. That's all I want from it. I don't want any gain. And I never will.
Spot on, Gary. Spot on. And thank you, Carmela Betty. And I have said this to you before, Tom, and mine's exactly the same thing. I will not charge you for what's yours and what's been taken away from you, because as Carmela said, That's profiteering. I am profiting from your situation. That's a crime.
Yeah. What I'm saying, Tom, is if me and Nathan have come with a concept of a new computer system or something like that, by all means charge people because it's our idea. We've come up with that concept. I get it and I understand it. And we probably would do because we'd have had to invest money to get that off the ground and that. So we'd want to recoup that money. But not for something that we've learned for free and then we can pass on for free. And I love it that you want to see us get on and that you want us to have the money, but I just can't do it, mate, and I never will be able to do it. Not on that aspect of things, anyway.
Do you know, that's the thing. I agree with Gary. Me and Gary have been pretty much staunch on this and had the same opinion all the way through. Because I've even had people saying the same thing. But like, what about your books and all that lot, and the time you spent learning? It's like, well, I'm not being funny. I spent time learning for myself. The fact that I can educate people and help them with their rights is a bonus to me. So why would I want people to pay me for my own education?
I don't think we've been fully with it, Tom, but that's just the way we've had that stance, we have from day one, and it's never going to change no matter how much people talk to us. We just can't do it to the people. We love the people, and we want to, times are hard enough as it is. With what's coming along with the famines and that's coming, we have to start saying donate. All we'd rather people do is come and stand with us, bring the tents, come and camp next to us. That's what we need. Not money.
That's exactly it. We don't want your money. We want you to come and stand shoulder to shoulder with us and make the solution happen. And money will never buy that, and money will not obtain that. Because unless you're going to pay everybody to come to your protest, you're never going to achieve that without the people wanting to. So the basis of our problem is the will of the people. The people have to be willing to physically take control of this situation and change it.
Well, Nathan, we just couldn't do it. There's no way we could ever get money.
Tom, we do honestly, mate. We understand what you're saying. You may think it's a bit weird, things like that, but it's like it's a moral thing. And we've learned, like I said, we've learned over the many years we've been doing this that you don't need money. You just need. It's like you say at the Fabian Society, that would never have happened because some of the people like Graham Moore who hid down the road, Sean Morris who hid at the back of the room pretended he wasn't with us. If it wasn't for the bravery of the 8 of us who actually did it, it would have never have happened. Never have happened. No. And we didn't have a GoFundMe for that. All we had to do is I think about 45 quid. We all just paid for the ticket and to get there, and then we did it off our own backs. And we have now got a case that's backed by the police to CPS that we can now actually prosecute MPs. A little cost to us, great achievement. And it wasn't the money that achieved it.
No. And this is what we, and I hope people understand and respect us more for that, because you'll never see us point to do a PayPal or a GoFundMe at the bottom of any page that we're on, because we just won't do it. If groups ask us to join and they start asking for money, we'll leave, because it ain't about money. You shouldn't need money to get your country back. All you need is the unity and the people standing together side by side, and the love. And the compassion and the empathy.
Exactly. I revert to the maximum law. I mean, you should never have to pay for justice. That's the one thing I always told you. You shouldn't have to pay for justice. The remedy should be free, and it is free. That's why it's thingy. I mean, I agree with Gary to a certain extent. Things like that, as we keep saying, it's like if these people are willing to donate, then what's wrong with these people going out and instead of donating, buying something and then donating that? So instead of us having to deal with money, accounting, stuff like that, people just go, I've ordered you guys a CMW banner. I'm going to pay for it. I just need to know where to send it. Thank you very much. That's nice. That's you helping us out. Why can't you as a donator print out, if we create a leaflet, print out 500 leaflets and go around your own area and put them through letterboxes? Why does it take money to do this when you can do this off your own back and it would help more people than you ever know? This is the thing that we keep trying to show everyone as well. You don't need money. One person can make a massive difference. All you need to do is have the will to make that difference. And like I said, Tom, if you used to pay, you said you'd give us £100 a month. If you used to take that £100 a month over 6 months, £500. Now you go and spend that on leaflets or some advertising for us, because you are actually helping the cause. That's better than us taking the money and doing it. It actually means more to me for once, for anything, because that's people showing their support. It's not a case of I'll pay for you to do something I can't be bothered.
So I was going to say, we want people to get involved.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your ideas, Tom. And honestly, we do take it on board. Honestly, we do.
Yeah. It's just that our nature and our morals will not let us accept money for something that is not ours. We've just took the concept and the law of our land and the Constitution, 61, etc., and we're educating the people. What they do with that is up to them.
And it is profiteering. The fact that people have been denied their rights and stuff like that, if we make money off that, we are profiteering.
But that ain't the reason we don't accept money. We wouldn't do it anyway.
Yeah. It's not that we disagree to a certain extent, Tom. It's a fact. It's finding a moral way of doing so, and the only moral way is for people to get involved. And this is the thing: we don't want money; we want people involved. And every time people get money gets involved, people tend to go, right, well, I've donated my money. I'm just going to sit back now and watch. That's not what we need.
Yeah.
We
then
need
you get,
to go,
I've been donating £50 a month and you've done fuck all.
Yeah.
That's what you get and stuff like that. If you don't charge, then it takes as long as it takes. You've got to wait for the people, because then even if you have 10,000 people donating £1 a week, £10,000 a week, you still got to wait for the people to wake up and join you before you can actually do it, because it's going to need numbers. So that's what we're saying.
It's like Gary saying, everybody has to do their bit by law. But what you'll get, and because we've seen it with so many people so many times, it's like Gary just said, you'll get someone donate £25 or £50 a week or £50 a month, and then they'll just go, well, I've done my bit, I'm doing my bit, and now sit back. And when you go, right, we need people down here, we need numbers, they'll go, well, I've done my bit, I donated. And we don't want that. People have got to realise that all you need to do is get to one place and stay there long enough to get the barons and get things moving. That's it. So that's the only money that you really need. And I tell you what, it would probably cost less money to get everybody to get themselves to a place with a tent than it will do for us to advertise over and over and over and over again. Because I tell you what will happen. It's like Gary says, and Gary hits the nail on the head. Until people are ready, no amount of publicity, no amount of money will do anything or go anywhere. That's my view, because we've seen it time and time again. We proved, me and myself and Gary was part of the 8 people that proved that the little man can bring the government to account. Have we been backed as people think? No, people don't donate money to pay for a barrister for the case, but they don't want to write in and say, I want these people prosecuted. So I said, money's one thing, but it's still silence, so it's consent. We need to stop consenting. So, and having that thing to go, I do not consent and doing it properly is free. It costs you pretty much a stamp. So that's one of my
freedom shouldn't cost you anything other than your time, your own time and energy. That's all your freedom will cost you. It should never cost you any money. Other than like if you're travelling, you've got to pay for your own travel. But you shouldn't have to donate so much a week or so much a month to get your freedoms back. That's not right.
And it's not just that. We live in a time of extended austerity. There's a lot of, this is what I go on about doing profiteering. There is more people in poverty today than I think ever has been, especially in our lands. So why, and this is a problem, we'd be taking money, until people are willing to stand up, nothing will change. So we'd be taking money from people that are struggling with a cost of living crisis and everything increasing, the cost of the whole way of life increasing. We'd be taking money from them to just basically just to keep the process going, when at the end of the day, people have just got to stand up. Yeah. So
you don't need money for that anyway. We don't need none now. We've been on it now. We do this anyway. So why do you need money to do this? It shouldn't cost anybody anything to come and want to listen to us and donate, it shouldn't cost anything.
I don't know why you're breaking up so much. You was
It's
fine,
probably it's probably the signal in here now.
but you was fine earlier. But this is the thing. This is the thing. So honestly, Tom, don't think we're fitting, and we do take things on board. It's sort of like, but a lot of things you said, we've been discussing this many years. This was discussing the dragons, and the amount of problems that arise, and unless you can have it a completely problem-free solution to it, it's not. It can often cause more damage than good.
I mean, I love Tom and I'm grateful that he supports us and it's really nice. But it's just, he knows that we just never ever, well, I would never ever do it anyway. Like I said, if CMW started having money, I believe.
Well, we said this when we founded CMW, we're not doing the PayPal Patriot thing. So that sort of stands. But if the community got together, bought leaflets, and we could help organise that, that's great. That's the best way to do it because people are getting involved. And that's probably the best way to get involved because, like I said, if people donate money, they tend to sort of sit back and do nothing. But if they're going, right, I want to help these guys, I really want to support them, so I'm going to pay for 500 of them leaflets and I'm going to go around my own area and post them through as many doors as I can. Well, that would do so much more and mean so much more than just giving us 500.
No, I get. Do you know what? Where you've just said that about leaflet, let's take it back to the basics of leaflets. Now, I get that. I'm with you. I'm in a position I could do that, right? But I need you guys to give me the leaflets. I've got fucking printer ink. I've got a really old printer, but I bought loads of fucking cheap ink when it was about to be discontinued. I've got more ink than I'll probably ever use myself, so I could do that. But
what's wrong with that? What's wrong with
that? I'm in that privileged position where I can do that. There's people out there that would like to help, but they couldn't do that. But if you hold on, please hear me through. Now imagine if you had a fund of money coming in, right, and it's all accounted for, and you've got this pot of money, and if someone said to you, "Look, I want to print some leaflets off and distribute them in my local town, but I haven't got a printer, I haven't got no ink, I ain't got no paper, blah blah blah," and you can say, "Right, give us the name of a printer near you. We'll get you some leaflets printed off. All you got to do, go pick them up, distribute them in your area. Take some photographs proving that you've distributed them in your area. Not every leaflet, you know what I mean? And then you can then upload the receipt from the printers to the website so people can see who's donated that, look, we paid this printer in this area for these leaflets. This is what I'm on about with open book accounting. Honestly, guys, I'm behind.
No, honestly, Tom, we know you're behind you. Let
me say, I hope you don't think I'm being critical of you.
No, Tom, not in the slightest. Can I just give you an alternative to what you just said? You said you're in a privileged position. You've got an old printer, more ink than you'll probably use. So, and there's a lot more people in that situation you realise. So, why don't we cut out the money? What happens then if you can print out 5,000 leaflets and we can get 10 people to come and put them out with you for free? That'd be better than doing
I mean, fuck me. I mean, think about the time.
Say you've got one area. So I don't know. Let's take Manchester for instance. You've got an area of Manchester, and there's 10 people. They can all print off 100 leaflets each.
Slow down. Naif, I get what you're saying. But think about like the Labour Party and Tory Party. Yeah. They take in millions in donations, and they're trying to do what you're suggesting we do. And they're on millions of pounds worth of budget. Now we all know. Let's be honest. We all know a lot of that millions of pounds of budget disappears into spongy pockets. You know what I mean?
Admin, it's called. But this is the thing. You make a good point there. You get 2 seconds.
Hold on, Naif. This is the beauty.
You make a good point. 2 seconds. You make a good point there with a Labour Party in that. So this is the thing, right? Another thing is I don't want to waste people's money. How many people get them leaflets that lot through their letterboxes and that and just put them straight
in the bin? Yeah. I've got 4 of them in my bin right now.
Yeah, we're wasting people's money. Should we really be wasting people's money in a time of crisis?
This is what I'm saying, right? There's an alternative. why the fuck they're bothering with printed leaflets, I never know. It does have a place, but not to the extent I think. Emailing lists are the one. That's why I got blocked
Well,
from
this is
anonymous.
why we went on about the phone
Email
tree,
lists.
the email tree.
No, but then people, you've got to teach people that, look, if you want to sign up to a political emailing list, do not use your fucking real name as joeblogs.com@hotmail.com, right? We want, you got to teach them how to create a fake fucking email account.
Actually, we're in the
hold on.
we're actually in the process of doing it.
Nave, let me explain the whole picture first.
I know, but we're actually in the process of doing this.
Tell them how to set up a fake email account, and then you got to remind them you got to set up that email account to be retrieved by your phone, right? So you got to go on your phone and you got to add a second email account to your phone, because you're not going to manually remember to log into that fake email account. So you're going to need notifications to appear on your phone, right? I'm on about ABC fucking teaching people. This is coming from the fucking, believe it or not, George Soros School of fucking networking.
Oh,
right?
yeah, this is the thing, though. This the whole emailing thing. We're all in the process
mate,
of working out how to do
Patriots, we're so fucking slow, mate. Honestly, you don't know how far behind we are technology, dude. I've got people. I've got people. I haven't got no one. I've witnessed people that are doing really important fucking YouTube videos.
Bear with me one second.
Right? In their description, there's no links to nothing. There's no links to follow-ups. There's no links to fuck up. But in the video, he's going on about, oh, sign up for this, sign up for that, sign up for it. And I'm like, well, where do I sign up for it? There's nothing in the side chat. There's nothing in the description to the video. We got to get back to basics. We got to train people. Right. I had a phrase back in 2008. Gather, educate, and organize. So first port of call, gather people together. Once you've gathered people together, you got to organize them. You got organizing means identifying the skill sets in the people you've gathered, right? So organizing it means, right, you're going to have leaders, you're going to have followers, you're going to have doers, you're going to have dreamers, you're going to have fucking all these different subsets of people that have got a different skill set amongst them all. Everyone's got something to offer. Everyone, right? There's no man wasted. So you gather, you educate, and then you organize. And once you organize these skill sets of people, oh my God, magic happens, mate. Do you know Banksy isn't one man? You know Banksy, he can make art. No, it's kind of a metaphor. Banksy can make art appear in.
Oh yeah, he was doing all the spray painting and that everywhere.
Gary, I don't know if is it me or Nathan is
no,
Gary.
He's breaking up.
In and I can't hear a word you're saying, Gary.
Banksy was the one who used to do in different cities. He'd tear up and he'd spray paint a wall.
All I heard was Banksy was the one that
Banksy was the one that did all the paintings in the walls.
Yeah.
No, he said Banksy was the one that done all the painting on all the walls in the towns and the cities and stuff like that. In fact, he actually done one near me in Margate not long ago.
Yeah. Oh, he's done them.
And a whole. This is a funny thing.
Do you know the only reason
the person didn't have the choice, even though the person owned the house, half his house was the brick wall was taken out and taken out by the government.
But listen to what you're saying. Banksy did this. Banksy didn't do half of it. Banksy had the idea. Banksy would create the stencil. He'd have the idea. He'd create the stencil. He'd email the stencil to one of a network of people. Yeah, that's true. And they're the ones that there's a team of them. There's some of his works of art, man. It would have took. Oh, fuck me, from 4 to 10 people, 2 hours to make them. And yet we all think of that, oh, that's Banksy. Like we all imagine that's one man with a stencil and a spray can that did it in 4 hours. bollocks. It's like that's so huge.
Technically speaking, the stencil technique that Banksy uses, you could do that with about 4 pieces of paper stencils, and then just put it up, spray
No,
it.
it's a
put it
bit.
up, spray it.
No, I know what you're saying.
I actually know someone who does the
Guess
exact
what?
same
I
thing,
know
and
what
it's
you're
easier than
saying,
people
but
think.
it's a bit bigger than 4 pieces of A4.
Some of them are, yeah, but it can be done as easy as that.
Mate, some of them are like 48 foot high. You know?
Oh yeah, that becomes a lot harder and things like that.
Yeah,
but
they're the
most
ones I'm on
pieces-
about. They're the ones I'm on about where it's took a team to do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
there
yeah.
was one that appeared on the Gaza wall, and he created this. It looked like an explosion on the Gaza wall, and it opened up the Gaza wall, and he put a paradise scene behind it.
Hmm.
I mean, that appeared in 3 hours. Do you think one man can make that happen in 3 hours? Do you think Banksy was even in fucking Gaza when that happened?
Yeah.
No,
Well, this is
Gaza.
the thing, it brings me back to my point.
Banksy is commanded. Trust me,
I know, but it brings me back to my point.
Banksy is
Though,
commanding a team of artists.
exactly, and as you said,
hold on,
he just
please,
emailed.
Nate, slow down.
I know, but Tom, you've been talking all night, mate. So it's not me.
I haven't been
interrupting you.
talking all night. I'll let you just talk, and I've come back.
It's
and you
like,
won't let me
I know, but
explain.
it's like you just said there, because you'll move on. I just want to finish on the point. It's like you just said there.
Come on.
Banksy emails a design to other people. That costs nothing. That person
No,
then
but he's
uses
got that.
their
It's
own
already, but when he
ability
does
to get
that,
material.
hold on. But you're skipping a part. When Banksy emails them people, they're trusted fucking people.
Yep.
Well, that takes some networking to build up them trusted people. Do you know who? How does Banksy know who to email? It ain't just the open. Right, Banksy will have an open email list, right, where any promos he does, boom, they all get it. And then he'll have a trusted list where they've built up contacts and trust and stuff.
And how much do you think that cost Banksy?
That's a good question.
Nothing.
I'd say
you know what? It was word of mouth, and as you say, networking that done that, not money. In fact, actually, Banksy completely against money. Look at what he did with the British Museum when he designed a frame to shred his painting as soon as it was bought. That man doesn't care about money, and he doesn't care about people who don't care about art either.
Yeah. But that man don't care about money because he's got a lot of it. You guys don't.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
But you're letting pride. You know, pride is one of the 7 deadly sins.
It's not pride that stops me, Tom. It's morals.
It is. No, it is.
Morals.
No, it started off as morals and it ended up being pride. That's how the story goes. Read the story. It's in the Bible.
Well, I haven't got to the pride part yet. I'm still on the moral stage.
God bless. I fucking love you guys. You have no idea. No, I get it. But I'm buying it. I'm buying into the dream, and I want to invest, and you won't let me invest.
Then invest your time. Invest your time. Invest your energy.
No, fuck you. You're not having my printer ink. You're not having it. It's my printer ink.
Do you understand what we're saying, Tom? You're invested, so be invested. Invest your time. Invest your.
No, but what I'm saying is, I've got right. What I'm saying is, look. Yes, I could print off. Well, I'd still need the paper. Actually, hold on. I bought a load of printer ink when my printer went out of date and discontinued because it was cheap as fuck. It was like £1 a cartridge, and I bought like 50-70 quid's worth of it, something like that. I've got a drawer full of fucking printer ink. Got fuck all to print.
But do you understand what?
But I've got no paper. Hold on, but I've got no paper.
But what if we could find someone in your area that can give? What if we could find someone in your area that's willing to spend about 30 quid on paper and come around and bring you about 10 to 15 packs of paper?
No, but this is the thing, though. Like, you shouldn't need to rely on charity and volunteering.
But donation's not charity.
No. Oh, God help me. Come on, God. Hold on. Let me open.
He's a charitable.
Someone in the side chat has got to see what I'm saying.
No, Tom, I see. Honestly, I see what you're saying, mate. I just don't think you see where we're coming from, because at the end of the day,
just a basic question.
We could throw £1 million at this in the next year and get nowhere. but we are steadily,
But
slowly,
you
and
could
surely
throw, hold
building
on,
our network,
hold
building
on,
our
you can't
base,
just
building.
say that as if that's what's going to happen. You could throw £1 million at it and end up being fucking prime minister.
Yeah, no, because I don't do politics.
If we're dealing in,
And can you see anyone voting for me? Honestly,
but if buts and maybes, you know.
no,
But you've got to admit, hold on, Nath, on a basic level, you've got to admit that if you had a budget, you could achieve more. Surely.
No, me and Gav discussed this a lot. We're not saying that having the money to do certain things wouldn't make things easier. Yes, it would.
And
but
you're not. Hold on the same note, do you not think that the time, the effort, the man hours that you and Gary have put into this project, that you don't deserve a wage?
No, I don't think we do.
Well, I disagree that. I strongly
I
disagree.
don't think we do. Like I said, I'm not being funny. My education started.
Can I just explain why, though?
I know.
We all know your reason why not, but can I explain why I think you should get a wage?
Go ahead.
It's because by getting a wage, one, you're not going to be trying to, your brain, half of your brain ain't going to be off looking for a paid job that's going to pay bills and this and that and the other. Right? If you could do this full time, 110% of your time, with a wage and a salary, you're 110% committed, and therefore we know you're on it. You're on it. You're not going to be, oh fuck, I'm doing this for free, but shit, I've got my car tax is due, the MOT's due, the rent's due, this is due. You've got none of them distractions because you're getting your money from your just cause, man. It's a just cause.
No,
and that's the key thing.
You do make a good point with that. But again, as I said, right, I started my education in law just after I turned 16 because just after I was 16, I started representing myself in family courts. My education I've mainly done for basically my children's benefit. So I'm not going to charge people for that. The fact that I learnt my rights and the rights my children should have, that was not to profit. So I would literally I would be tarnishing, if not destroying, the noble and moral reason for me undertaking this whole learning to get paid.
Oh, hold on, I've just clicked. Do you think that having an open book accounting means you're profiteering?
Yeah.
No, open book accounting just lets people know where their money's going. If you've got donators and you're spending every penny they give you and you're not taking any, you're not profiteering from fuck all. All you're doing is you're creating a system where the more supporters you get and the more donators you get, the more power you have to invest money into furthering your cause. And through open book accounting, you can demonstrate that you're not taking a penny. So open book accounting actually bolsters, and that is a virtue. I'd say too virtuous.
Don't get me wrong. No, but you make a very good point.
Don't forget, you're human. You ain't a saint yet.
Oh, I'll never be a saint. Oh,
not yet. Not till you're dead, mate.
I know. He won't even be after I'm dead.
No one gets sainted till they're dead, mate.
Yeah, I'm not going to be sainted, and I will never be known in history as saying I realise.
Saint name of the. As a jokey sideline, Nath. As a jokey sideline, what saint would you want to be known as? Saints, Nath of the lawful rebellion, or
I would not want to be a saint because if people knew and actually
fuck off! Stop being so serious. Play the game.
I am playing the game, and this is the reason.
What saint
Mother Teresa was made a saint, and that woman was fucking abhorrent. Everyone who's been made a saint.
You're so fucking serious. Fucking hell, dude. Lighten up. Right. Saint Nath of what? Saint Nath of what?
I have no idea.
Well, you either have no idea or you're gonna have no choice.
Yeah.
And we'll all make
actually, if I'm going to be a saint, it'll be after I die, and I have no choice anyway. So it's
Do you know what? Just to piss on your grave, I'm gonna run a donation.
I'm sure many will.
I'm gonna run a donation here just to piss on your grave. I'm gonna run a donation in the side chat. The biggest donator gets to choose. Yeah, ain't that a pisser on your grave? Like, fucking hell, I spent all that time not taking donations, and that cunt went named me on the biggest donation. What a wanker.
I know, but how are you going to get them donations to me? Because you will not have any money.
Through Gary. Gary's going to help me.
He's not.
When you're dead, I'll get to Gary.
Yeah. Make sure you bring your Ouija board.
You dare die before Nathan, Gary. If you die before Nathan, Gary, I'm going to follow you to hell. I'll tell you.
But actually, going back to being a serious point, it's right. The reason why, because I've seen it time and time again. Okay, you say about money and it makes it easier. Look at Britain First. Britain First spend millions. Have spent millions on.
This is what I say. Don't that show you
where have they got to?
Just a quickie though, Nath. Don't that show you how much money's involved in these causes?
Yeah, but this is the thing. Money means nothing to me.
Well, you guys, right here, it's kind of what I'm saying to you. You guys have shown me, right, since the Davy Russell days. Sorry you fell out, but I still believe in all of you. I wish you'd get along. But you guys have had more integrity than British First. Who was that? Anne-Marie Waters. What, For Britain? Was it For Britain? Anne-Marie Waters. Was that For Britain?
Yeah. First, that's Anne-Marie Waters.
Yeah, For Britain. Britain First.
Well, look at that.
I almost
Anne-Marie Waters walked away with, I think it was nearly a couple of hundred.
Who's the Tommy Robinson one? Who's the Tommy Robinson? EDL. Now I know some of you were part of that to begin with, but you've matured. You moved on, and that. I've got no fucking racial fucking. I don't see. If we can have this Scottish.
I was never part of the EDL. I've never been involved in it.
If we can have the Scottish National Party, why can't we have the English National Party? I've never understood why. Oh, it's racist if you're English, but it's not racist if.
Well, you had the English Democratic Party, didn't you?
That was it. What was it? EDL and SNP, weren't it? BNP and SNP and all that.
BNP was.
You know what I mean? I mean, we all know the millions they've raised in all these different nationalist parties. Who's the only one that isn't asking for money? You guys. And you're not being nationalists. You're not being fucking racist. You're not being nothing. You're just speaking truth, facts, power, legalese, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? This is why
you can't discriminate under what we do. Like I said, it's like, look at Denison laws. You can't discriminate against people who come to our shores knowing our laws. Certain things like that.
This is what I'm saying. You got to emphasise on this, but you've got to take. I love you guys, but you've got to take the money in. The people ain't stupid, right? They're not fucking all Down syndromes in the side chat. They're not all Down syndromes. They know what they're doing. They're grown adults. If you present them an argument that they agree with and they want to donate their money, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I've never found it so hard to make people want to make money.
I know, but Tom, I don't want to make money. Tom, answer me a question, right? Because Tanya's just put it in the thing, okay? What gives us integrity? The fact that we've always been honest and never took money?
Yeah, which makes me want to give you some money.
Exactly. So why doesn't it make you want to get involved and help us and work with us? Why does it make you just want
because right, okay.
Why can't you donate your time and yourself rather than your money?
Right, I have got the printer ink. If someone drops some paper off, I've got printer ink and fucking paper, and I have got time. I could set the printer to print.
I'll tell you what, Tom, drop your email in the back chat, not in the public chat, and I'll hook up with you on email.
No, fuck off. You're not sending me A4 paper. No, fuck off. He's going to get me doing leaflet. I did newspaper rounds when I was 14, right? But I get what you say. I'll print them off if someone wants to deliver them.
Well, this is the whole point. This is about networking.
No, but this is what I'm saying. If we
But if
had,
you give me your email, then we
if
can
you
start
had
networking
money,
and getting people to
if you had money, you wouldn't need someone to buy into your cause. You could just pay them and they'll do it. Fucking Uber drivers. Do you think Uber drivers believe in McDonald's, or are they just doing it for money?
Do you know an interesting fact? With CMW, we got our big. Actually, so that we got some of our biggest kickback because we did actually basically one of the CMW members did print off a load of leaflets, and with my ones, I went round basically the towns in my area. I put them in the pubs, the shops, and everything like that. I got more basically come back from the people in my own area doing that than I did thinking. Paying someone to drop leaflets, I don't mind that.
Well, yeah,
I'm not
there is
money, but then again, I would want to put a stipulation on that. It'd have to be a homeless person. So this
Right.
is my problem, Tom. It's like you could donate
The thing
10 million
is,
pounds. You could donate 10 million pounds.
doing it your way, you'll get stronger supporters, lifelong supporters.
No, we'll get quicker supporters because
you'll get stronger because they believe in the cause. They're stronger.
Or if we're paying people to leave it, are they going to be for us or more for the money we give them to do the job?
Well, yeah, I get that, but that's where I'm saying you have got to be careful when you spend your money. But all I'm saying is people won't have any objection to giving you money if you're showing them where the money's going, right? And you could spend the money on Uber delivery drivers, and yeah, you know the heart's not going to be in it, but it's a one-off payment to get the leaflets out there.
Oh, no,
and then you might get a bunch of people that are being paid to give the leaflets out, and they start reading the leaflets themselves, and they're like, "Fuck me, I believe in this." And then he gets his mates involved.
You make a good point. You make a good point. Let me go back to the Uber driver because you make a good point. Okay, you an Uber driver or leaflet puts one through your letterbox. Okay, that's fine. That's all good. I'm telling you now, like if it goes in a newspaper and Uber drive, most people discard it before they even look at it because it.
Yeah, but then you can deduct.
Listen, what's going to mean more, and what's going to make you look at it more? A group of people from your area that you see in Tesco's and stuff like that coming to your door and saying, "Look, you need to read this," or an Uber driver quickly shoving it through your letterbox, or someone shoving it through your letterbox. Which is going to mean more? Which do you reckon is going to get the best comeback?
Do you know what? Honestly, I was at home when my local council conservative reps did the house leaflet drops, and they even had I can't remember her name. It was a blonde-haired woman from the Conservative Party, and they even took photoshops outside my house and stuff. And I'm like, I went to the shop, seen all these suited and booted people all looking excited, like, "Oh, we're amongst the you know, when you just see on a council, so what the fuck are these? What the fuck are these people that I didn't even know they were councillors at the time. It was only when I got back from the shop that I saw the conservative leaflet in my letterbox, and I'm like, "Oh, right, that makes sense." These fucking weirdos acting all weird. Oh, we're on a council. Look, photo op. I'm on a council estate. How down to earth with the fucking people am I? Type thing. And I'm like, when I got home and I seen the letter, I just wanted to go out and pour petrol on them and set fire to it. It was a good job they'd gone, to be honest.
Exactly.
But I realised who the fuck they were.
But if that would have been a group of people, some of them, I don't know.
Well, what I'm saying, that was my point. Hold on. Sorry, I got distracted there. That's what happens to my brain when I see a conservative councillor. Now, I imagine if me, you, not me, fuck me, put me out. If you and Gary had some money behind you, could formulate some cohesive group nationwide, all you need, I thought about this now, if all you need is like 20, 30 people in each city, 5 to 10 people in each town, right? So that ain't a lot of people in each town and city. Right?
That was the plan when we set up the.
Hold on, I'll go Banksy style. So you got 5 to 10 people in each town, 10 to 20 people in each city, right? Fuck me. You do it. All your litter campaign don't need no printing. All you do, you send out one email to the trusted members of each town and city. Print this off or make a stencil of this. Put this out on the local town. Boom, boom. Fuck me, overnight that happened. It's ideas like this. It's ideas like this that got me banned from Occupy, though. So be careful.
But listen,
be very careful. You've
just said the exact thing that me and Gary have been setting up for a very long time.
But you've got money. So if at any point, right, the guy from Sheffield said, "Oh, fucking printers down." Right here, bung, yeah, here is 150 quid. Buy a new printer. Then, you know, you got to. If money helps. Money helps lubricate the cogs of power, doesn't it? That's the same.
Yeah, power, but we're not interested.
Like that. You know what I mean? There's a saying, money's like oil to power or something. I can't remember the saying now. But dude, honestly, but this is the point I'm making is not about the money. It's about the open book accounting. That's what we need in politics, open book accounting, so we can see.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. We've been arguing that for years.
You know what I mean? Now, if you pioneer that, and it on a low scale, let's be all right. I'm bigging you up on one hand, but I'm kind of beating you down on another hand here, because I think you're only going to kind of reach. If you're lucky, you might get £50,000 in donations a year. Well, between the two of you, that's £25,000 a year. That's a pretty shit salary, to be honest. But why shouldn't you have that money? You're doing leaflet drops. I mean, it also goes against you. Like, let me tell you this now. Please don't interrupt. You know, back in the day when you were doing the Facebook thing, when you didn't have a PDF file, and it all was done by postage. You know, when people were asking you about this, what was it now? What did you call it? The pack that you?
61.
Yeah, right. Now that raised a suspicion in my head, because I'm like, why are they doing it for free? And the only conclusion, and please don't hold this against me, and I'm not saying that this is why you were doing it. It's just the suspicion in my head. Yeah. It was just, well, the only thing they're gaining really is a database of everyone's name and address who wants the pack. And they're paying for the privilege.
But this is the problem. We never
gained. Do you see what I'm saying?
We never gained a database. We still can't tell you how many packs we've sent out and who to send them out, because we never kept any of that information. This is why we're trying to build.
No, but you can say that. But can you understand why I thought that though? Like, hold on, why are these guys doing it by postage when it could be free and anonymous to do it by PDF or email or Word document or whatever, whatever? You know what I mean?
I totally understand.
I'm not saying, please, guys, I hope you think that is not my conclusion. It's just a thought I had. You know what I mean?
Because back then we didn't know how to do PDFs.
You're cutting it, mate. It's painful hearing you, mate. You got to sort your mic.
Basically, what Gary's saying is back then, and in Silty say we didn't know about, but we didn't have loads of computer experts and things like that to be able to compile a PDF and all stuff like that. Then it takes time for people to write all the stuff down to put it in the PDF.
Well, this is what I'm saying. If you had a budget, you could have paid for a guy to do it. Basically, what I'm saying, Nath, right? I don't want to keep beating you up about this all night. You guys are doing good fucking work, right? It's not a question of whether you're doing good work or bad work or whatever, or grifting or this, that, and the other. Look, I'm behind you. I'll help you. I'm fucking on board, right? I just think you could do better work and be more, achieve more if you let yourself take donations so that you've got a pot of money to make it more effective. Do you see what I'm saying? Think about it. There's no need for answers now.
I know, but
But
like I said, we take
but
you on
if
board
you
through
do
that.
it, but I'll be honest, if you do take money, the only way to counter all of your fears about being called grifters and that is open book accounting.
Well, me and Gary was the first
And
ones that said about PayPal
trust me, when you do the open book accounting, you're going to get a lot of fucking heat because there's going to be a lot of companies, a lot of charities, and a lot of political parties that are going to be like, "What are you doing? Open book account? No, we don't want open book accounting anywhere."
And then we get all these big corporations throwing their weight about, which means
and then you get assassinated and you both disappear.
No, we do understand your point, exactly. But like I said, it's just, it's like in an ideal world, yes, but this is not an ideal world. And unfortunately, and I'll ask you this question because this is a crutch of my point. Why are you willing to give money but not your time and your effort?
I'd give my time and my effort if you committed with money. No, hold on. No. I just made that up on the spot. I didn't even think about it. It just sounded good. Hold on, say that again. What was the question again?
Right. Why is it that you're willing to give up your money but not your time and your effort?
Well, I'm not. I don't fit into that category because I've been giving up my time and my effort since about 2004. And I've not really, on the grand scheme of things, I've never really had any money. And that's why I when printer ink went cheap, I bought it all. When it was £1 a fucking, when my printer went out of support, and they started selling full cartridges for £1, I bought a shitload. I mean, most of my printer inks from fucking 2014. The printer's still going fine. It still prints perfect. Fucking prints. You know what I mean? It's just there's idiots that'll pay £30 for a cartridge at the minute for other model printers. You know what I mean? Ink's ink, blue's blue, black's black. You know what I mean? Don't matter what fucking printer you've got, you fucking posh knob, fucking snob knob.
Well, exactly. It's the thing. But all it takes is the will of the people. For people,
I need paper though. I've got to be honest. I bought a load of paper and I've gone through that.
But this is only like, I mean, this is why we're
£4.99, £5.99 for a 500 sheet ream.
But this is another reason why CMW is going to be releasing regional groups again.
I just don't see. To me, it's not fair.
In each area,
it's not fair that you guys pay out of pocket for doing good work for the community and humanity and the community. You know what I mean? I don't see why that should be fair. Hold on. If I sell you a burger, are you going to say to me, "Well, you should be giving me that burger for free because I'm part of the community"? And so, hold on, this burger's going to kill you. You'll still pay a guy for a burger, but you won't pay him for a leaflet that's going to educate him, enlighten him, wake him up, doing some good in his life. You know, just sort of see what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a broad shot in what you're saying, and there quite a few things.
Yeah, I'm kind of stretching it a bit, but do you see what I'm saying though? You shouldn't feel guilty for making not a profit, just covering your expenses. Why should you two? Hold on. Why should you two be out of pocket for this cause that's benefiting humanity?
Because it benefits humanity, and if everybody just was willing to be selfless and just give what they could to it, whether it be time themselves or things like that, then the whole thing would be sorted literally within weeks. So it's lead by example. Do we want a world where money rules everything, or do we want a world where we have our rights and everybody's equal?
Totally on board. Totally get it. Totally agree. Totally on board. Now
you don't join the devil to point out his sins.
Hold on. But totally agree with everything you just said. But would you agree that if I anonymously, some, what do they call them, a ghost donator or something, someone just turned up,
An anonymous donator.
yeah, with a shitload of money and threw it on your lap, are you saying that you couldn't do better with that shitload of money than you're doing without the money? Do you know what I mean? Money or no money.
Do you want to know my honest action? If someone
If you had money available, could you do a better job?
Yeah, because I'd be putting that into charity.
Thank you for being honest. No.
But this is the thing. But this is me. If someone come and dumped 10 grand in my lap and run off and I couldn't give it back, I'd be like, "Thank you, you just helped the homeless."
No, but you're not just going to piss it up the wall and give it to another charity.
I'm not gonna give it to a charity. I would. It's like this. If I got 10 grand dumped in my lap now, I'd be going out. I'd be buying thermals. I'd be buying sleeping bags, and I'd walk around for fucking weeks on end, giving one to every single homeless person so they survive the winter.
Hold on, that sounds like you're going to be a rapist.
No, it's things like that. Set thermals, a sleeping bag, and a thermos. So they can go somewhere.
Thermals and go around giving everyone one.
No, I said I would buy thermals for everyone, and I would buy a sleeping bag. I think.
You know what? This is where we
know on leaflets they get thrown in the bin.
This is where we know we've got to keep a sense of humour in the end times.
Oh yeah, I'm just being honest. Me personally, if I had 10 grand to myself, I'd be saying, do you know what? I can spend that on leaflets, and I know at least 2/3 of them are going in the bin, and it's money wasted. Or I can spend
that's where
save lives.
Do you know what? That is a problem because I used to deliver newspapers, so I know about that. And that's about knowing your market, and that's about having an email mailing list.
This is what we've been. This is
where
what
you know that the people that are signing up, they're already engaged. So you have it's something like a 10 to 20% wastage rate. You know what I mean? Because the people that are asking for a leaflet, they're already fucking halfway there. You know what I mean? They're already interested.
Well,
if you're just going to bomb shot, if you're just going to take a town or street or area in fucking Britain and say, right, we're going to dump a load of leaflets there, which is what the Labourers and Tories do.
Yep.
You know, 80% of them are going to go straight in the fucking bin.
Well, actually, they don't even get to sort of things. I know a few leafleters that have offered to do like leafleting for free and stuff like that across the country, and they've been quite honest with me on certain points and said they're quite happy to take the government contracts about doing their leaflets because all they do is go and put them in a skip and get the money because they never check up anyway.
Yeah.
I would not want the same as to hire someone and make a thing like. But it's the right thing. Like I said, it's like you can spend 10 grand on leaflets, and like you said, there will be wastage. Yeah. Can you argue that wastage over saving someo's life? Because that wastage.
This is what I'm saying. It doesn't. Hold on, but Naif, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, it can be different. I think the nationalist, patriotic network's different because we're kind of out and proud, and this is where I think sort of online networking and that comes in.
But this
is why I was thinking of Occupy. Hold on. Think back to Occupy, right? When Occupy was protesting, you know, by default, everyone at that Occupy camp, whatever it was, whether it was London Occupy camp, fucking China Occupy camp, Wall Street Occupy camp, you know, anyone at them camps is a political activist, yeah? And I was trying to get a central database of emails, right? I didn't want personal emails. No. I just wanted a way, look, if this protest ends, how can we stay in touch, right? So I was urging everyone to set up a fake email account. I told them this, right? I want a fake email account, but sign up to this email account. And I gave them an email account. Boom, I got blocked.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on. There's meant to be, you're not allowed to do, who said I'm not allowed to do this? Occupy. I'm like, well, who's the leader? I thought Occupy had no leader. You know what I mean? This is where the the penny started to drop with me that there are leaders. There are, I mean,
But this is the thing.
I'm not even going to
Gary,
name them. I could name names.
yeah, but Tom, Gary and myself are not leaders. All we are custodians of our movement. We don't lead our movement.
No, but what I'm saying is that all it takes is that central database of who gives a shit and who don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And
But
then
this
hold on. But the point is, Nath, I'm saying, once you've got that database of who gives a shit and who don't give a shit, you haven't got to waste money sending leaflets to those that don't give a shit. All you've got to do, you don't even need to print out leaflets. You can just digitally make one print and email it to all the people that do give a shit.
That's what we're doing now,
What I
Tom.
mean?
That's
It's
what
an
we're doing now.
email,
Like I said,
mailing.
I know. 2 seconds. Listen
Right,
to me.
but
That's what we're
hold
doing now.
on, hold on, please, slow down.
Tom, you've been speaking for
Right,
5
but
minutes.
that
Let me
only
say
serves
Oh,
that
you-
only serves your existing market. That only serves your existing viewers because they're already on your email dating, right? The posters come in to bring in new people in, right? But if you standardize them, you can turn them into posters, stencils, or whatever. So now you're getting new people coming into your mailing list, right? You do Banksy's with a little QR code that links to your mailing list.
I do QR codes.
Right. At the end of the day, the aim is to have a massive email mailing list.
And
right?
that's what we're doing now, Tom.
Well,
Listen.
that's got to be.
Let me say my
Hold on, please. Let me explain for the technically illiterate. So that means you need everyone's email address. Now that scares a lot of people. Oh, they want my email address. It's like, no, we don't want your personal or business email address. All we need is an email address that you use or have access to.
I know.
It don't have to be your real name.
I know.
Tom,
you said that about 5 times. Listen to me. This is what we are doing. We've been setting this up for a long time. We're trying to do it in a proper way. We are setting up the regional groups again, and in them regional groups, you will have instructions. You can either get on the email list with your normal email if you're open and proud, or you can create a separate one. We're all doing the process of doing that.
You got to let it be known to them though that they don't have to sign up with their.
That's what I just said. On the regional groups.
Hold on, but you've got to actually urge them. This is what I was saying with Occupy. You've got to actually urge them to not use their. Most people are fucking lazy. You won't believe how lazy people are.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is why we're giving people the
and
choice.
You don't want that with any political movement.
Some people don't mind
people using their real fucking names.
Well, actually, the problem is
email address.
Some people are not afraid to use their real names. That's why my email is in my.
Well, no, yeah, if they're not afraid,
this is why they're given a choice. You can either sign up with your email, or you can create a false email. But to create a secondary email, we then have the situation of we've got to spend a lot of time trying to deal with infiltrators.
Well, no, you don't. You don't have to deal with nothing because that email mailing list. Hold on.
Mailing list will be up and running.
No.
And
that email mailing list is only ever used for putting blanket information out.
That's exactly what
you've got grade. Do you know about grading of emailing lists? Right, you grade them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Right, you can go as deep as you want to go. Grade 1 is anyone who's fucking interested. Yeah, you know you're going to get trolls, you're going to get haters, you're going to get distractors. They've signed up for that emailing address. There's certain emails you can put out that'll help filter you out who's genuinely interested, who's responsive. I mean, all of them might be interested, but only 20% might be reactive, right? Reactive email, right? You put an email out there that asks for them to respond, you'll probably only get 20% actually respond. Now, all of those addresses that responded get put onto a second email list.
Yeah, no, we know. Tom, we know. As I said,
then you put out an anti-X email. How many respond to the anti-X email? right? They get put onto an anti-X email. These are all the same people. You're working with one group of people, right?
Tom,
And
this is
now
what
you're
being
working
set
out
up now.
who's
What we're
who,
talking about
who's
is
what.
exactly what we're setting up.
Yeah, good on you then. Yeah.
But it's free.
Well,
We don't
you need to be
people
paid for
pay
it.
for that. Yeah, no, we don't need to be paid for it. It's all free. And I've got an announcement for everyone as
Hold
well.
on, if you're doing it for free, you
This
sponsored by
radio.
the 77th Brigade.
Say again.
Are you sponsored by the 77th Brigade?
No, they're my mortal enemy. I'm not being funny. I'd like to speak to them.
That's what someone who's sponsored by the 77th Brigade would say.
Yeah, well,
I might be 77th Brigade, to be honest.
you might be.
I might not. I might not. Depends. If I've had a drink, I'm not. So you're not allowed. You're not allowed to drink on duty.
But are you on duty?
I've had a drink. I've had a drink.
But no, like I said, the regional groups will be set up again, not as big as it was with the Dragons. Emailing list will be sorted out, and there is another announcement. Me and Gary can actually announce now that Resistance Radio should be up and running shortly. Now that is a people's radio where we are not copyright or restrictions, so we are allowed to say what we damn well like.
Naif, I've got to be honest. I've listened to your last 2 episodes and What's It Radio. We need visuals, dude. You've either got what you need to do is you go live on your channel, put some pictures up on the screen, learn how to use OBS. Look into OBS. OBS basically enables you can play any video, have that on the screen, and you can play the audio from Revolution Radio. So you can have the audios coming from Revolution Radio, and you can control the graphics. But oh my God, I clicked on Revolution Radio. It's just this bar. It's this bar that just play. And I was like,
that's restoration. That's restoration. There was.
Dude, you got welcome to
last week we did actually set up a chat room on my YouTube. But the problem with what you're saying is we cannot have the audio over any platform other than our server. So it would always have to be muted.
Why?
So, because we're on a completely separate server. We're not bound by
copyright. Don't say copyright.
It is. It'd be. It's
content. Yeah. Fuck it off, Dave. Do your own thing. They're leeching off you.
Tom,
You're not leeching off them. They're leeching off you.
Tom, listen to what I'm saying. We have been given the use. We have been given the use of a private server.
I'm pissed off now. I'm sick.
YouTube is a government server, so whatever
I'm sick of people like you who have the content that give up their content for wankers like this that then copyright your content. It's your story. You're going on them channels to talk about your story, and you're giving your copyright to them. Fuck them. They're leeches, mate. I fucking hate channel. Jason from Wake Up UK is exactly the same. He's never done a fucking show in his life. He takes everyone's story, he fucking copyrights it, fucking hides it behind a paywall, and fucking lays ownership to it. Fuck them. Revolution Radio seems to be the same thing. Dude, your channel,
Listen, it's not Revolution Radio.
Your channel.
I know, Tom.
No,
Tom, you haven't listened to me.
Go on, then.
Right, please listen. Right, Restoration Radio is funded by Stephen. Nobody donates to that channel. Nothing's hidden.
Lang. Yeah, Stephen Lang. Yeah.
Nothing is paid for. Actually, it's completely free. It's all done by
Why
Stephen.
the adverts? Commercial breaks.
There's no commercial breaks.
Why the copyright? Why can't you replay it on your own channel?
Well, I'll tell you why we can't. Because if I was to put some of the streams for Restoration on YouTube, I'd have my channel taken because of the content that's spoken.
Who's the only person that can take it down? Stephen Lang.
No, he can't. YouTube can take. Right, Stephen Lang can't take anything down on the private server that we're on because
who's going to put the copyright claim in then?
They can't. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
Hold on. You're saying if you do a show on Stevie Lang's, and
No.
then play it on YouTube, it can be copyright strike. The only
No,
person
I never said copyright. Tom, please
go on
listen.
then,
I
sorry,
want to talk
go on.
about me, listen, right? I never said
Okay.
copyright. Right. I done a YouTube video with Gary and I spoke about the vaccine. I nearly had my channel taken. Okay. So if we play the audio and what we talk about on Restoration or what will be Resistance Radio FM, sorry, Resistance Radio UK, then I'll have my channel taken because it goes against community standards to talk about some of the stuff we'll be talking about. So the audio, you'll have to, all it is you'd have to have two windows open. The audio will be open on one window and the YouTube and the chat room will be on another window. So you can be listening to it while you're typing away. That's the problem solved. We cannot put the content and what we actually, and you know this, Tom, if you put, you're censored. GB News censored, everyone's censored. If you go, look what happened with the pandemic and talking about vaccines. If you went against the narrative, wiped out. They can't do that on this private server. They can on YouTube.
Mate, I just don't get that revolution. Right, when I've ever clicked that link to all I see is a play bar, like a.
Yeah, because all it is
and I'm like, dude, we're in 2023. We need at least a graphic or something.
Yeah,
this is like going back to 1992.
I know, and that's the way Stephen likes it. That's the way he does it. He's old.
Fuck Stephen. Sorry, Steve. Respect to AD. Was AD the one that did the t-shirts? I think.
Yeah, AD Lang. Yeah.
I respect AD brothers, but dude, you got to catch up with the fucking times, dude. We need visuals.
Tom, I've literally just told you last week's show did actually have like a chat room. Resistance Radio will be on. We're doing it on YouTube for the moment as a chat room. It will have visuals and it will have a chat room. It just won't have the audio. You'll have to have two windows open because we will.
No, that's not good enough. Look, Nave, come on. Stop making excuses, mate.
I'm not making excuses. Okay, all right then, Tom. How many people do you know that was cancelled during the pandemic for speaking about the vaccines? How many people had their channels taken?
Let's stick to one point. Let's stick to one.
That is my point. You're saying we're sitting there saying we're setting up a radio so we can talk about what the people want to talk about.
Right,
YouTube and all the other government servers will not allow it.
Don't be so defensive.
I'm not being defensive.
Look,
I'm
trying to help you, mate. I'm trying to help you. Right. Look, I'm on your side. Look, mate, please hear me through. We're in 2023. People are lazy. They don't want to have link to click and stuff. I mean, Jason told me about there's a study that if you go to a website and you got to click a link, every link you have to click loses 20% of people. So say if 100 people click a link to watch a show and then they've got to click another link to get to another bit of the show, you're going to lose 20 of them. So you're down to 80%. Then you're going to lose another 20% on the next link.
Yeah, we understand all that. That's why at the
people are lazy. They like it all there on the screen in front of it. Oh, here's the link. Click this, click that. Right now
listen to me.
Hold on, please. Hear me through. I've not finished. I haven't even started yet. The only reason I listened to Revolution Radio the other day, I knew Restoration, because I knew you and Gary were on it. And fuck me, it was painful, dude. It was just this black screen with a bar across it, like a volume. It weren't a volume bar, it was like a time.
It's exactly what you said. It's a play bar. The reason why it's like that.
Oh my god, this is boring as fuck. And I went back on YouTube and I did see that you were playing it, but then there's a delay. Things all got confused. I was like, am I hearing it through the window I'm watching, or am I hearing it through you? And I'm like, oh, guys, why can't you simplify this, right? Right, hold on. Simplify it by what do people want? People want a visual, even if it's a fucking static picture. You don't have to have a video.
We all understand that, and we are doing that, but this is not a government server. So we cannot, I mean, what we need, and I don't know how to set up a website, and it has to be done for free. Until we get around to setting up the website and stuff like that and put it on the server, we have to make do with what we're doing.
No, but you see what I'm saying now.
Yeah, but this is what you're not.
And then we had
To do it your way,
got
let me do it on the server.
that was
we're gonna
another annoying thing. Hold on, Nath. That was another annoying thing. Got halfway into it and then had to listen to 30 minutes of fucking American adverts selling me sofas that I can't even get in the UK. And garages.
Stephen doesn't do adverts. You either watch that. You was either watching a YouTube and they put adverts on. But the only
It
thing
was some American conglomerate. Fucking, it's part of some American conglomerate. Fucking advertising space.
Stephen doesn't advertise. He only plays music.
Watch it from the link I was watching it from. He's probably give you a link that's different to the link.
No. The one link is for
selling. Fucking, what was it? Is as Robbie Williams would say, he was selling. There's nothing left but advertising space.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll bring it up.
It just didn't suit. It didn't suit.
I'll bring it up with Stephen
for the ethos. Hold on. Hold on. No, for the ethos. For the ethos you're selling of not taking donations. Well, hold on. If you're not taking donations, why you want a channel that's fucking advertisement based?
Right. Well,
you know what I mean. It don't marry up.
Tom, you do know I can. I've actually got a copy.
I'm sorry to be critical.
Now listen,
I could not do what you guys.
I know, Tom. Stop over talking, okay? Because you said something about restoration that is completely untrue. I've been doing restoration for many years. Not once has Stephen ever done an advert. I don't know where you heard that advert, but you didn't hear it on Restoration FM because he only plays music when he's on a break when he goes to the toilet. So I don't know where you heard that, but that whole stream is recorded. I can get Stephen to replay that, and you'll see there's no, and everyone can see that there's no adverts.
There's American adverts.
And if there is adverts on it, I will never do restoration again.
There's adverts on it.
This is the thing. What you don't understand is Stephen's Restoration Radio is done on a private server. It's not a government server.
I'm not criticizing. Hold on. I'm not
criticizing on the server. There can be no advertising.
I'm not criticizing his server. All I'm saying is when I went to listen to your and Gary's show, I had American adverts interrupting it. I had there was a lag. There was no visuals whatsoever. I'm just trying to say, like, as a viewer's point of view, like how disappointing it was. But
do you know what? You're the first person to ever mention any adverts on Restoration.
Well, because most people that love you, right? Most people that listen to you love you, right? Like I do, but they're scared of upsetting you. I'm not. I want you to be better. I want you to be the best. I think you're fucking awesome, right? And I'll say, this is why and how you can be better, right? And that's the difference. I'm one of them guys. Like I see, not being funny. It was my career. That was what I was paid to do. I used to walk around factory fucking shop floors, working out how things can be made quicker, done faster, done cleaner, done fucking without damage. Economics, shop floor economics is what I used to do.
Yeah.
Right. I could walk around the factory floor and I said, right, you can do that faster by making this machine a bit closer. Move that machine. It cost them 20 grand to move a machine 12 inches.
Gary, you might have a good point there. It may be the jingles that he's mistaken as adverts.
Could be whatever. I mean, I'm not having a go at you. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you guys are shit because that's shit. I'm just saying, look, I know what people. Who was it? Jupiter. I had this argument with Jupiter the other day. He said, "Oh, if you're so critical, why don't you do your own show?" And I'm like, "Well, hold on. I don't have to be an actor to know what makes a good movie, do I?"
True.
I'm a viewer. I am a viewer. That's who I am. I've just got an opinion. And guess what?
One viewer thinks it's a good film, another viewer may not.
Everyone's got an opinion, and they all stink.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Well, like I say, opinions are arseholes. Everyone's got one.
Yeah. Opinions are like arseholes. They all everyone's got one, and they all stink, right? But you don't have to be an actor to know what makes a good movie. Yeah, a
Yeah, I know,
viewer,
but what you may think a
viewer
movie is
knows
good, and
what
I may
makes a
not.
good movie. You know,
But
all I'm saying,
most actors actually go on to be the producers of the movies that you think are good.
I just think you and Gary, like that live tonight was fine. I don't see why you're handing over your copyright to Revolution Radio, to be honest.
Restoration. We don't hand over our copyright.
Well, I've never seen any of the shows on Restoration that are restreamed on your channel or Gary's channel.
Because our channels will be taken down, Tom. You've got to understand this. The topics we speak
No. You're not. Concentrate on the show. So you do a show on Restoration Radio. Your channel ain't been taken down. I was on it tonight.
No. The channel we're doing now.
So why none of the Restoration lives that you've done on your channel? You need
because
to be
some of the content that we speak about on Restoration
goes
against YouTube community standards.
He's a content pirate like Jason fucking
No, he's not.
Thailand.
No, he's not.
He is.
Listen to, Tom, listen to what I'm saying. All right. I spoke
Sorry,
on YouTube
sorry,
on
guy.
live
You two
about some of the subjects
so
I speak. No, I'm not naive. Tom, you're
are.
listening. Where you've had to think you're not listening.
I'm going for a pee.
Some of the topics we spoke about on YouTube, I've nearly had my channel taken. I've actually had one channel taken for it.
I fucking hate content pirates. They got fuck all to offer and they hide other people's content behind their paywall. And I'm fucking sick of it. Because there's people out there. Nate, shut up. It's not about you. Right? There's many people out there that have done content for people. And in their heads, they think they're helping them out. Right? And all that's happened is these content pirates have taken other people's stories, fucking copyrighted them, and now you got to pay them. If you want to hear this person's story, you got to pay this wanker or that wanker. Fuck that shit.
Oh, yeah, no, I totally agree. Now,
truth comes for free. This is like you guys with your policy on not paying for shit, right?
This is why you don't pay for Restoration Radio.
No, I'm with you on it.
Stephen Lang to restream one of the shows.
Yeah, but you can't say, "Oh, we don't take donations." But if you want to hear our story, pay Stephen Lang or Jason Ormerod £5 a month.
You don't. Stephen doesn't charge.
What are you? Are you like a freedom of speech pirate, but like on a borrowed boat?
All right, Tom. I hope you can prove that
rented pirate boats.
Tom, I hope you can
prove
something's
going on here because you guys are on the right path.
Yeah.
And if you're going to start fucking standing up for renting pirate boats, I'm going to fall out with you all at the minute.
Tom, and I hope you can prove that Stephen Lang and Restoration Radio, anyone has to pay for that service.
Well, where can I go and see? Right, I want to watch. Here, I've got a challenge for you.
No. I can tell you. I know what you're saying.
You know what's coming, and you know you can't answer it. You know you can't answer it because you know what.
Shut up for 5 minutes, and I'll answer your question.
No, I haven't.
Right. The answer to your question is if you Facebook Stephen Lang and tell him.
I haven't asked the question yet.
Now, if you Facebook Stephen Lang and ask him to restream the stream on a certain date.
No, I don't want him to restream anything. I want you to tell me, give me a link in the side chat now where I can watch you or listen, not watch, listen to you and Gary last week.
That's easy.
Put me a link.
All I need to do is
put me a link in the side chat. Then, if it's that easy, you'll do it. I bet you can't. I bet you can't.
I'll tell you how it's done, Stephen and Tom, and I'll tell you a thing, right? Because what I do is I message Stephen and I say, do me a favour, can you quickly put that stream on from last week up? And he goes, certainly. He'll click the link, and then that link that you used last week is the same.
Oh, so you're proving my point. It's not available right now to anyone.
It might be being played. Because
no. You've just said, oh, I'll phone him and I'll tell him to put it up.
Yeah, because
so I can't get the whole show you did last week is now hidden behind a paywall.
No, it's because it's not a paywall. I swear to God, Tom, say it again, and you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble. Do not
shit. People pretending to be freedom fighters and talking the truth and honesty and everything, and then they'll do a live show, and then it gets buried and hidden. And
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm sick of shit of people like you who are being told there's no paywall, you don't pay Stephen. I don't know if he's streaming 2 weeks ago or he's streaming last week, but I can ask him.
If he ain't got a paywall, that's even fucking worse. He ain't even making money out of it, and he's silencing you.
He isn't silencing me.
Dude, I'm saying you've got a message to put out there. I'm trying to help you get your message out there. You're now defending a guy who's hiding your message behind a non-paywall. Fuck me. How do I help people like these?
Tom, please explain to how
I think you're right. I think a budget of £1 million a year wouldn't help you get your message out there. Because you'd go run into Steve Lang or Jason Tyler and get them to hide your message behind a £3 a month paywall.
Right, Tom.
Idiot.
One, we have nothing to do with Wake Up UK or Jason. Two, Stephen doesn't do it. It's not hidden behind a wall. Stephen restreams all the time. On our radio station, I can, on my phone, set up a playlist. So our last week's could be on a playlist, but it won't be played until the third show. I've just told you, if you want me to speed it up, I can go and ask Stephen.
Sorry, now. I've got a bit emotional there, right?
He's not hiding it. You don't have to pay for it. It's just he may be playing on there now because it's the same link every time. He may be playing a stream from a year ago. But as I just told you,
I'm going to start again.
If you wanted me to, I could go say, right, can you stop that and play the one from last week because I want people to listen to it. He'll do it.
Look, Nath, I'm going to start again because I think I might have assumed too much.
I think you did.
Know too little, but the
Stephen's
principle.
Stephen's from the radio era. He's not from the era.
Hold on, Nath. The principle I'm trying to get to is if you're out there speaking the truth, then I don't want to see any website or anything hindering your message. Yeah.
It won't be. That's what
if there's websites out there that are hiding it behind paywalls or putting it on, you got to ask me for a link personally and all that, I think you should be able to go on a show, say your bit, and that should be out there for anyone to listen to. Yeah, to help your message.
It will be, but the thing is, though, Stephen does.
Now, what I'm saying to you, hold on. What I'm saying to you,
something for you.
Hold on. Can I just clarify to you? What I'm saying is, if you go on a show and put your message out there, you should at least know the link to give to other people and say, oh, right, here, Jackie or whoever, is the show I was on last week. Now, if that link don't work, you know some cunt's fucking hiding your message, don't you?
Right. I'll say again, the link you use the same link for every show every week. What happens is the shows get played on a playlist. So I can't guarantee the show last week you'll be listening to now. It may be a show from 3 weeks ago that he's just set up a playlist. But what I can do is I can go and ask him, say, can you cut the last two and just put that one on?
Nath, your message is so important. You should have control over it.
I do. I literally, if I want Stephen to play one of our shows,
hold on. The mechanics of that is for you to sort out with AD or whoever, right? But honestly, dude, if you've got a message and you want your message out there, then you've got to have control of it, dude.
Yeah, Tom, Resistance Radio is mine and Gary's.
What if I went out tomorrow with a QR code, right, posted, what is it you said about me with my printer ink and the posters? What if I went out there tomorrow and put 20,000 fucking posters out there with a QR code to one of your videos, but the video's hosted on AD Lang's site or Jason's site, and he decides to just put it on private? Everyone who sees them posters, so I've spent like fucking 2 weeks putting posters out to a QR code to a video that some wanker that don't give a shit about the fucking the movement has decided to put it on private. So all these people that are now scanning the fucking QR code are going to a dead web page.
And if you used to say,
what a great use of printer ink and fucking paper.
But like I said, if you listen, Tom,
you've got to have control over your movement.
Right, Tom, Resistance Radio, we have complete control of. So, like Stephen, we can create a playlist and just have every show just on a loop.
So give me a link. All right, you got. I'm going to go for a fag. So you probably got 3 minutes. I want a link to the video you did last week. I bet you can't find it. That's how I've tried, mate.
I'll
It's
tell you
so
what,
hard.
Tom, go for your piss because you're not listening to a word that said. You do
I'm
not
going for my
understand.
piss. I bet in 3 minutes you can't give me the link. Put it in the
Right,
side
one.
chat on
So
YouTube.
basically, no, right, Tom, shut up. So you're asking me to half 12 at night,
Link
wake up
for
a
it.
man with cancer and demand he puts a show on now.
No, I'm saying you did a show on his channel last
And did you
week.
listen to the fact
You
that the
should know.
same
Hold on. Let me finish.
No, let me
I'm
finish. I've already
saying
told
if
you,
you
Tom.
did a
The
show
same
on
link
his
is for
channel
every
last
show.
week, mate, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to
I know.
point.
So Tom, listen, and
I'm
then
trying to point out. No,
point
let me
out
finish.
something a
Dude,
fact.
mate, let me
You're not listening to the
explain.
truth, right? Listen, right?
No,
There is
you're not
database-
listening to my point. The point I'm
No, I
trying
am.
to make is you're trying to make a movement, make an effect in the movement, right? But you're doing shows on channels where you have no control over where they are, what the links are, or anything.
But
So
we do.
I'm just asking you. No, I'm just asking you a
Right,
simple question.
Tom.
Where's the link to your show
And
last week?
I'm about
Hold
to
on.
answer
How can we? Hold on. Knife. Slow down. All I'm asking you is, where's the link to your show last week? If
Right,
that's
and
a massive problem, mate, that ain't
shut
my
up now, Tom,
problem.
or I'll mute you and listen, okay? I've said this 1,000 times. Every show has the same link. So when you listen to Restoration Radio,
So where's the
it's a show
recording then? Okay, let's
right,
be
the
technical.
recording is on a
Where's the
database that
recording
can be looped.
for
So
last week's show.
there can be 20 shows put on a loop, and it usually is. So you'll listen to the last 20 shows. Mine will be the last one. So you may have to listen for quite a long time to listen to it. Or for you, Tom, I said,
do you need me to explain how that's a flaw?
You're doing it
Do
again.
you need me to explain how there's a flaw in the system then?
No, I don't need you to understand because, as I've just told you, Resistance Radio are mine and Gary's, so we can then do the playlist. So all you need to do is say to me, Nath, that show last week was really good.
Well, I hope the week before they didn't cure AIDS in Africa, because apparently it's gone forever. Because someone did a show the next week, so it's gone now, isn't it?
Well,
no one knows how
all my shows are served, and Gary's shows are saved on a database, so you can actually listen to shows.
So where's the link to that then? This is what I'm saying, Nath.
There is not separate links to the shows, Tom. Please understand that there is
dude.
one link to the show. And it's the same thing. It goes out over the same link. That's why you always use the same link. That is better than using 30,000 links.
See, this is what I'm saying. Marketing ain't your thing, guys. Marketing ain't your thing. Do you know what marketing is? Marketing makes it easy to find information that you've done. Right? If you did a fucking stream last week, you should know where to fucking find it. Or know where you can point.
I do. And do you know what? As I've just said to you, Tom, please stop. Right? I've just told you. If I wanted to, because Stephen doesn't know that people want to listen.
This sounds like I'm berating you, and I'm not berating.
No. But what you're doing is you're not listening to what's being said.
Just asking
you're ignoring. I know.
More.
You're ignoring, okay, right. The way it's set up, right? Stephen is from the radio era. He's not from the new era. So that's why he doesn't have any visuals, okay? Every show is on a database, okay? Stephen has to create a playlist of them shows that loop constantly, that can loop constantly. If he doesn't know that you want to listen to a show, he doesn't know to put it up. There is not going to, do you know how many shows Stephen has done over about 25 years? And you want to link to a separate link for every single show. Do you know how much marketing that will think? Like you said, how many links do you click? How many do you lose? How many people are going to go through like 30,000 links to listen to shows? When all you need to do is say, I would really like to listen to that show again. And I can go sweet, so I'll put it in the playlist. And then we can put up, say, right, this show will be played at 8 o'clock. This show will be played at 9 o'clock. And I can put a list up in a group.
Well, yeah, that'd be good. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, I think I need a pee. I need a pee, and I'm getting restless and irritable.
I know.
I didn't mean it to come out. I didn't mean it to come out that way, Nath.
But we've thought, this is why we do.
All I'm saying is
about everything you said
that we need to improve on our. There's people out there that probably have never heard you and Nathan, you and Gary speak. They're going to want to go back to day dot. You know what I mean?
That's why
we need to have a website that has just got all the links so that people can go, right, here's the first thing, here's our first message or whatever. You know what I mean?
Then we go back to the problem. then we go back to the original problem of having content taken down because it breaches thing. This is why we're doing it on a private server.
Well, I mean, this is this is where I think we do need the Adi Langs and the Jasons.
Well, Andy Lang died, so
Steve,
rest in peace.
Stephen,
Yeah.
Adi did the T-shirt.
But this is the thing: if you want to listen to a show, Stephen will put it up. He doesn't hide it. He doesn't hide it behind a paywall. He's not Jason. We're not Jason.
Well, no, but
He's got a database.
No, I'm not having a go. I'm not having a go.
30,000 shows.
Look, please, Nath, this is where you take it as criticism and attack.
No, I don't. I'm trying to
be
correct your inaccuracies.
I'm trying to be constructive, and Nath, I'm trying to say, as a user and an observer, this is what we need. Because I don't know all your guys' history and stuff. I don't know everything about everything. I know you guys, and I've seen that video, and I still don't know where to get the video. I had to watch someone else streaming that video to see that video of you trying to arrest Sadiq Khan.
Yeah, do you
I still don't know where the fuck to find it to this day.
Do you want to know why?
To me, you guys should have that pride of place on both your channels on YouTube.
And we did. And do you know what happened? The video got taken down.
Well, you should have it on BitChute then. And on YouTube, you should have links to your BitChute. This is what I'm saying. You guys have got to wise up about that. You got to stand back and look. Right.
That's why
hold on.
Oh, we are literally creating our own radio.
I said wise up, and you haven't even fucking listened to what I'm saying wise up to, right? You got to wise up to how people consume data. People will go to YouTube, they'll see a video, right? They'll find your channel. Now, if you haven't got links to all these videos and shit on your channel, that's your fault. No one else's fault. It's not YouTube's fault, not Google's shit. Your channel's there. It should have all the fucking critical links and bookmarks as to where to go to see what, where, and when. Right? Yeah. If YouTube won't allow it, put a link in the description somewhere to a BitChute channel. Everyone's doing it. Don't say, "Oh, I can't. I'll get my channel."
No, Tom. I'm just going to remind you your own words because we said that basically you'd have to have two tabs open, listen to it, and then go in the thing. You went, no, you can't do that. Every link you click. So what you're saying is, if I do that, I'm going to lose people because they're going to have to click that link. So you're going against your own words.
No. You're going to lose 100% of the people if you don't have the link. Yeah. If you have a link, you'll lose 20%.
That's why last week the link to the actual show to listen to it was actually put on.
Hold on, you've got no links. You've got no links. So you're losing 100% of the people. If you have the link, you're only losing 20.
Tom, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Last week's show, the one you claimed to watch, if you went on YouTube, you would have seen the link to the show posted on YouTube.
Get
the audio.
If I did that, there was nowhere on that pack. All I've got is a black screen with a fucking play bar on it and a volume control.
Yeah, because you
no link, anything. Where am I going to that link then? From that page, how do I find that link then to what you're telling me I should have got to?
Right.
So you guys are assuming that all these people are all reaching the same place you think they're going to. They're not, trust me. Because I'm pretty computer savvy, and even I'm it's fucking hard work following you guys.
Yeah, if you're looking at a blank screen with just a play screen, then that's Stephen's actual link for the radio show. So no, you won't have a link. At the moment, there is no link. There's no possible way of putting a link on there. But
there is a fucking possible. I'll build. Come on. Wake up.
This is the thing, Tom. Until we get somebody that will help us for free, this is the thing. Until we can set
this is why you need a fucking budget. You're proving my point.
No,
and trust me, you don't want Jason fucking Tyler at £200 a month for a website that's got a problem every fucking month. Talk about make yourself a job.
Exactly.
You're not has Davy Russell not woke up to that fucking fact yet?
I don't think so because I do believe
he's still with E-Media hosting.
I think he's just renewed his thing with Jason.
No, he's bought his own. Oh, that was the other thing. When you register with Jason, he owns your .com or .co.uk.
Yeah.
I mean, that cunt.
Yeah, but let me explain what we're talking about for the people listening. Right, the link you click, that takes you to the radio.
hold on, Nath.
On YouTube,
Please,
which is
Nath,
posted on Telegram, Facebook, and all that.
Nath. I'm busting for a wee, and I don't want to leave you on your own. Right, Gary or Dennis, whoever Dennis Morgan is in the side chat, the back chat. Can someone else jump on? Because I really need a poo.
Oh no, go.
So I'm going to be gone for like 10 minutes.
I'll wrap up in a minute anyway because I am well behind. I've still got some.
Oh, come on! Don't run off like that.
I'm not running off.
You are. You're seizing the opportunity, ain't you?
No.
Amanda,
me and Gary said that we'd ended the show about 2 hours ago.
I've got to go sit on the throne, and you're taking the opportunity to run away.
No, I never run away, Tom, and you know that. Me and Gary said we was going to end this 2 hours ago.
No, Nate.
Gary
said he was going off to get a better connection, and he's stayed in the side chat ever since.
Yeah, he dropped out because when he goes.
Well, his connection's working because he's fucking chatting in the side chat.
Yeah, but it's not working when he comes onto the camera, is it?
Well, that's microphone. That's not connection.
Exactly. That's the thing. So it's not working, so he can work in the chat. And no, I'm not running away. What it is, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I was meant to shut this show off about 10 o'clock.
No, it's not 1 o'clock. It's 00:37.
Yeah, so 20 to 1.
Come on, Nath.
I'm rounding up. Forgive me.
We got a lot of back and forth going on yet.
Yeah, but this is no back and forth if you're not listening.
It wasn't as adversarial. What am I trying to say now?
Combative.
I wish it wasn't as adversary. Adversary?
Yeah,
is that even a fucking word?
Yes, you are correct. Yes, and it isn't, Tom. The only reason why it's getting like that is because you're over speaking me and you're not listening. When I sit there and say Stephen didn't take money, you spent another 20 minutes saying that he's the same as Jason. And this is exactly what I'm on about taking money. Jason takes money, and look what you just did. Now, not be funny, there's going to be a lot of our listeners who are going to go, that cunt takes money and does that and walks away from it. So thank you for proving
no, but I've also spent most of the night telling you should take money.
Yeah, and you've also spent quite a lot of the night attacking someone and defaming someone that
Hold on, but what's the ultimate difference? I'm saying the point I'm saying is have an open book policy.
But Stephen doesn't take money. You attacked him the same as you did Jason.
Anyone can take money. In my eyes, anyone can take money as long as they let their donators know where the money's going. I've got no problem with that. And they can even say, like, right, 20-30% goes to admin. You know, there's that golden clause, isn't there? Admin charges. Right? So 20-30% goes to admin. That's your living costs, your overheads, your expenses, blah, 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 whatever. 30-40%, fuck it. I don't care. As long as at least half of it goes towards what I'm donating to, I'm a happy chappy. That's what I'm saying. And I'd say I've got so much faith in guys like you that I think the money's going to roll in, dude. And I don't see why you feel guilty for it. I do know why.
I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty because I haven't done the action. The guilt comes after an action, not before.
No, but you have. Look at what you've done. The Sadiq Khan thing. You've done more YouTube. I mean, fuck me. Oh, dude, there's people. Look at whatever channel. He averages 22 grand in donations every night. And all he does is belittle fucking sluts on the internet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Look up whatever. It's called whatever. Yeah. One word, whatever. And it's just a bloke and not sometimes another guy. And they just talk to women all night. And you get all these people donating $100, $200, $1,000. And all they're doing is talking shit. They're achieving fuck all. You know what I mean? You guys are trying.
We've achieved more than them without money. So
exactly. So if you guys are trying to make a difference, why should you feel guilty for taking money? I don't get it. It takes money. Trust me. The more money you have, open book accounting is the key. That's the difference. None of these no one's doing open book account. no one's explaining, right, here's how much
Tom,
money.
myself and Gary was one of the first people, was literally the first people that went against PayPal Patriots and said that you need open accounting. You're not teaching us anything we don't already know.
Yeah, well, lead by example. Trust me, everyone will follow. Everyone
are.
will be forced to follow. Trust me, if you went open book accounting, then no one would donate to anyone that don't have open book accounting. They'd all be like,
Well, me and Gary went against
fucking
PayPal
thought.
Patriots.
That's
Me
a
and Gary
good
went-
idea. Why have I been donating to these people where I just give them my money and they don't have to explain where my money's gone? Oh, here's a channel where I can donate my money and they'll tell me where my money's gone. And it'll become the norm eventually. And that's affecting change.
Do you know, I'd like to become the norm. I'd like to be people to be able to just speak and do their shit without people having to pay for someone's opinion. That's what I'd like to see.
I don't think it's paying for someone's opinion. I think
But it
it's paying to support someone's opinion.
Yeah,
Because that's what it'd be with me. Like, if you accepted donations, I'd pay to support your opinion. Even though we've argued all fucking night, believe it or not, I'd pay you fucking good money, to be honest. And well, I say good money combined with everyone else's good money, it would add up to fucking good money a month.
But eventually, you're going to have to get off your ass and do something.
I mean? But all I'm asking for you, say if I gave you 100 quid a month, right? All I'm asking for you, I'm not telling you what to spend it on or anything. All I'm asking you to do is every month give us a report on how much money you've had donated and how much money you've spent and what you've spent the money on.
Tom, me and Gary said
which is basic accounting, which you're going to have to do for your tax and that anyway. So
Gary,
I'm not asking
Gary
you for
himself said this years ago.
ordinary.
Gary himself said this years ago. This is why we went against PayPal Patriots, because people were just spending money on going out buying new clothes and going.
Don't you see the difference? No one back then had to justify where the money was going, and that's the difference. When you justify where the money's going, the trust, you're maintaining the trust. If you're just giving someone a load of money and they just spend it and they say, "Oh, it's gone," well, your trust's gone. But that's what I'm saying with you. You could take money as long as you tell people where the money's going. You're going to maintain the trust. Do you see?
Take it on board. I have to end though, because seriously, I've got paperwork I've got to do.
Yeah, it is getting late, and now I'm getting repetitive.
But no, but like I said,
I don't know though how much I respect you guys, you Nath, and Gary. I fucking totally respect you. I just wish. I know this. I can see the potential in what you're doing, and I know that given a wad of more of a wad of money than I could give you, I know that given a wad of money in a budget, fuck me, you guys could do some major fucking achievements. Major achievements.
We're the first people to arrest a London mayor in history. I mean, that's
exactly,
and we didn't need a GoFundMe to do it.
Exactly.
We just needed people that was willing.
So if you can do that on no budget, imagine what you could do on some budget. But again, I respect your reluctance because you know that the minute money's involved, to some people it looks like you're compromised.
Yeah.
So I get where you're coming from, mate. But honestly, you got to do what you feel you got to do.
Oh yeah, no, this is the thing. We're trying our best to work things out, and do things. We take everything you say on board, Tom. Honestly, I said majority of what you said about the emails now, we're already in the process of doing. We have been for quite a while.
That is important, and that is free.
It's just the problem with the emails things out. Is like, we've had to sort out a lot of kinks and a lot of mishaps before they happen on that thing. But it is going to be released. It is happening.
That mailing list is very important. Because if your channel gets taken down, you can then email all of your subscribers, tell them where your new channel is.
Unless my email gets taken down as well. Because that has happened to me before as well. My email just disappeared. Saying that, I'm not actually allowed to have...
You know what, Nathan? That is about because that takes That is 77th Brigade shit.
Do you want to know an interesting fact, Tom? After we went to the Scotland Yard during the thingy, I had my email taken, and Vodafone refused to give me a contract after that.
Right, I'm going to leave right now because
Well, you need a poo, so
I want to.
to.
Nath, I want to drop you a question. I've asked this of David Russell, and he didn't answer. Hopefully, Gary's listening too.
Yep. Go ahead.
Open-ended question. I don't know the answer. I'm not implying anything. It's just a question that no one. I've asked Jason and I've asked Davey, and neither of them wanted to answer me.
Go ahead. What's your question?
When did Jason come into Davey's life?
That was back in Dragon Day.
Hold on. Let me ask the question. Was it before or after Davey got took to court for the pirate radio station? And my money's on after.
See,
very shortly after.
I could not tell you. All I can tell you from when I've heard, and it was back in the Dragon days, and I was setting up the groups, and I can't remember if it was Davey or somebody.
Dragons was well after he got.
No, this is what I'm saying. I didn't know of Jason until the Dragons. It was when I was doing the regional groups of that lot.
No one knew Jason until this is
This is what I'm saying. Okay, it's like the first time I was made aware of Jason, I was setting up the regional groups for the Pendragons, and I think it was one of the representatives. I think it might have been actually David. Davey actually said that it'd be a good idea if I allowed Jason to help me with the groups. And I went, no, he's not a Pendragon. He doesn't help.
Fuck me, I know who opened the back door.
But I can't say for definite, and I will not sit here and say that
David
knew him before or after or anything like that, because I have no evidence or nothing to say or to give me that impression. But all I can say is I think it may have been Davey that sort of said to me.
I know Jason wasn't around. He wasn't around when Davey did the EDL speech.
See, this is the thing. I can't tell you before the Dragons, because like you say, I didn't even know who Jason was till before the Dragons.
Yeah, speculation, hypothesis.
But this is the thing. Like I said, all I can tell you is the truth, and as far as I know it, I can't go along with anything before. Neither will I accuse anyone of anything before.
Yeah. Same here, mate. Same here. I wanted Jason to be good. I always thought Jason was a good guy, but I've learned things. But it's personal things, so I'm not going to put it out there.
But you know the rules, Tom. Unless you can prove something, do not make a claim.
Yeah. Just asking a question. So I asked David the question, never got an answer. I asked Jason the question, never got an answer. So I was thinking, well, who else knew both of them back then? So that's why I've asked you the question. And your answer is kind of, we can't be sure, but it's leaning in.
All I know is all of a sudden Jason was there. And I was being, so it was being meant to be saying, this builds website stuff out. Maybe it'd be good to help him. Because he did actually saying that, Jason did help to link all of the regional groups into one link. So you literally come up with a list.
That'd be a great move for the 77th Brigade, wouldn't it?
Exactly. This is the thing, but that's the only knowledge I have of Jason.
I don't want to bury Jay. I like Jason, believe it or not, and I don't want to bury him under my paranoia. But when things link up, you can't ignore things linking up time scale wise. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends how you're doing the linking, but no, I do understand that. But like I said, I can't tell you how when they first knew each other or anything like that, because the only time I knew Jason really is when he started talking when we was in the Dragons. That was it. That was my first interaction with him, and the first time I even knew who he was. And even then, I found out later he actually gave a false name.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you know what? Let's leave that in another box for another day.
Yeah.
But anyway, Nath, I'm going to let you go then, mate. And thank you for tolerating me.
Thanks for coming on.
And my annoying drunken behaviours and stuff. Maybe one day I'll come on sober.
Give it a go. You
Probably
never,
won't recognise me.
you never know. Give it a go. Is it you mean? First time for everything. But,
But on the printer, if you got the paper, I've got the ink in the printer.
but this is exactly it. If you drop your email in the back chat, then we'll hook up and I'll try and organise that for you. But
Oh,
this is what we need. We need people to get together and actually act.
Yeah,
we need people to donate money and sit on their backside because the people have to stand up and do this.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
that's
but
what makes the difference.
You can't basically. You're not going to pay or vote your way out of this. Eventually, everyone's going to have to learn. You're going to have to get off your backside and be part of the solution.
Yeah. Talk is cheap, mate. Talk is cheap.
Exactly. But thank you for coming on.
Ideas. I mean, I'm an ideas man, and ideas can be great, but it takes people with guts like you and Gary and Davey and that on the ground to do it. You're the doers. You can have fucking a million dreamers. Nothing's ever going to get done. You can have a million people like me. You'll never achieve anything. You've got to have doers like you.
Well, you have to have both.
That can fucking do things, make them happen. You know what I mean? That's what I think. You. I don't know. I feel like you think I'm looking down at you. Oh, I've had the idea, and you got to do this. You got to do that. I don't mean it like that. I'm like, oh, I've had an idea. Oh, would you guys do me the privilege of trying my idea out? That's how I see it. You know what I mean?
No, but Tom, you
guys make things happen. You know what I mean?
Well, we try, yeah.
Dude, you have no idea how inspirational that fucking video. You guys storming in that fucking building and doing the citizen's arrest on him. It was like, fuck me, man. They're doing it. They're doing it. They're fucking doing it. And the coppers were like, well, yeah, they're legally entitled to.
Coppers backed us.
We can't fucking beat them and kick them out. We got to do due process.
Exactly. Despite what people said, we didn't storm it. We actually paid for tickets. We was all sitting there. We just waited till Sadiq Khan started speaking and interrupted him. The police not once manhandled us. We wasn't dragged out the hall like people said. Basically, the chief inspector turned to us. He said, "Right, do you feel like you've made a point? Can we go somewhere now quieter and talk about this?" It was like, well,
he was saying like you have got a point, but we got to let the legal due process play out and stuff. You're like, fuck me, man, you fucking done it.
And they backed it. Charges and everything they backed.
Do you know what? I wish Sadiq Khan panicked, lashed out, and gave you the excuse to beat the fucker up.
Saying that,
I'm pretty sure hold on, the cops would have turned around and said, well, he did it you first, so technically you were defending us.
Here's the beauty of it, right? Because I made a point, right? I sat literally where Sadiq Khan was sitting. I was literally sitting 10 feet away from him. And the reason why I done that is because we did understand he may try and leave the hall. Under Section 3 of the Criminal Law Act of 1967, we was allowed to use force to keep him there. So if he had tried to leave, we could have jumped on him. We would have probably been arrested until that was worked out, but we could have jumped on him. But he never moved. I think he knew. You
see, I think all the legal beagles in that room knew you'd already assessed your legal position.
Oh yeah,
and they were paralysed.
Yeah,
they didn't know what the fuck to do.
We've accused Keir Starmer, who's an accomplished barrister, and Khan, who's despite what people think, he's a very good solicitor. We accuse the barrister and solicitor of sedition and treason. Do you think if we was wrong, we wouldn't be done for defamation of character?
Oh yeah, you'd have been done for fucking public fucking disorder, and they'd have thrown the book at you. They'd have created a few charges.
Yep, but all the police done was thank you for the information.
Nothing tells you that you were on point. You were on point, man.
Well, the fact that we can have it can go to court, and the police have already said evidence of crimes proven. So our evidence already proves that there was crimes committed. That's the police statement. That's their position on it.
I mean, what happened that day leans back to my point that I've always made is right. We can prove legally that we're in a upper position or whatever. But it's finding a court that will process the claim. You know what I mean? They've got all the courts and everything tied up.
Yep.
You're never going to find a court in the land until we've got to create our own court. And then they're obviously going to say, well, that court's not valid or warranted or whatever.
I would say the exact same thing.
You know what I mean?
The exact same thing, because the court of law has to be done in a certain way.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if we got the people to back it, the court would have to hear it, and if we had enough people in the public,
so is it a numbers, purely numbers game?
Literally a numbers game. If we have enough sovereign people to back these wanting to be put in prison, then
so I hate to say it, Nath. So if it's a numbers game, the more posters, the better.
But
the bigger the marketing budget, the better.
Yeah,
maybe. Possibly.
Tom, as I said earlier, we tried this. No, honestly, we tried this.
No, I am kind of being real.
I know. Yeah. Listen, Tom, we actually tried that. There was a couple of people that said, I'm going to pay for some advertising to get this case out there. We could not find one printing company that would print it.
This is where I think we need. I think if you have faith in yourself, dude, honestly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, genuinely. I've seen this building for years and years. I believe if you set up a company, took donations, you'd have your own printing company within 3 months. You'd have your own media company within 18 months. And I'm talking media company like with a studio, films, cameras, actors, script writers, fucking you name. Dude, you have no idea the potential you're sitting on.
Yeah, that's why we're building a radio station. We are building it.
No, but that shit, dude, you got to speak to Adi Lang then, because that is it. Adi, is it Adi or Stephen, or which one is it?
Stephen Lang.
Steve, you got to speak to Steve, because that fucking sound bar with a volume bar, it ain't doing it. We need some graphics, something to look at.
That is Restoration Radio.
Embed the YouTube page on that page or something.
This is what we sorted out. Resistance Radio.
Because that was it. You were streaming it, but I had to open that in another window to hear the volume, and then I had to have your website open to see the screen. If you know what I mean.
Yes, that's the easiest way to do it.
And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, we're in 2023, guys. If you can't work this shit out, we're fucked.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying.
I know it ain't your thing.
Restoration Radio aren't ours. Stephen's about the radio. He's a radio man. That's who he's from. Resistance Radio, which is mine and Gary's, which is the CMW station we're setting up. We will be doing all that. As I keep telling you all night, these are all that we're putting into place.
I hope so. You're on. Oh, you know, I've told you I support you in that.
Because there is a way of having visuals. I just haven't, because of certain tragedies, I'm not going to, in certain things, I haven't actually had a proper conversation with the server holding it. So this is the thing, it's in the process of all being set up, but we will have our own radio and the government won't be able to touch us.
Dare I ask, are you going to have your own donation page? I fucking love you. You're so serious. When do you have your downtime?
I do another laugh, but when it comes to things,
a bit of a laugh and a giggle.
No, I did giggle. Yeah, it's like, we're not going to have a donation page. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe in the future, say it might work out. I don't know.
Gary's a fucking diamond as well. I'm pissed off that his fucking mic ain't been working tonight. He's while you're don't take this the wrong way. While you're the waffler, he's the voice of reason.
Yeah,
he's like the Yoda. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he only says something when he has to. Like
I don't know. Gary can go himself. He can waffle himself. He's quite good at it.
He's fucking. I love Gary. I ain't even going to mention a name, but he's got a better take on someone than you have, Nath. You're blinded, but I ain't mentioning that name because I'm already being accused.
That's where you're wrong, because me and Gary
I'm already being accused of trolling.
I know, me and Gary have the same opinion.
8 years or whatever it is now.
Me and
Never
Gary
even
same
fucking
opinion.
spoke about her, done a video about her, or fuck all. Just corrected her bullshit lies. But, oh, evil troll, evil troll. What?
But anyway, right, it is like 1 o'clock. I'm gonna have to end the show because it is 1 o'clock in the morning, and I have got
Well,
nothing.
then, yeah, that's.
But what we'll do is jump on the next one, Tom. Jump on the next one.
But mate, it's nice not to be blocked in the side chat by either of the spanners, the spanners.
Well,
In fact, even Black Country Patriot ain't got a spanner. What's going on there?
Because Gary doesn't do the moderating thing for some reason. I don't know why. In fact, actually, that's a good point because he should be. I don't know. That's a good point. But the thing is, on mine and Gary's, we both said it's freedom of speech. So unless you're doxing,
well, that's what I thought.
Unless you're attacking someone maliciously, you won't get blocked.
No, that don't. Look at who you've given a spanner to.
I have 3 spanners. I did give her a spanner. Listen, I did give her a spanner, but it's just because it was the only person available at the time.
What pissed me off was a certain person with the letter R at the beginning of his name started creating shit between me, you, and Gary. And I was like, hold on, cunt. I've never had a problem with any of these people. Why you? Because of something going on, nothing to do with you or Gary, because of problems with someone else. He then tried inserting a problem in between me, you, and Gary. And I'm like, hold on. I've fucking never had a problem with these guys. I've always been a supporter of these guys. Even when they fell out with Davey, I stayed neutral and out of it. I let them sort it out themselves. You know when it all went wrong with the Pendragons?
Yeah, I do.
I stayed well out of it. I'm on record with Chick, even when Chick and Davey fell out. I
spoke to Chick the other day for the first time in quite a while.
Chick's a legend. I love Chick. He's fucking genuine warrior.
He is a funny cunt, I'll tell you that much now.
But yeah, you don't want to catch him on a bad day.
Saying that though, don't
piss him off or give him a bad day either.
No, saying that, Chick's a cunt. That's the prick who dumped me in the swimming pool.
Oh, he can be a cunt.
No, he was mucking about. Funny thing is, I actually had David's phone in my pocket because Dave and him basically conspired to throw me in the pool.
I was going to say, is that when
Davey had my phone on live. I had his phone in my pocket because he asked me to look after it for a second. And then he accused Chick to throw me in.
Threw you in the pool. Then blamed you for getting his phone wet.
No, then both of them grabbed me, threw me in the pool because Chick was thinking I was struggling with Chick, and then Davey come up behind me, and then they both threw me in. And then I pulled the phone out of my pocket. And it was mine. I looked at Davey, who was shocked, and he went, "Ha ha ha!" I went, "It's yours, you cunt." And he went, I went, "You've got mine. Mine's on live now."
Yeah. I bet you wish you took donations then, business expenses.
Yeah, but I had no loss. It was David that had the loss of the phone. It's one of them. Well, I've got to wrap this up.
You know what? I love Davey Russell, but I've never known someone go through so many PC towers. It's like 2 or 3 a year, isn't it?
I don't know. Do you know what? Because
he'll do his live show for like 4 months, and it's like, oh, my PC's blown up, or something's burnt out, or something's done this, something's done that. It's like, fucking hell, Dave. Stop fucking putting your ash out in the fucking extract fan or something. He's doing something.
Saying that, it's like my studio mic. I settled it up, and for some reason I can't use my camera because my camera mic keeps overriding my studio mic. So then I had to take certain things off, and then I had to install the program. And for some reason, it's uninstalled my mic, my camera, and everything. Now I have to go through the whole bloody process of installing them again.
Yeah, PC. It's like that. What is it? Them nuclear people. So just turn the computer. You know the people that run after. Look after the nuclear submarines.
Yeah.
they did that advert, didn't they, where they said, like, sometimes you just got to turn the computer off and on again.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only a nuclear submarine.
Yeah. It's what.
Oh, it's having a malfunction. Oh,
Yeah.
just turn it off and on again.
But it usually is the answer. Switch it on and off, and then
It'll sort itself out.
Right. Honestly,
That's-
I've got to go. So thank you for coming.
Okay,
on, Tom.
mate.
Here's what I'm gonna-
Honestly,
yeah,
look,
pop in again. Always
dude,
welcome in the chat.
I
You
know
know
we've
that.
had
As long
a
as you
back and
behave
forth.
yourself.
I know we've had a back and forth, but I hope you don't take it personal.
I don't. I'll never take it
I
personally. Tom,
fucking
you know
got
that.
total respect for what you, Gary, and that lot did.
Tom, we've had many back and forths. When have
You
I ever
know.
taken it personally?
It's nice that someone can let me have a little back and forth, to be honest.
But it is. It's good to discuss because I'm not being funny. As much as the back and forth we've had tonight, I'm telling you now, the people that are listening, they're going to come to an opinion one way or the other based on what we say.
And it's not a win or lose. It's
No, it's
a
not.
learning curve. It's
Exactly.
a learning curve, isn't it?
It's about discussing options. So that's not a combative thing. It's about discussing options.
You think what you think because of the information you know. I
Yeah.
think what I think because of the information I know. When we share the information, we both learn. you
Exactly.
know.
Exactly. Well, I've got to switch it off now because they.
All right, then, bud.
I'm literally running out of stream recording hours as well.
Yeah, man. You take care.
All right, take care. Thanks for coming on.
Bro, and you, Gary, in the side chat with your shit mic and shit internet. Keep on keeping on, Gary and Nathan. And Davey Russell, if you're listening, still love you, bro.
I don't think he listens to me.
He does secretly. I see
don't know.
on the sly. On the sly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's got the time.
Or
Well, anyway.
Jason lets him know.
Yeah, no, I don't know. But anyway, right, thank you for everyone for listening. Me and myself and love you too, mate. You always will, as long as you behave yourself, you know that. Myself and Gary will be going live again in the next couple of days. If you would like to try and pick a subject for our next live, you are welcome to come on our Facebook pages or the Telegram groups and suggest a topic. Other than that, we'll run with what's next on our list. But thank you, Tom. Thank you for everyone. Thank you, Gary. Thank you for everyone that's tuned in. Until the next time.